Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 8 SFA. Chapter 231 The Truth of the World. The Ambition to Destroy the World. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This time, Destruction Cannon Edio, Giant Helding, and the second Killer Brothers were all excluded. The only enemies of Luffy on the field are Lau Kai, Abu and Xingjiao. And the battle between Luffy and Green Pepper is about to break out. The narrator at this time was completely shocked. The seemingly very powerful Eddie, Helding and the two Killer Brothers, were so vulnerable in front of Luffy and Green Pepper. Oh, it's wonderful. It seems that the strength of Lucy and Xingjiao is almost the same. It really makes people look forward to the battle between the two of them. Let's wait and see. At this time, the narrator noticed that there was no audience now, and even the two assistants next to him fainted, and have not woken up until now. However, in line with the principle of dedication, he is still conscientiously doing his own interpretation. In the arena, Green Pepper finally confronts Luffy. Garp's grandson, do you know what your grandfather did to me back then? 35. Green Pepper looked sad and angry. Forget the past. Whenever he recalled what happened in those days, he hated Garp more and more. At that time, he was the pillar of the 10th second generation of the 8 Treasures Navy. Master holds iceberg treasure in his hand. He put the treasures he collected in the crevices of the iceberg. On weekdays, the iceberg will automatically close. Only he can open it with his spiky head. This impeccable custody method made him feel at ease to put all his property into the iceberg. However, after the battle with Garp, his pointed head was directly smashed by Garp's iron fist. Since then, he has been unable to open the iceberg treasure at all. He could only watch the golden treasures piled up like mountains in the iceberg, but he couldn't touch it. It's as if you put all your savings in a safe and the keys to the safe are taken away. And that savings came from your hard work. It can be said that anyone would be mad if it was changed. If the person treated like this is Nami, it is estimated that she will bring Luffy to a wave of righteous extermination. I'm no monkey D. Luffy, you've got the wrong person. Luffy is still covering up his identity. When I found myself almost recognized, I immediately started my own clarification. Advertisement. Huh, it's okay, I was almost recognized. 99. After so many quibbles, Luffy heaved a sigh of relief in his heart immediately. Really, I almost revealed my identity. However, Green Pepper's next words directly shocked Luffy. Are you insulting my IQ? Garp's grandson. Ah, found. Luffy jumped. He was hiding so well, but he didn't expect to be recognized. Well, I can't stand you anymore. 99. Green Pepper roared and charged at Luffy. The oppressive body shape and the haki radiating from his body make Luffy understand that Green Pepper is not comparable to those other minions. Looks like I'm going to get serious. I'll show you the results of my 2-year practice. Luffy's expression also became serious, but there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth, and it could be seen that he was looking forward to this battle. It is undoubtedly very lucky to be able to fight against the strong. This will not only test his ability, but also make him stronger. Quote. Luffy started the second gear, and the skin on the surface of his body suddenly turned red. Compared with the second gear at the beginning, the second gear at this time has changed a lot. The first is the load on his body. Because it is a rubber body, after getting used to the state of second gear, the damage to his blood vessels and heart in second gear has actually been reduced to a minimum. Almost negligible. However, when the second gear is turned on, his physical energy consumption is also real. On the one hand, the greatly improved physical fitness will speed up the squandering of his physical strength. On the one hand, the second gear needs to rubberize his body all the time, and it needs to consume an extra stamina all the time. Quote. Luffy then covered his right fist with a layer of armed color. Whoosh. He disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, it was already in front of Green Pepper. At this time, Xingjiao also had a layer of armed color attached to his fist, and slammed into Luffy's fist fiercely. Boom. At the moment when the two fists collided, the two also released Conqueror's haki. Haki of Conquerors directly stopped Lao Kai and Abu, who wanted to kill and help. The two of them were too strong. Advertisement. While the Conquerors couldn't make the strong-willed fainted, it still made them lose the courage to unleash the Hakis to fight. Even if you know that you and the opponent are of equal strength, you will still subconsciously feel that you will lose to the opponent. This is the quality of king. Luffy growled, unleashing his Conquerors. Looking at the green pepper, it seems to be comparable to Luffy in terms of strength. But Conqueror's Haki is a bit weaker than Luffy. The Conqueror's collision between the two sides can gradually see who wins and who loses. The green pepper's aura was gradually suppressed by Luffy's aura, and then slowly squeezed. Which place do you want to be the king? Green pepper asked through gritted teeth. Luffy had an ambitious smile on his face. One Piece. One Piece. Green pepper's pupils shrank, and immediately shouted, One Piece is not so easy to be. Boom. The two sides are temporarily separated. The green pepper gasped. And Luffy is easy to do. Green pepper narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Unforgivable, Garp's grandson. Luffy roared. I've been saying my grandfather's name since just now, and the one fighting you is me. Xingjiao said. I swear by what happened back then, I want to hate Garp until my grandchildren. Saying that, he has already attached the armed color to the top of his head. Then, rammed towards Luffy. Really? It seems that you won't admit defeat if you don't move. Luffy is very upset. It was obvious that the other party was fighting with him, but he kept mentioning his grandfather's name. As if to let myself live in the shadow of my grandfather. He is going to become the Pirate King. How can he live under the halo of Grandpa? Dash. Luffy suddenly stretched his arm. At the same time, the armed color is attached. Advertisement. Ground gun. Boom. The collision between the whirling gun and the green pepper's head directly caused a violent storm. At this moment, Luffy's ability is finally exposed to the eyes of the world. At this moment, Diamante, who was sitting in the spectator position, changed his face. The arm is stretched. According to the information, this should be the ability of the Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy. Could it be that the Straw Hat crew appeared in Dressrosa? Then the man of 1.5 billion in their team is also here. That's right. Diamante's thoughts were spinning, and he instantly figured out what it meant when Luffy appeared. This means that not only Marine Admiral Fujitora, but also a pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion appeared on their island. The danger factor of their Don Quixote family has risen again. You must inform the young master. Diamante quickly took out his phone bug and started contacting Doflamingo. However, at this time, Brother Ming had already become Su Yi's prisoner, so how could he possibly talk to him? Greenbit. After listening to what Brother Ming said, Su Yi fell silent for a while. Furafufufufu. Shocked. Frightened. The truth of this world has greatly exceeded your expectations, right? Su Yi. Brother Ming had a smile on his face at this time, obviously very satisfied with Su Yi's silent appearance. Indeed. When he learned about this by accident, he was also shocked. But then it occurred to him that he could use these to take revenge on the celestial dragons who abandoned him in the first place, pulling them down from their high positions. He hates everyone in this world. More than just celestial dragons. And those ordinary people who came to get revenge on celestial dragons after their Don Quixote family quit. It can be said that Brother Ming is the real incarnation of maliciousness in this world. Before the grudges abandoned by celestial dragons. Then there are those who resent the celestial dragons, so they throw all the fire on the common people's warehouse on their family of common people friendly celestial dragons. It can be said that he hates everyone in this world, and he wants to destroy this world. And Su Yi, he is the one who can help him fulfill one of his long-cherished wishes. Pull celestial dragons off their high thrones. Chapter 232 Compromised Sengoku and Fujitora. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Su Yi was silent for a long time. Then he said slowly. It was indeed beyond my expectations, but it wasn't too shocking. Ming Jie couldn't laugh anymore. Indeed, Su Yi has the qualifications to say this. At a young age, he already has the strength to rival or even surpass Admiral. When he reaches his peak, his strength is absolutely unfathomable. Even without the help of Celestial Dragon's national treasure, there is even the possibility of dismounting celestial dragons. Then I'll just wait and see. Brother Ming then showed a sinister smile. Really? You are really optimistic, you can laugh at any time. Su Yi looked at Brother Ming. At this time, Brother Ming's situation was undoubtedly very worrying, but the key point was that Brother Ming himself seemed to be unaware of it. It's really too calm. What's the use of worrying? Anyway, the purpose of my existence is to destroy the world and take revenge on the celestial dragons. Now that I know that my will has been inherited, it is too late for me to be happy. Brother Ming expressed his ambitions. Su Yi felt a little emotional. Among the 4 emperors, 3 are related to celestial dragons. Kaido wanted to sell Kaido, the seat of admiral and marshal, to Marine for money because the country he was in could not afford the gold in the sky. Ant is also ready to sell to CP0, ready to train as a bodyguard of celestial dragons. When Whitebeard was a child, the country was ruined because he couldn't pay the heavenly gold of celestial dragons. In order to survive, he had to fight. Now, even Brother Ming wants to bring down celestial dragons 140. Celestial dragons is really outrageous. And this is definitely not the case now. For 800 years, the celestial dragons have been able to guarantee their absolute dominance, relying on absolute power. Any lights that might overthrow them would be ruthlessly snuffed out. Looks like I need to be stronger. Su Yi looked at his palm and muttered to himself. After that, he stole Brother Ming's ability, and then persuaded Luo to hand over Brother Ming to Marine. Luo also agreed. In his opinion, everything that Brother Ming had worked so hard to plan over the years was ruined. Has accomplished his revenge, and Ming Jie himself is going to be locked up in Impel Down. Advertisement. Never come out. He was very satisfied with this ending. Afterwards, Su Yi handed Ming Jie to Fujitora and Sengoku. Both of them were a little surprised. After all, it rarely happens that the pirates hand the pirates to Marine. Bounties are generally earned through intermediaries. And Su Yi naturally won't ask for that little bounty from Brother Ming. He just said to the 2 of them, the water in Dressrosa is much deeper than the 2 of you imagined, you can torture yourself from Doflamingo's mouth. Saying that, he looked at Fujitora, this should help you to cancel the Shichibukai system. Then he looked at Brother Ming again. I believe he should be willing to cooperate. Fu. As long as I can make this pool of water more turbulent, I'll be happy to do it. Brother Ming has nothing to say. Anyway, his fate is already doomed, so he can pull more. It is of course his will to go into the water. Why help us? 99. Sengoku and Fujitora are a little puzzled. It's not help, it's just a deal. Su Yi said. I will give you Doflamingo so that you can go back and do business, but at the same time you must not do anything to any pirates in Dressrosa for the next week, and you must protect our ship. This is impossible. Sengoku immediately rejected Su Yi's request. Su Yi laughed. Then I'm welcome, but I will sink any marine warship that enters Dressrosa. Is this threatening us? Sengoku and Fujitora were a little annoyed. I'm a pirate. Don't you always keep saying that we have done all the evil things? Then I can be this wicked person today. Su Yi's indifferent attitude. After hearing Brother Ming's story, he knew that a war that would affect the whole world was bound to happen in the future. Compared with the people who died in that war, how many people died now can only be insignificant. Recognize the reality. Ace and I are here. No matter how many people you come here, you can only run away in despair. You simply think this place has become the territory of the 4 emperors. Haven't you always dared to invade the territory of the 4 emperors? Su Yi's mouth rudely preached. Both Fujitora and Sengoku are speechless. No matter how Marine boasted that he was invincible and invincible, even the pirate King Roger could be caught. However, the New World is still the territory of the 4 emperors. If Marine ever steps into the territory of the 4 emperors, he will surely suffer annihilation. How many years have passed? The 4 emperors are still the 4 emperors. Advertisement. There are only the 4 emperors who died of old age, but there are no 4 emperors who were captured and executed by Marine. As we all know, it is impossible for the 4 emperors to join forces. So Marine can't actually handle even a 4 emperors. Or pay a heavy price. And although Su Yi and Ace are currently strong, there is actually a gap between them and the 4 emperors, strong vitality. The two of them can burst out the attack power of the four emperors level at most, but they are far inferior in other aspects. The powerful Haki, the development of Fruit Ultimate, has almost inexhaustible physical strength, terrifying vitality, and physical skills that surpass all living people. Both are a must for the four emperors. Now, Suyi says that his alliance with Ace can be seen as the four emperors are here. It's a kind of bragging. But I didn't elevate myself much. After all, both Fujitora and Sengoku have already lost. Ace even had a fight with Sakazuki before coming here. It seems that this is the only way to do it. The two of them cannot be regarded as ordinary pirates. Fujitora put away his long sword and said, although Sengoku is upset, he can only accept this reality. They really had nothing to do with the two boys. After that, the two left the place with Brother Ming. And Su Yi, along with Ace, Luo and Geisa, started to drive to Dressrosa. Su Yi's head, Robin's head and Nose's head don't care about the two of them. Before leaving, Luo reminded Su Yi. Tell him that Robin and Usopp are still in the jungle. Now how many of them are leaving directly, no matter how well the two of them are. Su Yi smiled lightly. He has already sensed the traces of the two people with his own sense of sight. The two of them have entered the territory of the little human race at this time. Is having a friendly conversation with the little people. The little people who are easy to trust others have already regarded Usopp as a god at this time. And they have also started a battle plan against the underground port and the artificial devil fruit factory. So, the two don't need to be taken care of at all. Advertisement. Well, they shouldn't die, and they're not Zoro, so they don't know the way back. Just let them go, Su Yi said indifferently. Luo immediately fell into shock. Immediately, the group boarded the Sunshine. Speaking of which, Ace came aboard the Sunshine. The above Nami and others watched the battle from a distance for a long time. Ace's pirate ship farther away is also always ready to help Ace. However, they found that they and the others couldn't help Ace at all, they were just causing trouble for Ace. So I can only watch. It's great that you're okay, Su Yi. Nami patted Su Yi on the shoulder as soon as he saw Su Yi coming back. Brook smiled and said, Yo-hoo-hoo-hoo, it seems that we already have the strength to compete with Admiral, and we don't have to run when we see Admiral in the future. Chopper directly saved Su Yi's thigh and began to examine him for the injury. But it was soon discovered that Su Yi's injuries had recovered. What a powerful body. Su Yi, can you tell me how your abilities were developed? Chopper saw that Su Yi and himself were both zone-capable people, so he started to ask for advice. Su Yi told everyone to go to Dressrosa, while starting to explain to Chopper. In fact, he originally wanted to fuse the fruit of the Chopper into a phantom beast. But after thinking about it, Chopper was originally just a reindeer. After eating the fruit of human beings, he was transformed into a form with human wisdom. Once he steals his devil fruit ability, then he is likely to lose part of his memory and wisdom. Even if he was later re-enabled. These damages are also likely irreversible. So, Chopper's ability can't move. Also immobile is Brook. The two of them at most give them new abilities. It is absolutely impossible to use the original ability. But considering that they haven't fully developed even a single ability. So Su Yi never thought about giving them new abilities. Chapter 233 Usopp playing off. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Greenbit Underground. In the territory of the little people. Usopp and Robin are talking to the villains. Originally, the two of them were adventuring in the jungle. As a result, he was suddenly attacked by the villain. Usopp has observation haki, which can perceive the small human race in advance. But he just thought it was an ordinary human. But I didn't expect the enemy to be so small. So, he was careless. But now it's fine. He successfully stabilized the situation with another magic skill of his own. And successfully became a hero-level character of the villain. Usolando, what exactly did you do? Robin on the side looked at Usopp with strange eyes. She did not expect that this small but powerful little human could be so simple. She took the initiative to say that she was a good person, but the other party actually believed it. And now, Usopp is treated like a VIP. Combined with Usopp's lying character. It's hard for Robin to imagine how much sincerity the little people have been deceived. Leo came to Usopp at this time, with a look of admiration on his face. Usolando, this must be a fateful encounter. 400 years ago, under the leadership of your ancestors, our family successfully defeated the bad guys who oppressed us. 35. Now, a new villain has appeared. The smug look on Usopp's face suddenly stiffened. It would be better to let him pretend to be a hero to enjoy the heroic moment. But now it's a bit too hard to make him travel hero duty. However, it has come to this point, and he has no power to go back. Once the villains learn that they have lied to them, the consequences were very serious. Leo continued. That bad guy is the current king of Dressrosa, Doflamingo. 10 years ago, he came to Dressrosa, deceived our princess, and let our compatriots work for them in vain. Now we are going to rescue our compatriots, please lead us. Usolando. 39. Usopp. Isn't he just bragging? Why has things developed like this now? Are you really considered a hero? If it's against Doflamingo, then it's better to leave it to Suyi and Luffy to do it. Surely he can't. But the crux of the matter now is, I seem to be really regarded as a hero who can defeat Doflamingo. Robin on the side suddenly covered his mouth and laughed lightly. Advertisement. It was the first time she saw Usopp in such an embarrassing situation. In the past, Usopp's bragging was just a hobby. Those who knew him well put it in the same category as Sanji's lust, Frankie's pervert, and Luffy's appetite. At the same time, he has become accustomed to his bragging. But now, seeing him suffer because of that, a bit of schadenfreude is inevitable. However, this laughter is in trouble. The little people suddenly became unhappy. Looking at Robin angrily, began to question, are you laughing at our overreach, or do you think Usolando is incapable of anything? Usolando, is this woman really your companion? Or let's tie her up. 39. Having said that, the little people have already started to tie Robin up. Usopp had to stop quickly, and then explained that Robin was his subordinate. Another wave of boasting about myself and Luffy Lando, Suyi Lando, Zoro Lando, Nami Lando, Sanji Lando and more. Everyone is a member of Admiral. So, the little people once again looked at Usopp with adoring eyes. On the other side, the arena. The battle between Luffy and Green Pepper has come to an end. The physique of Green Peppers is really good. If he was young and at his peak to play against Luffy, then Luffy might have struggled to win. But now, he is old. And the cones on the top of the head have disappeared. Combat effectiveness can be described as a straight decline. And Luffy's strength is not what it used to be compared to 2 years ago. Originally, under the action of Ivankov's animal hormones, his physical fitness has been greatly improved. In the past 2 years, I have fought with many huge beasts. And with Suyi's previous enlightenment on hockey, his study of hockey can be described as 1,000 miles. So, he took more time to exercise his physique. Finally, without using the third gear, he defeated the Green Pepper. He also tapped the top of the Green Pepper into a cone. At this time, the audience has gradually awakened from the shock of conquerors. Seeing this miraculous scene, they almost stared out their eyeballs. The effect of Luffy's face-lifting punch, it is estimated that Sanji will feel ashamed when he sees it. But after Qingjiao was defeated, he lost consciousness directly, and he didn't know that the precious head he was thinking about had returned. When the narrator saw this scene, he directly shouted, "Let's congratulate the winner of this group, the mysterious sword fighter Lucy." Advertisement. Oh, although I don't know what happened just now, it's good to cheer along. It's amazing. He even took that person's head as an all. Wait, there seems to be another person on the field. Ah, it seems to be true. At this time, the narrator also realized his mistake. Except for Luffy on the field, there was indeed a sword fighter. It's just that he was too excited just now. And because one of his subconscious names is not Luffy's opponent at all. So it was ignored. But the rules are the rules, you can't break the rules. Since there are still people on the field, then Luffy can't be considered the final winner. Therefore, the narrator can only say, gaff, there is still a sword fighter on the field, I'm really sorry. Let's focus on the final winner competition. 35. Certainly. The so-called survivors are naturally not the likes of Kai Abu. The two of them had been knocked out by the aftermath of the confrontation between Luffy and Green Pepper, and they were out. At this time, except for Luffy, there is only one person standing. A cow to be exact. Kill the cow. Luffy looked at the partner he once fought alongside. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Sorry, the winner can only be me. Moo. The murdering bull bowed his head obediently. It seemed that he was willing to admit defeat. Yoshi, since you are so obedient, then I decided not to eat you. 5. Luffy said. Moo. 99. The killer cow seemed to understand Luffy's words, with a shocked expression on his face. Then he rushed towards Luffy with a look of anger. It seems to be saying, I take you as a brother, and you treat me as a steak. Thus, the final victor ended in such a dramatic fight. Luffy won. Become the champion of Group C. Then, Luffy returned to the Gladiators' Lounge. At this time, most people do not know. The defeated gladiators were thrown into the rubbish dump. Advertisement. It is where all the defeated gladiators and those who rebelled against the Don Quixote family belonged. Here they will be turned into toys one by one, and begin their never-ending work under the orders of Sugar. At this time, the Battle of Group D has also begun. Luffy was looking for something to eat, while getting lost in the huge backstage. At this time, a figure slowly approached Luffy. Who are you? Luffy didn't recognize the other person at first. Until Sabo stepped into the sunlight, Luffy froze when he saw Sabo's appearance. Sabo's face he had seen in the newspaper. He also knew that Sabo had already met Ace. He was very excited then. But because I can only practice. So I decided to go to Sabo later when I went on an adventure with my comrades. Or go back to Sabo after the adventure is over. Anyway, not in a hurry. However now, he can meet Sabo here. It was something he didn't expect. Luffy, long time no see. A smile appeared on Sabo's face. Quote exclamation mark 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 exclamation mark. Luffy suddenly hugged Sabo extremely exaggeratedly, tears streaming down a lot. Ace, and I thought you were dead at the time. Where have you been all these years? Why don't you go to me and Ace? 35. Sabo didn't dislike Luffy's snot and tears at all. This is a long story. Well, but this is not the most important thing right now. You should be on the court soon, but I have a request. What request? 39. Luffy is still holding Sabo. Sabo said. Is this fruit of silence important to you? If it's not important, give it to me. I want to win it for my comrades to eat. Can. Luffy agreed in one bite. He came here on a whim anyway. Now if Sabo wants, of course he can let it out. And, you can also see the scene of Sabo's battle by the way. He hasn't seen Sabo fight for many years, and he doesn't know how far Sabo has grown. So, two people came to a wave of PY like this. Luffy gave Sabo his clothes and even gave Sabo his beard. And Sabo gave Luffy a mask to hide his identity, and he even put on sunglasses. Chapter 234 Usolando kneeling in seconds. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. So, how do you get out next? After Luffy handed over his identity to Sabo, he began to think about how to leave the arena. The entrance was closed when I came, but if the staff can be held hostage, it is estimated that it can be opened again. Thinking of this, Luffy started looking for an exit. On the other side, inside the underpass, Usopp and Robin, as well as a group of small people, have come to the underground port. Along the way, the little people have explained their goals to the two. That is to kill the demon fruit power called Sugar. Or make him lose consciousness. Thus turning the toys of this country back into human beings. At that time, they will gain enormous power to overthrow the Don Quixote family. However, what everyone didn't know was that Doflamingo had already lost at this time. However, their battle is still meaningful. After all, the Cadres of the Don Quixote family still exist, and if they don't get rid of them, they still can't save their comrades. And Usopp breathed a sigh of relief after learning that they were not directly looking for Doflamingo. 143 immediately became full of self-confidence. Yoshi, leave it to me. I can still kill the mere sugar. The key to success is not to be touched by her hand, right? 99. Usopp wrapped his body with wax oil. His powers are not Logia, the candles made are not part of his body. So, even if sugar touches his wax, he won't turn into a toy. What a reliable man, Usolando. 99. Leo and other little people suddenly lit up their eyes. Robin is also smiling. You've become more reliable, Usolando. Usopp knew that Robin was making fun of him, and felt a little embarrassed. But soon he became a righteous and awe-inspiring. The little human race will be saved by me. The group quickly came to the underground port. Due to the high terrain of Dressrosa. So even if you open a port underground, you can go directly to the sea from here. So passing ships can directly transport the goods here. No one would have thought that Dressrosa, who was prosperous on the surface, had such a dark side behind the scenes. Due to the weapons that Dressrosa shipped to various countries, wars occurred in many countries that were originally at peace. People who were originally unambitious were also encouraged to wage war. Advertisement. And the messenger behind all these events, Doflamingo, took the opportunity to make a fortune in war. He even shipped a large amount of artificial devil fruit smile to Wano Kuni, handed it over to Kaido, and gave Kaido a large number of abilities to hatch. Even though the probability of a smile's success is very low, there are still hundreds of people who have successfully acquired the ability in Kaido's army. It can be said that if he continues to do this, maybe one day Kaido can really gather a team of thousands of capable people. The group came to the underground port. After careful observation here for a while, Usopp and Robin got 2 outfits for the staff here. And then put it on, mixed into the team here. The toys around see their movements. But of course it is impossible to inform. Instead, I waited with anticipation to be rescued. At this time, the losers in the arena have been transformed into toys by sugar. After a fierce battle, their physical strength has reached the limit. Couldn't break free from Toripal's sticky fruit. I can only watch myself being turned into a toy. Yoshi, just keep lurking like this. Usopp is very satisfied with the progress so far. With his own ability, he has buried all the minions of the Don Quixote family that he found along the way. Gag their mouths with wax oil. It can be said that wax fruit became quite convenient after awakening. The little people on the side have been stunned. The adults they need to watch out for are so vulnerable in front of this legendary Usolandu. It is simply admirable, and the 5 bodies of admiration are thrown to the ground. However, at this moment, they can only suppress their excitement. Follow Usopp's side, because they have their own companions to rescue. 5 minutes later, the group finally came out to the destination. That is, the middle area of the underground port. There is a special room here, where Toripal and Sugar lived. Usopp first used gestures to stop the others from moving forward. Then, he closed his eyes and put his hands on the ground again. Advertisement. This is the move he just invented. Just by seeing, hearing, and feeling, it is impossible to train as hard as Suyi in a short period of time. So, he thought of using wax fruit in combination with the color of sight and smell. Turn the ground into wax oil in an instant and then back to the ground in an instant. In this way, the ground that has become wax oil will spread outward like a wave. With the help of this wave of wax oil, you can probe the inside of the room. If combined with observation hockey, then the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2 can be achieved. Boo! A wave suddenly penetrated into the room imperceptibly. In the room at this time, Toripal was chatting with Sugar. Suddenly, the ground beneath the two of them softened in an instant, and there was a slight fluctuation. What just happened on the ground? Toripal's keen senses immediately noticed the abnormality. What? Sugar is indifferent, as if he didn't notice the abnormality just now. Is it an illusion? Toripal looked at the ground and found that the ground was still the same as before. Not a single change. At this moment, the ground suddenly softened into a piece of wax oil. The area where Toripal and Sugar were located began to slowly sink into the ground, like a swamp. At the same time, The wall where the gate was located suddenly melted into a pool of wax oil. Many little people killed them. Ah! Enemy attack! Torapal screamed in panic. The snot on his face almost dripped on Sugar's face several times. You're too close. Sugar was so disgusted, she hurriedly dodged to one side. As a result, she sank deeper and deeper into the waxy swamp. Damn it! I won't let Sugar be killed by you. Torapal activated the ability of the sticky fruit at a critical moment. Pull the sugar directly out of the wax oil. And his own body is also held up with mucus. How can it be repaired? Is it Logia? Seeing this, Usopp's first reaction was this. Advertisement. Because Torapal's body was too large at the beginning. At this time, only a small part of his body was exposed, so he could escape. So it is inevitable that he will have this illusion. However, the fluctuation of the wax wave just now shows that this guy's body is abnormal, it is not as heavy as it looks on the surface. But then a trace of doubt appeared in Usopp's heart. Large wax flower. 35. In any case, he still decided to catch the sugar first. Immediately, all the wax oil on the ground rushed out, biting towards Sugar and Torapal in the shape of a piranha. How could Torapal make Usopp his wish? Immediately, a lump of sticky disgusting mucus was thrown out, and the mucus was swallowed directly by the big wax flower. Yuck. Usopp himself felt the same way for some unknown reason, feeling as if he had eaten a snot. Vomit directly. Torapal took the opportunity to ignite a kerosene lighter and threw it into the mouth of the big wax flower. Hey, let's explode. The sticky fruit is a substance similar to glue, and it can burn, and if it encounters a flame, it will explode directly. Exclamation mark. 4.9. At this time, the head of the big wax flower was directly blown to pieces, and a large number of wax blocks flew away. But the wax block also burns with fire. For a time, the whole room was blown up, and the flames flew in all directions. The port outside also suffered from seedlings. It's not good. Why is your ability also something that can burn? 39. Seeing this, Torapal had a pained look on his face. Usopp continued to retching. No, I can't, it's so disgusting. 35. Hey. The little people's eyes were about to pop out, and they didn't expect their Usolando to stop at such a place. Even Robin was a little anxious. Usolando, you have to hold on. Although, that scene is indeed a bit disgusting. Don't say it. Usopp accidentally recalled, and retched again. Fortunately, he also knew some plant knowledge, and immediately took out a handful of plant powder and put it under his nose to smell it. And then just started sneezing. However, the nausea has disappeared. Chapter 235 Crane Vice Admiral debuts. Luffy is in danger. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Be enlightened, I'm going to be serious. After Usopp recovered. A serious expression. Oh, stand up again, Usolando. The little people were once again full of confidence in Usopp. A calm smile returned to Robin's face. Let you see the results of my cultivation in the past 2 years, my strongest form. The ground beneath Usopp's feet suddenly melted into the form of wax oil. Then, his body began to slowly rise. A steady stream of wax oil formed around him and became part of his huge body. When Usopp's move ended, a giant mech made entirely of wax oil appeared. With the height of a giant, the burly body, beyond the hardness of steel. That's what Usopp created for 2 years to splurge on that extra fat, giant Usopp. Since Little Garden, Usopp has had a certain yearning and worship for the giants. And this move he created will allow him to gain the power of a giant in a short time. It turned into the body of a giant. In the underground port, a large number of toys acting as laborers were shocked when they saw this scene. And even more so for Helding, who became a toy. His strong body was originally his pride, but he didn't expect that a human could do this. However, compared to shock, in the hearts of all the toys, a thought rose up at this time. Maybe this man can really save them. Undoubtedly, it was a man of ability who turned them into toys. The abilities of those who are capable are generally not permanent. Especially this kind of bug-level childlike fruit. More unlikely to be permanent. Therefore, as long as the capable person is beaten unconscious, then they will become human again. Come on. I don't know who he is. 95. Shoot that disgusting bastard with a runny nose. If you can restore the old man to his body, the old man will definitely let the 8 treasures Marines join you. 99. Go on, little brother. Come on. Advertisement. Although the toys cannot speak at this time, but they all screamed wildly in their hearts. Somewhere, Usopp seemed to sense something. Looking at the toys behind me. Immediately, he looked at Sugar and Torapal. It seems that there are quite a few people who have been turned into toys by you. If you knock out the Sugar, it is estimated that this country will undergo earth-shaking changes, right? 39. It is estimated that we don't need to take action at that time. These toys that have turned back into human beings will overthrow Doflamingo. Torapal looked at Usopp angrily. So, it's impossible for me to let you touch Sugar. Giant's fist. Usopp doesn't talk nonsense with this guy. Punch straight to Torapal. Super slime attack. Torapal scatters the slime like a cobweb. Formed a shield. And Usopp's giant fist was not broken, but stuck. However, the next moment, the mucus turned into wax oil. Soga, you are not Logia. 35. Usopp discovered that he could turn the slime made by the other party into wax oil. This can only mean one thing. The wax oil made by the other party is definitely not a part of the other party's body. After all, his ability can only turn inanimate bodies into wax oil. Even plants and ants cannot assimilate. But, how did you escape from my wax oil just now? Usopp has no time to think so much now. The giant's fist slammed again. Torapal lost his original calm. You guy, is your ability awakened? He had seen Doflamingo wake up. It can also assimilate the surrounding ground and buildings into lines. You know too late. Usopp's giant fist strikes. Hit Torapal hard. Boom. Earthquakes. House collapsed. Advertisement. The underground port was extensively damaged. Torapal wrapped himself in granulated sugar in a lot of mucus at the critical moment to save himself from death. But what gave Torapal a headache was that Sugar was in a very unstable mood at this time. It's on the verge of collapse. Exiatang, you have to hold on, don't be afraid because the other party is like a giant. I will try my best. Sugar tried to calm her mind. However, this scene was seen by Usopp. Suddenly he had an idea. Make a plan. Soga, can't you bear too much shock? 5. Originally, the little people said that they wanted to let the Sugar eat the spicy grapes. Spicy halo granulated sugar. Usopp then wondered. If spiciness is effective, it's possible to be stunned, right? Simple little people can't think of such a sinister move. But Usopp has no taboos. Immediately, a sinister smile appeared on Usopp's face. Hey, look at me. Giant grimace. The next moment, his candle giant body suddenly changed drastically. This scene naturally caught Sugar's attention. However, but the candle giant is not attacking. Instead, it became Usopp's face, and then made an extremely exaggerated grimace. A little bit. With the eerie sound of Usopp. Sugar's eyes widened, his eyes bulged, his tongue became like a spring. Hey, Sugar, you can't pass out. How can I explain to Dover when you pass out? Torapal was sweating profusely. But it was too late. Don't say it's Sugar. At this time, I saw this giant grimace made by Usopp. Even the little people and Robin were shocked. Advertisement. I almost fainted from fright. As the funniest man on the Straw Hats. Usopp's grimace is naturally unparalleled in the world. The district Sugar couldn't hold it at all, so he fainted directly. It's over. Torapal saw this. Suddenly he realized that the situation had developed in a direction beyond his control. At this time, throughout Dressrosa, all the toy bodies glowed bright yellow. They looked at their bodies in amazement, and they were gradually changing back to their human appearances. We're back. We're back to being human. Great. What's going on? It's all Doflamingo's fault. Doflamingo, get it out for me. You are my husband. I didn't expect you to turn into a toy dog and guard me for 10 years. I remembered. I had a boyfriend. I'm sorry. You are a good person. 143. I'm going to kill you, but you found a new love on the first day I became a toy, and you promised that even if you forget me, you won't find a second woman. 39. Child, look at this as your father. He has been gone for 10 years. Dad, I'm 7 years old this year. 99. 6699. Somewhere in Dressrosa. A row of Marines is walking. The leader is an old woman who looks very kind. It's shocking. Dressrosa is hiding such a big secret. Said to the female Marine who was beside the old woman Marine. Another female Marine said, I once heard that there are many toys that are no less intelligent than human beings. I thought they were special products here, but I didn't expect that they were made by humans. Crane Vice Admiral, are we going to arrest Doflamingo? The old man walking in front was the current Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Crane. Crane walked calmly. The situation here has suddenly become so chaotic, I'm afraid we Marine won't be able to intervene. There are more important tasks. Ah, arresting Straw Hat crew, right. I heard that Luffy, the Straw Hat boy, is an 8-meter tall monster that eats people and doesn't spit out bones. It is said that he enjoys killing people, and when he kills, he smiles, which really makes people feel chills. He also has this group of extremely vicious pirates, including the 1.5 billion big pirate Suyi, the demon hunter. Crane pondered. The more vicious the pirates are, the more vulnerable they are to my ability to wash fruits. No matter how damn it guys, I will make them good boys. Chapter 236 Sabo debuts, the terrifying Dragon Claw Fist. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Just half an hour before Usopp freed the toys. Dressrosa Arena. The battle for Group D is over. The final winner is Rebecca. This group is mainly the existence of Cavendish. After he falls asleep, he can awaken his second personality. His original swordsmanship talent was very high. After entering the state of the second personality, his strength will be doubled instantly. Just took a few breaths. He has already killed everyone on the field in seconds. Among them, only Rebecca saw through Cavendish's attack. Blocked for a while before being killed. And after Cavendish completed his own attack. Also lying on the ground and continuing to sleep soundly. So, without a doubt, Rebecca became the victor. At this time, the narrator and the audience were still confused. What happened? How did they all get killed in an instant? However, the dedicated commentator still picked up the microphone at a critical moment. What happened? Why was everyone on the field killed in an instant? And, only Rebecca is still standing. Since this is the case, then I have to announce the final result. The winner is Rebecca. However, the audience was not convinced. Why is this? How can he win? She is obviously the granddaughter of that King Liku. Why let her win? 35. Yes, do you know what her grandfather did back then? We can never forgive their family, no matter what happens. 99. Go to hell. King Riku's family. Go to hell. Rebecca. Amidst the boos of the audience, Rebecca walked off the stage with an ugly face. But she won't give up. To defeat Doflamingo myself, it needs the power of devil fruit. The fruit of silence can cover up all sounds. If you can use it skillfully, you can sneak into the palace at night. Complete the assassination of Doflamingo. Advertisement. Think of this. Rebecca's face became firm again. Okay. Let's take a 15-minute break. After all, the sword fighters who just finished the competition also need to rest. The narrator said something. Time passed by minute by minute. Then, it's finally time for the final battle. Okay. Let's invite the winners of the 4 groups to play. At the same time, I have a good news for everyone. Lord Diamandi of Don Quixote family will make an exception to participate in this game this time. As soon as someone from the Don Quixote family was about to join, immediately, there was a tsunami of cheers from the audience. Diamandi. 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 With the cheers of the audience. The first place is Sabo. At this moment, he has changed into a sword fighter costume, and he is not much different from the previous Luffy. Then came Bartolomeo. And then there was a little guy who won in Group A. And Rebecca. At last, in the cheers of the crowd, Diamandi appeared. He first took the microphone and performed a very expressive dance. And then finally showed up. Oh, Diamandi. 995. Diamandi is so handsome. 55. Long live the Don Quixote family. Diamandi. Diamandi. Sabo looked at Diamandi, who had a complicated appearance. The eyes under the sunglasses are the same. Over the years in the GM army, he has seen too many things in this world. Naturally understand what kind of people will have it. However, he knew a thing or two about the real faces of these people in the Don Quixote family. And knowing all this, now look at the poor performance of this guy named Diamandi. It would be hard to laugh. Straw Hat, I didn't expect you to come here too, obviously you already ate devil fruit. Your arrival is a surprise to me. If I catch you and give it to Dover, I will be a great achievement. 99. Diamandi said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. At the same time, cover the microphone with the palm of your hand. Advertisement. But he probably misunderstood something. At this time, Lucy is not Luffy, but Sabo. But it can only show that Sabo and Luffy's camouflage skills are too clever. Basically, no one could recognize how different he was from before. If you were on hand, I guess those guys on your boat would be obediently captured, right? He. Diamandi could almost imagine what would happen when he grabbed the Straw Hat. Straw Hat crew had to go one after another to rescue their captain. And then fell into their Don Quixote family's calculations. One by one fell. Even the 1.5 billion big pirate had to be imprisoned. If their Don Quixote family goes out in full force, it is impossible to solve the opponent. Perhaps in order to take into account the safety of his own captain. The other party is likely to sacrifice himself in exchange for the captain's life. Think of the good. Diamandi couldn't help laughing. You've been so aggressive since the beginning, did you admit the wrong person? 35. Sabo stroked his forehead. Okay, now let me explain the rules of this final. The commentator explained passionately. Perhaps it was because he felt that it was rare to see such a strong sword fighter as Lucy, and the people from the Don Quixote family went off in person. I think this game will be unparalleled wonderful. He even got a little bloody with himself. You know, this will be a once-in-a-century exciting duel. Now the sea water outside the venue has all been replaced by the king of the fighting fish group, 35. They are all many times stronger than ordinary bettas. And on the back of Duyu number 1, we have the prize of this final, devil fruit. 35. Quote, now, start. One command. The battle is imminent. Bartolomeo already knew Sabo's identity. At this time, it is natural to stand on Sabo's side. And Rebecca fought with the winner of Group A. The other party is also a top-notch existence in the group of minions. For Rebecca, it was a real threat. It seems that it is impossible not to defeat you. Sabo thinks it's better for him to get rid of everyone first. Then it is better to take devil fruit. However, Bartolomeo is on his side. Rebecca and the sword fighter were temporarily entangled. Now, Diamandi is the only one standing in front of him. Advertisement. 66. In the past, RGM Army also sent some people into Dressrosa to investigate the situation here. Quote. However, when I saw the names on the list and felt unfamiliar, I immediately realized that something was wrong. 95. I think this should be called by those who are capable. Sabo thought to himself, looking at Diamandi. If he is caught and tortured, I don't know if there will be any clues. Here, after all, is a country of pirates. The Don Quixote family will definitely not let their GM army encroach on this country. And according to his intelligence, the Don Quixote family was originally the royal family of Dressrosa 800 years ago. Then they all moved to Mariajoy and made celestial dragons. Dressrosa just re-elected the royal family. That is, the King Liku family. Now, Doflamingo has lost his celestial dragon's identity. Back to Dressrosa. He must have some conspiracy or ambition. Don't think about it, with Sabo's knowledge of these nobles. They must be trying to change back to celestial dragons. Or to be in awe of this country. Those comrades in the GM army must have suffered the poisonous hands of the Don Quixote family. I am a person with the ability to eat the flying fruit. I can change the shape of any object well, even if it is steel or diamonds, it can be turned into my clothes and a sharp sword. Diamandi began to brag about his abilities at this time. He lifted his cloak. It really shines with the luster of steel. It's a pity that our funds are not enough, otherwise it is possible to make a dress with diamonds. By that time I'll be truly invincible. Diamond. My dragon claw fist really can't be broken. Sabo murmured to himself. However, since you have already stated your weakness, then I'll be welcome. Saying that, he has already killed Diamandi at full speed. So fast. Diamandi was shocked. But he still lifted his cloak, turning it from soft to hard in an instant. Dragon Claw Fist. Dragon. Breath. Sabo doesn't even have a weapon color at all. Directly punching Diamandi's cloak. Pung. Diamandi watched in astonishment. Sabo punched through his armor with one punch. Then, I saw Sabo inserted only 2 fingers into the punch hole he just punched. Crunch. 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 In a sour voice. The cloak was torn abruptly. Chapter 237 Luffy vs Crane Vice Admiral. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What a monstrosity this is. Diamandi was shocked when he saw Sabo's actions. To be able to tear open the steel cloak he personally made with his bare hands. You know, his cloak can even prevent the attack of the fighting fish. Not just ordinary steel. However, Sabo actually tore it open with his bare hands. And haven't used the power of Haki yet. See this scenario. Diamandi decisively abandoned his cloak. But took out a piece of metal. When the ability is activated, the metal instantly changes into a long sword. It's a really convenient ability. Your ability is estimated to be good for lurking work, but it's a pity that the fruit has already been eaten by you. While speaking, Sabo grabbed the long sword in Diamandi's hand. His index and middle fingers were brought together. Ring finger and pinky close together. The whole hand forms the shape of a 3-clawed dragon claw. The dragon claw fist suddenly exerted force, only to hear a crisp sound of quack. The long sword actually shattered. Then, before Diamandi could react, Sabo had grabbed Diamandi's head with his other hand. I crush your skull as easy as crushing it. 99. Diamandi saw this. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. But he still hasn't lost his mind. Immediately activate your abilities. Muda Muda. My flying fruit ability can change my form, your attack is useless to me. Saying that, his body has indeed undergone a series of changes. 147 First the body becomes flat, like a thin sheet of paper. Then, his body slid away from Sabo's hands as easily as a cobra. Sabo squeezed Diamandi's head hard. But it's like holding a piece of paper. And still very tough. Immediately out of the hand. Advertisement. Interesting. I didn't expect your ability to have so many bells and whistles. 5. A look of interest finally appeared on Sabo's face. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between Rebecca and the winner of Group A is drawing to a close. She used all her strength and finally tripped the other party into the water. At the same time, everyone in the audience booed. Ding. It's so ugly, Rebecca. Using such clumsy skills, the battle in the arena is only good looking if you see blood, your fighting style is really ugly. Get off now. You don't deserve devil fruit. 35. Really noisy guys. Bartolomeo couldn't stand it anymore. Raised a middle finger directly at the audience. If you have the ability, come down and fight yourself, what's the point of barking on it? The audience immediately fried, enraged by Bartolomeo. What are you? 95. How dare you speak to us like that? 35. Just a mere pirate. Believe it or not, we're notifying Marine now that we've got you under arrest. Bartolomeo was extremely upset. I can't wait to go up and beat up a group of people. But he considers that the big senior, Sabo, is still here. How much do you have to take care of your image? So I was very reserved, and didn't do it. Looks like you're done here, Diamandi. At this time, on the other hand, the battle between Sabo and Diamandi has come to an end. At this time, Sabo's right hand is covered with armed color. Finally, Diamandi could not break free, even if he can use the ability of flying fruit to turn his body into a piece of paper. But once faced with Haki, there is still nothing that can be done. Oh, the battle has entered its most intense time. Lord Diamandi was caught by Lucy. 35. Advertisement. The commentator explained passionately. Can Lord Diamandi break free from Lucy's control? Who will be the winner in the end? Diamandi spat in annoyance. This narrator is really annoying. He has clearly lost the ability to resist now. And Sabo didn't hold back at all. Directly pressing the fingers, I heard a cracking sound from Diamandi's skull. Diamandi fell directly to the ground. Then, his body returned to its original state. Then, the fruit of silence is mine. Sabo ran directly to the fighting fish in the sea. Diamandi behind him gritted his teeth and said, "This is not intended as a prize by Devil Fruit at all. It is completely the bait set by the young master in order to attract that guy Luo. If you take it, it is equivalent to offending the young master." Sabo is unmoved. He just smiled lightly. The clamor of the bereaved dog is really ugly. 35. Diamandi's pupils shrank, feeling that he had been greatly insulted. At this moment, the toys in the audience suddenly returned to their original appearance. This scene directly shocked the spot. What exactly is that sugar guy doing? Diamandi's attention instantly shifted from Devil Fruit, Beej, to the toy that was returning to its human form. This is the human, animal, etc. that they have gradually turned into toys in the past 10 years. It's not just the local Dressrosa people who rebel against them. There are also foreign pirates, marines, GM troops, etc. There are even some beasts. And in these 10 years, these toys have been toiling with hatred for the Don Quixote family. It can be said that the hatred has been brewing for 10 years. Now that they are lifted, the fate of their Don Quixote family can be imagined. It seems that there is still a lot of mess on your side, so I will accept the fruit of silence. Sabo has found the fruit of silence from the beta at this time. Of course he wouldn't eat it, but he just had to give it to the comrades in the intelligence work. Strengthen the power of the GM army. Rebecca also wanted the fruit of silence at this time, but was stopped by Bartolomeo. Don't hinder the seniors from doing things, little girl. If you eat devil fruit with your power, you can only waste devil fruit's ability. And girls, don't think about fighting all day long. What do you know? Advertisement. Rebecca stared desperately at the barrier set up by Bartolomeo. But the result is of course ineffective. On the other side, the Dressrosa arena exit. Luffy has managed to get outside. Ah, it finally came out. It really feels like a lifetime. 5. He stretched out, just about to take a breath. I found the streets in chaos. The original toy suddenly turned into a human. The crusade against Doflamingo is everywhere. Ah, it turns out to be a human being. What a strange country. 35. With a puzzled look on his face, he immediately discovered that not everyone was in chaos. On the street in front of him, a group of Marines was approaching at this time. The old grandmother who was in the lead had met at Summit War. Ah, it's Marine. Luffy cried. Crane Vice Admiral also noticed Luffy's existence at this time. A surprised look appeared on his face. Straw Hat Boy, I didn't expect to meet so soon. Marine behind her immediately surrounded her. Don't move, Monkey D. Luffy, even if you are the grandson of Garp Vice Admiral, you are also a pirate, and we will not bend the law for personal gain. Crane Vice Admiral then slowly walked into the encirclement. Looking at Luffy, he said, I received a mission. There are 3 troublesome guys who came to Dressrosa this time. Fire Fist Ace, Demon Hunter Suyi, and one is you, Luffy. 5. Ah, Ace is here too. Luffy's focus was not on being surrounded by Marine. As soon as he heard that Ace was here, he immediately forgot his current situation. Vice Admiral, please order. 99. A female Marine approached the Crane Vice Admiral and asked for instructions. You are not his opponents. Bullets are useless to him. Stand back and leave it to me here. Crane Vice Admiral knew very detailed information about Luffy. Even for a person of her level, Luffy 2 years ago was just a little pirate worth mentioning. But she still remembered Luffy's information clearly, and didn't forget it until 2 years later. She took off her gloves, as if ready to fight Luffy. But Luffy was a little distressed. I don't want to bully the old man, mother-in-law, don't bother me, okay? I just want to see Ace now. 99. Crane Vice Admiral showed a kind smile on his face. Good boy, as long as you are obedient, I will grant you any request. Really? Luffy exclaimed immediately. Of course it's true, as long as you are willing to go to prison with me obediently, then you and little Ace will be able to meet there. Chapter 238 The Defection of the Crane Vice Admiral. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Go to jail. Luffy was stunned for a moment, then a lot of sweat appeared on his forehead. Don't want. He thought this kind old grandma in front of him was a good person. I didn't expect it to be Marine. And still have to catch yourself. Of course he refused to agree. Good boy. Come back with me, there will be no pain, bitterness. 55. Crane Vice Admiral still looked kindly, walking towards Luffy step by step. Luffy took a half step back, with a troubled look on his face. Grandma, you are too cunning, you make it difficult for me to do anything to you. Crane Vice Admiral said. Oh, that's right, it turns out that I was underestimated, but that's fine, let me purify the darkness in your heart. She said, suddenly shot, very fast. Luffy couldn't react, and was grabbed by the arm of the Crane Vice Admiral. The washing fruit was activated, and a special energy instantly penetrated into Luffy's body. Appeared. Crane Vice Admiral's ability. The female Marines in the back saw this scene, and they all showed an expression of the overall situation. Ah, her old man has developed the fruit of washing and washing to the extent that it can wash away the sins in human hearts. Every pirate who was hit by this trick will become a good boy, with no evil intentions. 99. And the stronger the evil thoughts in the heart, the stronger the damage. Even the original Doflamingo lost the ability to resist after this trick. However, when that mysterious energy penetrated into Luffy's body, Luffy himself did not respond. Instead, he looked at the crane in front of him with an innocent expression. Vice Admiral. Crane Vice Admiral also looked at Luffy blankly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nani. 9. Advertisement. A group of female Marines were suddenly shocked. Crane Vice Admiral also looked at Luffy in surprise. No evil thoughts. 99. The female Marines are naturally familiar with the abilities of Crane Vice Admiral, and the current situation can only illustrate one situation. However, they could not accept the kind of speculation in their hearts. How could someone have no evil thoughts in their hearts? The Straw Hat is the pirate of the worst generation, beating up celestial dragons and doing evil everywhere. Masaka, did the opponent use Haki's fruit ability to defend against the Crane Vice Admiral? It must be so. 35. Impossible. If you use Haki, what a powerful Haki. Then, this can only show one thing. The other party is really a good person with no evil intentions. Crane Vice Admiral was also shocked at this time. Looking at Luffy in disbelief. She herself is the most aware of her own abilities. Right now, Garp's grandson is not affected by her own abilities at all, which can only explain two things. One is that the opponent has an extremely powerful Haki, and is strong enough to defend himself. The second is that the other party has no evil thoughts at all, that is, a good person who is extremely rare in legends. Either of these two possibilities is extremely rare for the Crane Vice Admiral, and it can even be said to be impossible. First, Luffy's age now. It is impossible to have a Haki strong enough to resist her. Secondly, there is no such person in this world who is completely unresponsive after being hit by her ability. Even those Marines she thinks are righteous, such as Garp and Sengoku, will actually react when faced with her abilities, which shows that as long as people are restrained by her abilities. But, Luffy is really unresponsive right now. And she naturally won't believe that Luffy has a Haki that is powerful enough to restrain himself. So, the conclusion is obvious. Oh, dear boy, I didn't expect such people to exist in this world. 99. Crane Vice Admiral lost the idea of fighting Luffy for a moment. Instead, he stroked his head, like a kind old grandmother treats her grandson. Luffy is also confused. Advertisement. What's going on? In the end, what happened? How could this Marine be so stern and then so kind? It doesn't matter. Mother-in-law, can you let me go? I have to find my partner. Luffy said with a serious face. Crane Vice Admiral stepped out of the way. Oh, it's all right, good boy, let's go. 5. Nani. A group of Marines were immediately stunned. However, they could not disobey Vice Admiral's orders. What's more, their Marine is the confidant of Crane Vice Admiral's own training. There is not a single male in the whole. It can be said that I have an unusual relationship with Suru Vice Admiral. So they won't follow the rules until this time to follow the Marines' rules. Even at critical moments, They will listen to the Vice Admiral instead of the orders of the Admiral or the Marshal. He's a good boy. Let's not embarrass him. I'll explain it myself at Aokiji. Looking at the puzzled Marines, Crane Vice Admiral said. It turns out that, since you said so, then we have nothing to say. However, there really is such a guy in this world, 99. It's really a waste of talent to make him a pirate. How about recruiting him into Marine? I am afraid that many people will object to this. After all, his reward amount has reached an exaggerated 500 million Bailey. It doesn't matter. After all, the prodigal son doesn't pay anything, and his grandfather is Garp Vice Admiral. He still has a brother of demon blood. A group of Marines gossiping. Crane Vice Admiral looked at Luffy's back deeply. Garp really raised a good grandson. Blue blue blue. Blue blue blue. Blue blue blue. Dot for flowers. Suddenly, the phone worm in the arms of Crane Vice Admiral rang. She put the phone bug in her hand and answered. Advertisement. Hey, I'm Sengoku. What's going on with you, Suru? Has Monkey D. Luffy caught it? Su Yi and the others have already passed. Crane Vice Admiral said. Ah, I have decided not to arrest Luffy, and I advise you not to arrest him. He is a good boy. Sengoku. What's the situation? Suru. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know what you're doing? On the other side, Greenbit, on the beach. Fujitora, who was eating soba noodles, looked at Sengoku in surprise. At this time, Sengoku was yelling at the phone bug. Hey, and you are still in the mood to eat noodles at such a time. 35. A bowl for Mr. Sengoku. Fujitora immediately said to the marine soldier beside him. Oh well, suck it. Sengoku ate the noodles and continued to speak to Vice Admiral Crane. I'm not talking about you, Suru, Suyu. You can't judge whether the other party is a good person or not by your ability. Suyu, the Straw Hat Boy is a pirate. What he does, it's not that you don't know the matter. Sucking, even if it is based on your position, you have to arrest the other party. Here, Crane Vice Admiral looked at the phone bug that was eating noodles with a black line on his face. Really, can you not call me during dinner? If I have nothing to say, I'll hang up. Also, even though you didn't catch Ace and Suyi yourself, you were embarrassed to teach me a lesson. 99. Compared to Luffy, those two pirates are truly vicious, right? I might as well deal with them. Gotta. The phone hangs up. Sengoku almost choked on the noodles. After coughing violently for a while, he recovered. Immediately, he said apologetically to Fujitora. I'm sorry, Suru is such a person. Fujitora said. Understandably, everyone's understanding of justice is different, and now what to think about is how to deal with Heavenly Yaksha. When he was escorted, he was likely to be attacked by Kaido. Sengoku's face became serious. Speaking of which, this is indeed a trouble, since Suru refuses to grab the straw hat, let her escort Doflamingo. It seems that something terrible has happened to Dressrosa. The crimes of the Don Quixote family here will soon be known to the whole world. Now the world government can't say anything anymore. They can only obediently revoke his Shichibukai position. He is waiting to be thrown into the underwater prison. Fujitora ate up the soba and handed the bowl to Marine who was beside him. Sengoku said. Right now, Dressrosa is in a mess, and a lot of pirates turned into toys appear. We can't catch Straw Hat Crew, but these pirates still can't let go. Fujitora stood up and lifted the stick. It's very true. Fan. Bureau G. Chapter 239 Existing Like a God. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Dressrosa Arena. Sabo put the fruit of silence that he had just received into his arms, and gave it to his comrades after preparing it. Oh, Lucy has already got the fruit of silence, is he going to eat it? Why not? I'm really looking forward to it. The narrator is still struggling to explain. However, Sabo refused to eat devil fruit. After all, he would turn into a landlubber after eating it. Therefore, the narrator can only watch, and can't see the scene where Sabo eats devil fruit. On the other side, Rebecca, who was about to come over to snatch the fruit of silence, suddenly remembered some memories. Because Sugar lost consciousness, the people she turned into toys became human, and the memory related to it naturally returned to those people related to toys. In Rebecca's mind, something that had been forgotten gradually appeared. She gradually stopped struggling. Bartolomeo looked at the girl in surprise. I was so stubborn just now, but now it's so quiet. The change is really that 147 is too big. Could it be that it has something to do with the toys that became human? Bartolomeo doesn't know the inside story of Dressrosa, he only knows that he wants to stop this woman from robbing the devil fruit with the senior. At this time, Rebecca stopped struggling, he was naturally so happy. Immediately, he ran to Sabo's side. I kicked Diamante on the way. Senior, what should we do now? Sabo looked at Bartolomeo strangely. This guy has been calling himself Senior and Senior since just now. It's really weird, but he seems to have a good relationship with Luffy. Us. Sabo was about to say something. Suddenly there was a tremor under my feet. Immediately, the sea water around the round platform suddenly produced to Uzumaki. It seems that the underlying foundation has cracked or something, causing the seawater to run off. Advertisement. What Sabo realized. To Bartolomeo. Stay away. Hearing the words, Bartolomeo quickly pushed it far away. He had seen Sabo's strength. At this time, Sabo was obviously going to do something big. Naturally, he couldn't hinder this senior. Sabo was half kneeling on the ground at this time, his fists were on the ground. Dragon Claw Fist Dragon's Breath. A burst of absolute force suddenly smashed into the round platform, and a large number of cracks appeared on the stone floor in an instant, shattering into countless pieces like a cookie that fell to the ground. Sharp. Bartolomeo was stunned. He didn't expect that someone could crush a stone with just strength without punching. What a monstrosity this is. Slam la. Bartolomeo was not surprised for long, and soon realized that he was in trouble. After the round platform under his feet shattered, he immediately lost his footing. Although part of the seawater has disappeared, most of the seawater still forms a vortex. At this time, the circular platform was broken and was directly washed away by the seawater, forming floating islands one by one. Bartolomeo struggled to gain a foothold on a gravel and had to hold Rebecca to prevent her from falling into the water. Chilla. Suddenly, at this moment, an electric current suddenly appeared on a piece of gravel. The current instantly condensed into a human shape, which was Su Yi. Su Yi put his hand on Diamante's body, then stood up straight. Yo, Su Yi, long time no see. Sabo was also a little surprised when he saw Su Yi, who suddenly appeared. At this speed, he didn't even notice where Su Yi appeared. Su Yi, who had obtained the ability to fly the fruit, threw Diamante to a safe place in the distance, clapped his hands and said, long time no see. Oh. Appeared. Su Yi Senpai. When Bartolomeo saw Su Yi, he instantly felt as if a dazzling star appeared in front of him. The top fighting force of the legendary Straw Hat Pirates, Demon Hunter Su Yi, has appeared. In Straw Hat Crew, the most special existence is this senior. He obviously has a bounty 3 times more than the captain, but he is not even the deputy captain. Extremely low-key, but he is the most reliable man in Straw Hat Crew. He is like a needle in the sea. Su Yi ignored Bartolomeo, but used his own perception to perceive. Advertisement. He was originally with Ace and others. But after sensing that Diamante was defeated, he flashed here with Thunder Fruit. Below this, there is a childlike fruit and a sticky fruit waiting for him to collect. Usopp is really good, he has achieved this step. Su Yi looked at his feet, but in fact, he saw the underground situation with the color of knowledge. Underground port. After Usopp stuns Sugar, Toripal falls into a brief panic. Then, the two continued to fight. Damn it, unforgivable. After Toripal was briefly shocked, he suddenly became furious. He was specially entrusted by Doflamingo to take care of the sugar. Even if it is just to go to the toilet, the room where the sugar is located will be locked. It can be said that no mistakes can be made. Now, Sugar was not only discovered by the enemy, but also fell into a faint. Dressrosa, which has been in business for 10 years, collapsed. He could already imagine how furious Dover would be. If he continues to let the sugar be taken away by these guys, then his fate can be imagined. Sticky Cannon. He suddenly pressed one of his nostrils, and then made a forceful blowing action. Then, his unblocked nostril suddenly spewed out a large amount of brown viscous liquid. These liquids became more and more, and gradually formed a lump the size of a house, which flew towards Usopp. Gross. Usopp hurriedly asked the candle giant to separate a huge shield to block the opponent's snot. At the same time, stretch a stream of wax oil to the ceiling, and use the awakened ability of the fruit to melt the ceiling into wax oil. Hoo. The size of the candle giant has doubled again, and it is already bigger than the real giant. The so-called sticky cannons are not even bullets in front of him. Hey, die, you disgusting fellow. Usopp controlled the candle giant, raised his foot, and stepped directly on Toripal. Boom. Advertisement. The earth trembled. Toripal immediately lost consciousness. At the same time, after the original thick ceiling was taken away by Usopp, after such a shock, it suddenly cracked and some seawater poured in. Immediately afterwards, the cracks in the ceiling got bigger and bigger, the seawater streamed, some stones, and Suyi and Sabo and others fell down. Brush. A ray of sunlight suddenly shone on this underground port shrouded in darkness. On Usopp's candle giant. At this time, the candle giant is like a god, and Usopp is at the top. His whole person was shrouded in sunlight, like an angel on the head of the holy white giant. At this moment in the underground port, many people who had been turned into toys and returned to their true bodies immediately saw this scene. They were all shocked. Especially those who live in Toy Pose 4.9 for a long time. At this time, I couldn't help but burst into tears. It's so great, you are simply an angel sent by God to save us. Thank you so much, I am willing to do my best. I will be grateful to you to grandchildren. 5. Usopp was stunned at this time. What's the situation? You seem to be the leader of these people. But he reacted quickly. Clear throat. Go and help the villains to rescue their companions and kill all the people in the Don Quixote family. His voice, which was amplified countless times from a height, continued to echo. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then raised their hands high and cheered. As it should be. Definitely live up to your trust. The Don Quixote family and Doflamingo are the targets of my crusade. 10 years. 10 years. Do you know how I spent these 10 years? Long live the angels. Chapter 240 Zoro Sanji vs Don Quixote Cadres all. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Suyi fell to the ground, looking at the cheering and rioting crowd, the corners of his mouth twitched. Usopp is really a genius, he can always make the impossible possible. Bartolomeo on the side was already stunned. After meeting Suyi, I saw Usopp, the god tier of Straw Hat crew, one after another. Moreover, the image of Usopp at the moment is really shocking and handsome. Standing on the body of a candle giant with incomparable haki, the sun casts from the hole in the top of the head. And Usopp bathed in the sun is like a god. Below, there are some brave men who don't know how many responses, and they all obeyed Usopp's orders. The legendary Usopp god tier with 8,000 subordinates, I thought it was fake. When I saw it today, I'm afraid what the 8,000 subordinates said was true. There should be more. Bartolomeo instantly turned into a little fanboy. Suyi sensed it with the sense of sight. Saw two people lying at the feet of Usopp. Presumably these two should be Toripal and Sugar. He jumped a few times to the foot of Usopp's candle giant. It was found that there were a lot of scattered brown mucus, which looked like glue. Usopp, lift your foot. Suyi shouted. It's Suyi, 35. Usopp was still immersed in the joy that people admired. Hearing Suyi's shouting at this time, he immediately got out of this feeling. He quickly raised his foot, revealing Toripal and Sugar below. I fainted. Suyi stretched out his right hand and shot a few lines at once. These lines bound Sugar and Toripal, dragging them out of the slime. It's a little troublesome to steal their abilities, although Suyi knows the abilities of the two very well. But you can't steal it until you see the two of them using their abilities. Toripal is better to say. But Sugar's ability to turn people into toys is really dangerous. To be cautious, Suyi tied the two with the ability of string fruit. Then pulled to a safe corner. He woke Toripal first. Advertisement. Hey, you are. Toripal woke up and saw Suyi at first sight. Everyone was shocked. He didn't even try to resist. Just staring blankly at Suyi. No, it actually appeared, a 1.5 billion big pirate. Also, What's the matter with this line? Is Dover's ability? Is Dover nearby? Looking at Toripal, who was full of doubts. Su Yi stomped on it without saying a word. Out of self-defense, the other party had to activate the ability. As a result, the sticky fruit is easy to get. Next, he did the same, awakening the sugar. Get a little guy from the Don Quixote family and let sugar turn it into a toy. Although Sha Tang didn't understand, but under Su Yi's threat, he could only do as he did. So, the fruit of childlike fun is in hand. Speaking of which, the sticky fruit is very similar to the wax fruit. Similar to Hunter World Hisoka's, stretching free love. Can stick, attack, and even burn. This ability is more suitable for combat. The wax fruit, on the other hand, has better shaping abilities and can make a variety of items, even boats. It can be said that each has its own merits. It's a pity that both abilities are paramecia and cannot be merged, otherwise Usopp's strength can definitely be improved by one level. And if he simply lends the sticky fruit to Usopp for use, it will only slow down his development of wax fruit. Another fruit, the childlike fruit, will stop growing after eating it. This cessation of growth does not mean immortality, but just that the appearance of the body will not change. When the theoretical lifespan reaches the end, the ability person will also die. If Su Yi uses it, it will not have any effect on his body unless it is used continuously. Touching the target with your hand can turn the target into a toy, and at the same time, all the memories of the target in the minds of other people related to the target will disappear, or be sealed, and will not recover until the target changes back to a human. The effect of this ability is a bug, but the biggest obstacle is hockey. It is probably unrealistic to want to use the fruit of childhood interest to directly kill the 4 emperors. It is very difficult to touch the 4 emperors with the palm of your hand first. Advertisement. Either pretend to be the subordinates of the 4 emperors, but even the subordinates of the 4 emperors are difficult to touch the body of the 4 emperors. I am afraid that the 4 emperors will detect the slightest maliciousness. The second way is to contact the 4 emperors in the battle with the 4 emperors. But the 4 emperors' battles are directly covered with armed colors, are simply wrapped in conquerors. Not to mention contact, whether it can hold the other party's aura is a question. If a person with a weak heart approaches the 4 emperors with wicked intentions, even if the other party unintentionally releases haki, they will fight against each other, revealing their inner intentions. However, the original owner of this ability, Sugar, has a great advantage. Especially after the fruit was eaten by children in childhood, the appearance became very deceptive. After all, no one would doubt that a cute child is actually decades old and has such buggy abilities. Speaking of which, where did those 2 Zoro and Sanji guys go? 9. Su Yi suddenly remembered his 2 companions. He closed his eyes and carefully searched with knowledge. Finally, he found Zoro's trace. At this time, Zoro ran to the outskirts of Dressrosa for some reason. And there was a little human race beside him who kept showing him the way. This Liu Kai is no one anymore. I hope he won't spend the rest of his life getting lost. Su Yi wants to vomit blood. Look at Sanji again. At this time, Sanji had already hit the door of the Smile Factory. He is playing against several cadres of the Don Quixote family. Damn it. Su Yi cursed secretly, suddenly turned into lightning and appeared beside Zoro. He grabbed Zoro with a confused face and threw it into the space of the door fruit. He turned into lightning again and flashed to the roof of the Smile Factory, and threw Zoro out of the door fruit space. Ah, Su Yi, I'm not finished with you. Zoro fell from the sky and fell to the ground. After standing up, I found myself surrounded by people. Surrounded by a scarred Sanji. It looks like this guy has been fighting for a long time. Hey, Liu Kai Luzotu, where did you get lost? Sanji silently lit a cigarette for himself, took a breath and said. Advertisement. Zoro didn't complain about Sanji anymore, he pulled out his knife. It seems that there are quite a lot of people, it's really hard for you. However, his next sentence was, if you give it to me, it will be solved in 5 minutes. 35. Sanji narrowed his eyes. Oh, is that so? In fact, if you don't show up, I'll be able to resolve the matter here in 3 minutes. Su Yi. What the heck, these 2 guys can really quarrel. However, the cadres of the Don Quixote family here are also his target. Because there was no Doflamingo's order, the cadres of the Don Quixote family received news that the 150 Smile factory was attacked. Basically all rushed here. Dellinger, a man with 2 horns on his head, is a mixture of human and Murloc. Although he is male, he likes to wear high heels. Senor, a fat middle-aged man in baby clothes, who has the ability to fruit. Although it is a water fruit, it cannot swim in sea water, nor can it make sea water. Not even Logia itself, but can swim in substances other than water, sea stone, and living things. Mahabath, a ton fruit person, can freely transform his weight from 1 ton to 10,000 tons. It is the upper level ability of the light lion fruit. However, compared to being light and floating, it still has some drawbacks. That is, it cannot turn itself into a kilogram as heavy as 1 kilogram, and it cannot float. Buffalo, the person who turns the fruit ability. Any part of the body can be turned as fast as a propeller, and even the wind can blow. Baby 5, weapon fruit, belongs to the upper fruit of dice fruit. Not only can any part of the body be turned into a blade, but also into other weapons. Gladius, the explosive fruit ability person, is the upper level ability of the explosive fruit. Exploding fruit can turn body parts into explosive media, such as hair and booger. But the explosive fruit can detonate all the substances except the body, except seawater, sea stone and life form. These people, if you take one out alone, will not be Sanji's opponent. But they are very difficult to deal with together. Even if Sanji's transparent fruit has awakened, in some cases he can't even perceive the sight. But he can only sneak attack on one person at most, and then he will be focused on by others. Single G. Chapter 241, a mere 10,000 tons. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. You two, don't ignore us. Dellinger looked at Zoro and Sanji, who were talking to themselves, and became a little unhappy. He kicked one of my heels, you have to pay, 39. He raised one of his legs, and the heel of the high-heeled shoe above was really broken. Then, he gave a cruel smile. Pay with your life. Whoosh. Dellinger suddenly attacked Zoro. The figure turned into an afterimage and kicked Zoro fiercely. Don't interrupt. Zoro is arguing with Sanji. Directly kicked Dellinger. Not even a knife. Dellinger was kicked and flew out. Derringer was in the air, spitting out a mouthful of blood, with a look of horror on his face. What kind of power is this? He is a man with half Murloc blood. Amazing physique. However, the swordsman in front of him was so much stronger than him. It's a little too ignorant of people. Suddenly, one wearing a bodysuit, the old-fashioned old man, appeared in front of Zoro. This man put on a fighting technique. D-Wang fist. Suddenly a flying kick kicked Zoro. Zoro's eyes flashed fiercely. Then, he suddenly put the 3 knives into the scabbard, and only held the word Hidao in his hand. Yi Dao Lu Lion Song Song. In an instant, he and Lao Ji passed by. The two stood still, standing still. After 3 breaths. Puff. A bloodstain appeared on Rao Ji's body instantly. Rao. The rest of the Don Quixote family's cadres changed color. Lao Ji, a veteran among them, was beaten by the enemy with 1 move. Advertisement. This is really beyond their expectations. Derringer suddenly appeared behind Zoro, planning to make a sneak attack. Go to hell, watch me kick your brains out. He aimed at Zoro's head with the toe of his high heels, with a layer of armed color attached to it. If this is kicked, there will be a concussion at least. Don't forget that I still exist. Suddenly, Sanji turned green, and the whole person flashed to Dellinger's side like a whirlwind. Speed green. He kicked Dellinger hard. The speed was so fast that it brought a whirlwind. Boom. Dellinger was kicked and had no time to dodge. His eyes instantly turned white. Lost consciousness. Hi. Fur. A sneak attack is not in the spirit of chivalry. Sanji took a breath. He slowly exhaled a few smoke rings, and looked at the remaining cadres with a mocking expression. Do you still have physical strength? Zoro pulled out the 3 knives and put the words together in his mouth. Ah, I can kill 2 or 3 with reluctance. Sanji said, snuffing out the cigarette butt. Are you two dreaming? Baby 5 suddenly turned his head into a cannon and fired a cannon at Zoro. Zoro held the knife upright in front of him, and the shell was directly cut in half. I won't hit a woman, Sanji glanced at Baby 5 with some difficulty. It looks like that kind of lovely lady. He wouldn't do such an ungentleman thing. Zoro. Cut. He doesn't want to kill women either. But now I can't cut it. Can you get out of the way? He growled. Ah, I'm needed. Unexpectedly, Baby 5 turned out to be shy. Then, get out of the way. Hey, Baby 5, now is not the time to obey the enemy's orders. Buffalo, who was flying in the sky, looked shocked. Che, what a fool. 35. Gladius slowly walked past BABY5. He was holding a stone in his hand. At this time, the stone was constantly expanding, and it seemed that it would explode at any time. If you ask her to be a thug, now you are only 3 people, and such a convenient woman can't be handed over to you. What? Sanji glanced at Gladius, the man with the afro. Baby 5 touched his face. I was needed by both parties at the same time, I really don't know who to help. 35. Sanji looked at Baby 5 with a shocked expression. He didn't expect such a woman to exist in this world. Advertisement. Could it be that the Don Quixote family has always asked her to be a killer, so she stayed in the Don Quixote family? If so, Sanji lit a cigarette for himself. You guys. Unforgivable. Suddenly a cloud of red appeared on him. Angry red. G. Lao Ji covered the knife on his body and barely stood up. At the same time, a surging power surged out of his body, propping up his body. This is what I accumulated from my training when I was young. He was talking. Sanji suddenly kicked his stomach. Bang, 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 bang. He flew straight out, and smashed 6 or 7 buildings one after another before stopping. Since then, no one has seen Lao Ji get up from the rubble. $. Sanji's body burns with a red flame like a substance. Unforgivable katakana middle dot unforgivable katakana middle dot unforgivable katakana middle dot. Zoro also stared at a group of people coldly, to treat women like this. At this moment, the two rarely stopped fighting and began to face the enemy together. There are only 3 Don Quixote family cadres in front of the Smile Factory gate. Boom. Suddenly, Buffalo, who had been flying in the sky, suddenly fell to the ground. The ability can't be used. Buffalo just said this, and then fainted. Che, what an unreliable fellow. The other 3 didn't care. After all, Buffalo is too weak, it can be said to be weaker than Baby 5. And his fruit ability is the most useless. It is not surprising that he was defeated by anyone. Be careful, that guy can freely change his weight, just like yours, but he can get heavier. Sanji pointed to Mahabe. The guy who can move freely between the ground and walls. The explosive head at the end is the ability to detonate everything. Listen to Sanji's introduction. It can be seen that he has already suffered from the losses of these people. Zoro snorted softly. We've already dealt with 3, and the other one doesn't seem to be ready to fight us. Naturally he was referring to Baby 5. Buffalo suddenly fell for some reason, and together with the half-Murloc Derringer and the old man Lao Ji. They have already defeated 4 cadres. There are 3 left. Advertisement. 10 tons of buys. Mahabe suddenly fell from the sky while Zoro and Sanji were not paying attention. Turning his own weight into 10 tons, he pressed hard on the 2 of them. 10 tons. Zoro's eyes flashed, and suddenly he raised a hand. He even caught Mahabe with his bare hands. Click. The ground under his feet cracked a bit, but he caught the opponent firmly. Nani. Mahabestan looked shocked. Zoro chuckled lightly. HMPH, this is probably the weight I usually train with. 9. It turned out to be so, look at my 100 tons. Mahabe decisively increased his weight to 100 tons. Kacha. Kacha, kacha. The ground under Zoro's feet cracked even more. Not far. Zoro growled. 1,000 tons. Mahabe gained weight again. Zoro finally looked a little unbearable. But he still gritted his teeth and insisted, getting Lee's down. A mere 1,000 tons. Hell's 10,000 ton buys. Mahabe also gritted his teeth and increased his weight to 10,000 tons. He did not expect that someone could lift 1,000 tons of himself with his bare hands. But you've stopped here. My weight is 10,000 tons. Your bones will be crushed to pieces by me. 5. Mahabe is complacent. Zoro still didn't let go. And firmly withstood the body of Mahabe. On this level, he is already a little unstable and may fall at any time. But he firmly grasped Mahabe's clothes. Nani? Impossible. What kind of power are you? You are the one who should go to hell. Zoro grabbed Mahabe's clothes suddenly and slammed his body to the ground. Although Mahabe has a body weight of 10,000 tons, he also has to bear the load brought by this terrifying pressure. With such a terrifying weight, Zoro slammed it to the ground again. Immediately lost consciousness. Boom. The object weighing 10,000 tons directly smashed a gap in the earth. Zoro gasped, but said, "There are 2 left." Chapter 242 By analogy, rapid development of fruit ability. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At the top of the Smile Factory, Suyi looked at the battle below. This level of battle, it is no longer necessary for him to take action now. He sensed the whole Dressrosa with his sight. After Luffy came into contact with Crane Vice Admiral, he met Ace and others, who were coming here at this time. Then, he realized that there was actually a Don Quixote family cadre at the Wangji Heights who didn't come. Perhaps it was because he himself had the task of protecting the King's Highlands, so he couldn't leave without permission. Stone Fruit Ability. Sekka. Su Yi glanced at the battle below. Basically the overall situation was settled. Then, he walked towards the King's Heights. When Thunder Fruit activated, he instantly turned into electricity and disappeared on the spot, and when he reappeared, it was already above the King's Heights. Who is it? A person suddenly appeared in Sekka's sight, and subconsciously asked. 18. PFF'd ha 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 ha. Su Yi suddenly couldn't help laughing. The sound is so funny. He covered his stomach and laughed. Enemy. A face suddenly appeared on the outer wall of Wangji Heights. This face is made entirely of stone, with a nose and eyes. Sekka made a second voice while showing his face. No, you'd better shut up. Su Yi laughed until tears came out of her eyes. You wanna die. Circa hates the voice of others laughing at her most. Immediately stretched out a boulder arm. These 150 arms are bigger than the arm of a giant. And his body is hidden in the highland of the king. If it were an ordinary person, it would be really difficult to deal with such an opponent. Because if you want to defeat the opponent, you must first have the ability to find the opponent's body. Secondly, you also need to have the strength to penetrate the opponent's thick stone armor. Finally, you have to have a stronger armament than the opponent to defeat Circa's body. Advertisement. These 3 conditions made Circa become the top fighting force in the Don Quixote family except for Doflamingo. And if he can play a little, he can hide in the ground, and no one can attack his body until his physical strength is exhausted. But now Sekka is obviously overconfident in his own strength. Facing the stone arm attacking him, Su Yi raised his arm and spread his 5 fingers. This is. Sekka looked at this familiar movement, her pupils shrank. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Immediately, he dismissed the thoughts in his mind. How could the power of the young master be possessed by others? Even if the young master dies, his ability will only be reborn in the fruit, and will not be obtained so quickly. Just when he thought so, Su Yi's arm suddenly fell. Jera. The 5 steel lines were suddenly cut on Sekka's stone arm, and the majestic punch was directly cut into several pieces, and the section was smooth as a mirror. Little Lord. Sekka's shrill voice reappeared, this time a real scream. Beej, this scream contains complex emotions such as anger, confusion, doubt and so on. For a moment, he thought it was Doflamingo who came back disguised as someone else. However, this thought was instantly suppressed by the thought of, how could the young master attack me? The countless thoughts derived from this swarmed, instantly filling Sekka's brain. So much so that he had no idea what the next move would be. And this also gave Su Yi the opportunity to attack. What a convenient ability. 99. Su Yi looked at his palm, and several transparent thin lines continued to grow out of his fingertips, intertwining with each other. At the moment when the thin line rubbed, there was a sour sound. Bullet string. Su Yi's acceptance of the new devil fruit ability is now much faster than before. Basically, he has just started the ability. As long as he is familiar with what the ability is, he can quickly get started, and even use some that require development. Move. For example, the move he launched at this time is to eject the thread like a bullet, but at the same time it has the sharp and lethal effect of a needle. Puff. The bullet string directly penetrated the stone layer of the King's Heights, heading towards Sekka's body. With Su Yi's knowledge, he can accurately find the position of his body. What's more, Sekka's body has stopped moving because of shock and confused thoughts. So it's easier to get hit. Advertisement. With little effort, the bullet string hit Sekka on the shoulder. Without using the armed color to defend in time, his shoulder was instantly penetrated. Since Su Yi can't use parasite string yet, so bullet string is currently just pure killing. He waved his hand suddenly, and a steel wire instantly cut off a large piece of Wang Zhigao like a cake. On the street below, the crowd fled in all directions. What happened? Why does the King's Heights seem to fall? Awful. The Don Quixote family seems to be in trouble. That's great. Someone came to fight Doflamingo. 5. Su Yi frowned, realizing that he seemed to be rash. He simply used the second ability he just realized. Cobweb. With a wave of his hand, a ball of wire that was thicker than steel wire but more flexible fell below, and then spread out into a spider web to block the falling boulder. If he realizes something now, the development of Devil Fruit's ability doesn't seem to depend on how many moves you have developed. It depends on your fit with Devil Fruit. Even if you only know one of the simplest moves. But as long as you keep using it and comprehend the most essential things in the fruit's ability, the power of this move will also increase, and the stamina consumed will decrease accordingly. When the fit reaches a certain level, the fruit will awaken. Of course, this theory is only applicable to Paramecia, and Logia may also be partially applicable. Zone simply needs to constantly polish the body and hone the will. Shish. Su Yi suddenly spread out his 5 fingers, and 5 steel wires popped out instantly, penetrating Sekka's limbs and chest respectively. Then, as soon as he exerted force, Sekka was instantly pulled out of the stone. Young Master's ability. How can it be on you? 35. Sekka was unable to move at this time, but still resisted tenaciously. Su Yi naturally won't reveal his trump card. However, more and more people in this world have realized that he can use a variety of abilities. So he won't hide his abilities too much now. Stone fruit, I accept it. Silently reciting a sentence in his heart, Su Yi brought Sakura in front of him, and then patted the other party's forehead with his hand. Then, he released his palm, and Sekka suddenly fell freely towards the bottom. Advertisement. I can feel that if I can concentrate on development for a month, string fruit will definitely wake up. Su Yi looked at his palm and felt that string fruit was still very suitable for his ability. From this, he concluded the second point. Everyone has the ability that suits them best. For example, some muscular men are definitely suitable for Zone's ability. However, it is not excluded that some people have some preferences. And the reason why Doflamingo can develop string fruit to such a height. Another line clone, another birdcage, and even an awakening. Maybe it has something to do with him being born in celestial dragons, and his innate desire to control everything around him. This is the fruit ability that suits him best, so he can develop it to ultimate. As for other people who simply use Devil Fruit as a tool to enhance their own strength. For example, Buggy is almost out of touch with awakening, and there is not even a single move that can be used. I'm really looking forward to what will happen when I collect 100 abilities. He muttered to himself, then turned into electricity and came to Dressrosa's palace. This is the home base of the Don Quixote family. Although the Cadre and Ming Jie himself were killed. But there are a lot of little guys here. Sure enough, as soon as he appeared in the corridor, immediately encountered 2 pirates with guns. Puff. 2 bullet strings flew out, and the 2 of them vomited blood and fell to the ground. Su Yi reluctantly started to control the 2 with parasite string. What's going on? My body moved involuntarily. Is Lord Doflamingo here? Why did you do this to us? Ah! Stop it! Bang! The 2 involuntarily picked up their guns and shot each other. Immediately, both sides fell to the ground. What a nasty guy. He can be killed with the touch of a finger, yet he uses such a complicated method to control the weak to kill each other. After Su Yi actually used string fruit to control people, he found that this ability was not suitable for him. Controlling people not only needs to consume more spirit, but also needs to consume more physical strength. But perhaps only in this way can the fruit awaken faster. But Su Yi doesn't really like this style. Chapter 243 Luffy's Dream. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Huh, I almost forgot, there is this person. When passing somewhere in the palace, Su Yi's sense of sight suddenly noticed an unusual breath of life. The little human princess, Man Shirley. He also has the ability to heal fruit. The room where Man Shirley was located was guarded by a special minion. However, in front of Su Yi, it is also a matter of seconds to move a finger. Quote. After Princess Mancheri saw Su Yi, she subconsciously took a few steps back. I'm Leo's friend. Su Yi touched her nose, although she lied a bit, but this is the fastest way to convince the other party of herself. Leo. He came to save me. 35. Man Shirley's eyes lit up. He's doing something more important, liberating the little people in the Smile Factory. Su Yi said with his own perception. Man Shirley's eyes dimmed for a moment, but then became bright again. Great. Then let's go. 9. Su Yi let Man Shirley stand on his palm as a matter of course, and then he jumped out from the king's height. Stepped directly on the moonwalk to the Smile Factory. When he arrived at the Smile Factory, the battle here has come to an end. 2 cadres of the Don Quixote family. A gladius, a fruit burster. Another senor, who has the ability of water and fruit. The most difficult one is gladius, although senor is a fruit of water. Free to travel among the land and walls. But his ability and gladius' ability to explode fruit are mutually constrained. Gladius turned the ground under his feet into bombs at the beginning of the battle. And senor can't enter the ground to swim because of this. After the initial bomb exploded, Zoro saw through gladius' ability and killed him instantly. The remaining senor was also easily killed by Sanji. So far, the cadres of the Don Quixote family, plus Doflamingo himself, are all defeated. Advertisement. Yo, Zoro, Sanji, long time no see. Luffy came running from a distance at this time. Just in time for the two of them to call their curtains. Luffy. Zoro and Sanji were very happy to see Luffy, and for some reason the three of them felt like they were separated from each other. Long time no see, Zoro said. Sanji glanced at Zoro and said, could it be that you got lost and doubted your life? Huh, I'm not like someone who forgets everything as soon as he plunges into the group of women. Zoro is not to be outdone. The two of you stare at me and I stare at you, and the eyes almost rubbed with electricity. At this time, Su Yi arrived. Put Princess Mancheri on the ground. Immediately, he pocketed the abilities of several defeated Don Quixote family cadres on the ground. Buffalo's Zhuanzhuan fruit had already been collected by him before he went to fight Circa. And then the stone fruit of Sakar. Water fruit. Burst fruit. Tons of fruit. Baby Five's weapon fruit was lent to Su Yi after she stole it. Not long after, the Straw Hat crew finally came together. Usopp also brought a group of younger brothers who followed him. Said to be a younger brother, but in fact every strength is not bad. What? Has Doflamingo been defeated? When everyone came to fight Doflamingo in high spirits. But found that the battle was over. Not only Doflamingo, but also other cadres of the Don Quixote family have also ended at this time. What? I thought we could fight. Well, but it's fine now. That's great, I've finally recovered my body. I thought it would never change again. It's all thanks to God. Yeah, if it wasn't for God, we would still be a forgotten toy now. 99. This is our battle, right? Tran. Luffy looked at Luo. At this moment Luo Zheng looked at the sky silently, not knowing what he was thinking. Ah, so be it. After a long time, Luo finally answered. Doflamingo has been defeated. The next step is to defeat the 4 Emperors Kaido, but before that, let's have a feast. 35. Luffy is finally in the dark. Advertisement. After talking for a long time, I still turned the topic to the banquet. Don't worry about Marine. A group of pirates who had just recovered from their toys asked worriedly. There's no need to worry about this. The head of Su Yi has reached an agreement with Admiral Fujitora, and Marine will not do anything to Straw Hat crew in a short time. If you stay with us, there will be no problem. Luo explained. A group of pirates were suddenly shocked. They all looked at Su Yi, who was nothing at all. Speaking of which, this man is a big pirate with a reward of 1.5 billion. It is really admirable to be able to challenge Admiral. Anyway, now find a safe place to rest for a few days, and then have a banquet. Su Yi said. Oh. The crowd joined in. Either of them has experienced the battle in the arena and has not recovered from the injury. Or it's turned into a toy and hasn't spoken to anyone for many years. At this time, I was eager to eat and drink in a lively manner. So, a group of people came to the sea with vigor and vigor. Orymbus, the admiral of the great fleet of Hoda Maria, has 56 ships, the largest of which can even be sailed as a giant ship, and the place for the banquet is mainly placed here. In addition, people who couldn't fit were distributed to other ships. In short, Dressrosa's food is being delivered here incessantly. Although we can be regarded as liberating the people of Dressrosa in disguise, but we don't want to owe them anything, so we still have to buy things. 99. Su Yi is explaining something to Nami. For flowers. Nami finally agreed. Don't forget we still have gold on Sky Island, and the treasure of celestial dragons we only spent a little, 35. Finally, Nami opened the safe. Took out an astonishing 100 million shellfish to hold a banquet. Various kinds of jerky, seafood, fruits and other ingredients were transported to the big boat. There are as many as 100 people just for purchasing. With such a large-scale banquet, the residents of Dressrosa and Marine thought the pirates were going to do something big. But when they looked through the telescope, they found that these pirates are actually having a banquet. Mr. Smile, are we really not going to take action? On the warship in the distance, a Marine Vice Admiral looked at Fujitora worriedly. Advertisement. Don't mention this kind of thing again, since you have promised them, you will not regret it. Also, we will escort Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo to the underwater prison next, as long as his evil deeds are announced to the world, then the cancellation of Shichibukai the system will be greatly beneficial. Point 0. Fujitora was making his own calculations at this time. Luckily in his heart, the current marshal is Kuzan instead of Sakazuki. This guy, Kuzan, agrees with his claim that both want to abolish the Shichibukai system. As long as you do some good work on Doflamingo, the probability of success will be greatly increased. Night. A bonfire rises on the coast of Dressrosa. Thousands of pirates dance around the bonfire. Quote. Luffy is performing the stunt of eating a table of food in one bite. Zoro is drinking heavily. Sanji is chatting with some beautiful female pirates. Usopp is bragging about his deeds of glory. Brook is playing music. Others have their own things too. Su Yi, this is the third day, and the cost of 100 million Baileys a day is a bit scary. 55. Nami and Su Yi theorizing. Her heart is bleeding. The cost of this banquet was paid by them, and the cost of one day was 100 million Baileys. Ha ha ha. Nami, it sucks if you can't take it, you know. Luffy's dream. Su Yi, who was eating meat, thought of something interesting and couldn't help laughing. Hey, food sprayed on my clothes. Nami first roared, and then said curiously, isn't Luffy's dream to become One Piece? Error. 35. Su Yi put a piece of jerky in his mouth, chewed and swallowed an apple. Didn't Luffy tell you? His childhood dream, before he established his goal of becoming the Pirate King. Nami blinked. What the hell? Su Yi spread out his hands and made a big gesture. Let people all over the world hold a banquet together, that is the world that includes the 4 seas and the Grand Line. 5. Nami. Where? Chapter 244. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. For 3 days, Su Yi searched Dressrosa and finally found Conqueror. Speaking of which, Kinemon and Momonosuke, who were supposed to follow Straw Hat crew on the road, are still on Ice and Fire Island. Life and death do not know. Maybe dead or alive. But history has been rewritten. It is impossible for Su Yi to let them on board. Momonosuke must die, and Kinemon is Su Yi's most hated samurai. They were doomed to not get on the Straw Hat boat. And Conqueror, who was supposed to follow the two on the boat, was hanging out without any organization at this time. What Conjuro ate was the pen fruit. You can turn everything you draw into reality. However, due to his poor painting skills, this fruit was considered a waste for him. After some negotiation, Suyi pocketed the fruit. Then there are two other fruits that he stole too. One is gas fruit sprinkled by Guy. Gaisa was still on the boat at this time. Handcuffed by Seastone 153, Suyi stole his ability to be on the safe side. Anyway, now Gaisa is just a hostage. There is no need to regard him as a combat force at all. Even if he really wanted him to be a fighting force, Suyi would not dare. After all, who knows what crazy things this evil scientist will do at a critical moment. To Suyi's surprise, he found Bellamy here. Bellamy, who was beaten 2 years ago, has greatly increased his strength at this time. But he also believed in the Don Quixote family. Although Doflamingo has been captured by Marine. But Bellamy still can't accept this reality. Suyi unceremoniously stole his spring fruit ability. Then there are several fruit abilities of the little human race. In order to increase the variety of fruit powers in the Book of Thieves, Suyi stole the powers of a few of the little people's powers, but then lent them back to them. Advertisement. One is the healing fruit of Princess Mancheri. To be honest, Suyi really wants to occupy this ability. This ability has a super healing effect. The only downside is that this ability cannot heal itself. Then there is Leo's seam fruit. This is similar to Doflamingo's string fruit. Is the ability to use the line. However, Brother Ming is directly controlling the line. And Leo can sew people together with thread. Even if the thread enters the human body, it will not cause harm to the person. This is similar to Op fruit. Then two zones. Insect fruit katakana middle dot unicorn form. And insect fruit and wasp form. These two fruits were eaten by two villains. Instead, they had their original effect. After the two villains turned into unicorns and wasps, their bodies were not much different from the real unicorns and wasps. Perhaps in the future, a good development will be able to achieve unexpected results. I can't believe how much money was spent on a banquet held for a few days. Before leaving, Nami looked at the safe on the ship with a painful look on his face. A few days of banquets cost 1 billion Baileys. Are you going? At this time, the pirates of the big fleet came together. You haven't had enough banquets yet. Why are you relying on us? Nami rolled his eyes, very speechless. In the past few days, we have found that Straw Hat Luffy is really a generous person, and Usopp has saved my life, so please allow us to make an assertion and merge our forces into the Straw Hat crew. Speaking, the other party actually took out the wine and prepared to drink the JE wine with a serious look. Hey, what are you talking about? I haven't agreed yet. Luffy came over with a serious look. Asked while eating barbecue and drinking. We don't care whether you agree or not, this is our freedom, you can just be your own boss. The pirates were very sleazy and played rogues with Luffy. It seemed that they had long expected that Luffy would react like this. Advertisement. What? Luffy's face was dripping with sweat, and he was still eating meat. Hey, you've been eating for several days, are you still full? A group of people complained wildly. In the end, Luffy confusedly became the boss of the Straw Hat Big Fleet. With a large fleet of more than 5,000 people under his command. If there is a need in the future, it can be said to be 100 responses. Then, there will be an expiry later. Every banquet has an end. The Straw Hat crew and the Straw Hat Grand Fleet finally separated. Aboard the Sunshine to continue the next adventure. The people of the Straw Hat Big Fleet started their own journey of cultivation, trying to accumulate strength for the war that may break out in the future. Sabo has been chatting with Luffy and Ace for days. Now is the time to part. The GM army still has a lot of business to deal with, and he has to go back. However, Ace intends to hit the road with Luffy to Zo. He let his pirate group go back to Margo first, and boarded the Sunshine alone. Hey, everyone, there seems to be a pirate ship ahead. Shortly after the Sunshine and the Straw Hat Grand Fleet parted, Suyi suddenly sounded the alarm. His alerts are usually long in advance. But this time it was soon fulfilled. A strange ship that was many times bigger than the Sunshine broke through the fog and slowly appeared in front of everyone. The strange thing is that the bow of this ship is actually alive, and it can speak. People or boats? People or boats? Hey. Chopper was so frightened that tears flowed out. The others were also shocked. Because, the pirate flag of this ship turned out to be the symbol of the four emperors. Big Mom. People or boats? The pirate ship Queen Mother anthem sang and aimed at the sunshine with her eyes. Advertisement. At the same time, the various gun barrels on the hull were aimed at the sunshine. Finally found you, Straw Hat Crew. It's over. It's the ship of the four emperors. On the sunshine, the weak trio fled. Usopp rejoins the underdog trio. Hey, Luffy, do you want to fight? 55. Zoro stood on the side of the ship and made a move to draw a knife. Sanji also lit a cigarette for himself. Luo on the side shouted anxiously. No, the Straw Hat Master. Our goal now is Kaido. It is enough to provoke 4 emperors, there is no need to provoke Big Mom. Put the boat over. However, Luffy had already come to the side of the ship and issued the captain's order. Luo. Nami et al. Ha ha ha. Su Yi laughed, as expected of our captain. Above the sea, the waves are rough. 3 marine warships floated on the sea. One of them is the exclusive warship of Crane Vice Admiral, the other is the warship of Fujitora. And one of the warships gathered 3 legendary pirates. Fujitora, Sengoku, and Suru Vice Admiral. This ship is specially designed to escort Dover 4.9 Lumingo. At this time this prison ship, Doflamingo, is bound by seastone chains. Outside the cell, Crane Vice Admiral looked calmly at the pirate who had been hunted by him for many years without success. For a fufufufu, Ms. Suru, I don't think I'd bother you to escort me in person. In the future, maybe I'll get rid of you and send newspapers to me in prison, so that I won't be bored. Suru said. Stop joking, deliver newspapers to prisoners in the prison, who do you think you are? You want to have privileges when you enter the underwater prison. At this time, on the sea not far from the warship, a pirate ship is watching secretly. Lord Jack found the ship that escorted Lord Heavenly Yaksha, but there seems to be a strong marine force on it. As expected of Lord Doflamingo, he needs 3 heavyweights to be escorted at the same time, but we have no way to rescue him. 99. Jack came to the side of the boat. What do you think of me? Bring the boat to me. Chapter 245 Amazing Reward, 2 billion. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. People or boats? Ship. Ship. Big Mom's pirate ship is singing. The key is that the bow has a nose and eyes, and it seems to be a living creature. Not to mention someone else, even Su Yi, who knew the details of the ant, saw this scene with a novel look on his face. This is the ship of the 4 emperors. Luffy, Nami, Chopper, Brook and Usopp burst into tears. Although they had already guessed that Luffy's character would definitely cause trouble, but they didn't expect to directly clash with the 4 emperors. As for Robin and Frankie, they are relatively calm, and it seems that they will silently support whatever choice Luffy makes. Zoro and Sanji, on the other hand, were eager to try, as if Luffy gave them an order and they would do it. Don't worry, there is no ant on it, it should be just some ordinary members of the ant pirates. Su Yi sensed it with his own perception, and then said to the crowd. Isn't there an ant? I was really excited for nothing. Zoro put away his own knife, which seemed to be a bit of a disappointment. Why do you look a little disappointed? The 4 emperors are very dangerous, okay. Nami and the others roared. Ah. Zoro still had an expression of disapproval. Robin covered his mouth and chuckled, it's really lively. Frankie has already started to control the sunshine to the Queen Mother anthem. What are you doing, Frankie? Didn't Luffy tell us to pull the boat over? Advertisement. That's the ship of the 4 emperors. There are no 4 emperors on it. But that's also the ship of the 4 emperors. At the same time, those on the Queen Mother anthem have also discovered the sunshine. Above, Pokemus and Baron Dandan stand on the bow of the boat, with Bej the gangster on the side. Hey, finally found them, Straw Hat Crew. Pokemus helped his glasses and said. Baron Eggy took down the teacup above his head and took a sip. Really, it's just that our 2 abilities are somehow not being used. Bej on the side reminded. There is a bounty of 2 billion Baileys on the other party's ship, so you must not act rashly. Ah, I know. Pokemus looked at the wanted notice that was obviously just released in his hand, and Su Yi's bounty on it seemed to have been raised to an astonishing 2 billion Bailey. Really, even among the three generals, no one has such a high bounty. Although a high bounty does not mean strength, it seems that this exaggerated 2 billion yuan can only be suppressed by his mother. Pokermus Road. Now, I can only use that thing to force the other side to submit. Wait, their ship seems to be approaching actively. Baron Eggy suddenly noticed the abnormality of the sunshine. After seeing the ship of the four emperors Big Mom, instead of running away. Instead, he took the initiative to lean over. This shows what? Even 2 billion is too arrogant. Normal people should think that there is a mother on this boat. Pokermus gritted his teeth, and a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead because of the pressure. Calm down. Don't embarrass your mother, even if the other party is the four emperors. 5. Baron Eggy hurriedly shouted, warning Pokermus. Advertisement. Pokermus immediately realized his gaffe. Yes, even if the other party is the real four emperors pirates. As a messenger on his own side, he can't show the slightest cowardice. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a loss of Big Mom's face? I'm sorry, I was the one who lost my temper. Pokermus adjusted his bow tie, cleared his throat, and shouted to the bottom. Straw Hat Boy, we have something to tell you. Below, Luffy was shocked after seeing the details of the Queen Mother anthem. He didn't listen to a word of what Pokermus said. One of the biggest differences between the Big Mom pirates and other pirates is that their ships are made of desserts. The bow is a huge biscuit with a human face, the side of the ship is white, I don't know if it is cream or powdered sugar, candies are inserted on both sides of the bow, there is also a huge eye-catching cake on the rear deck, and the lookout at the rear seems to be made of cones. Suffice to say, the whole ship is one giant dim sum. The first time Luffy saw the ship, it was as if he had seen the love of his life. I fell into a deep shock, unable to extricate myself. A long time. He suddenly took a deep breath. Brothers, be sure to grab this ship for me. 55. Oh. Zoro and Sanji agreed. Ace stood on the deck at some point, and seemed to be woken up by the sound outside. Isn't this the ship of the Big Mom pirates? Luffy, are you going to war with them? Luffy turned around, excited. Ace, this boat looks delicious. Ace was stunned for a moment, then said speechlessly, what, it turned out to be because of this advertisement. Su Yi rubbed his hands in anticipation. He began to look forward to the ability to eat fruit. If you steal this ability, at that time, you can get a large 157 amount of food at will. Even wood and stone can be turned into food. On the Queen Mother anthem. Pokermus saw that he didn't respond to his shouting. Thought no one on the sunshine could hear. Get ready to shout again. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from far to near. Quote. Then, a rubber figure got closer and closer, and gradually flew towards them. Nani. This is. All the minions of the Big Mom pirates were a little surprised. I've heard that the people in their pirate group are a little foolish, but I didn't expect to be so reckless. This is not taking our Big Mom pirates seriously. What should I do? Pokermus, this is the first thing the other party did. We can't be impulsive, our strongest combat power is not there, and a rash conflict will only cause heavy losses. 35. Then what to do? Under the pressure, Pokermus continued to shout, Straw Hat Boy, we want to talk to you. But Luffy had already flown to the boat, others were in the air, but his mouth was wide open, with saliva at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were staring at the double cream cake on the deck that was bigger than a house. Chapter 246 The Four Emperors Regiment. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This kid, what is he doing? Almost at the same time, there was an ominous premonition in the heart of Baron Pokermus. Then, their hunch came true. Good to eat. Luffy landed on top of the cake and took a bite. The entrance is soft and sweet, it is a real cake. Hey. 35. The Big Mom pirates suddenly lost their eyes. If it was someone else, seeing their own pirate ship being eaten would be at most angry. However, the Big Mom pirates are different. In their place, food used for construction is absolutely not to be eaten. This is law, not rule. What's more, this ship is still Ant's own ship. Just like the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates. Shut up, Straw Hat. Do you know what you're doing? A group of people suddenly shouted. At the same time, Sweat is pouring down. If my mother found out, she would definitely be furious. However, Luffy doesn't care what they say. 4 emperors. What is that? Back in East Blue, when he was still penniless, didn't he still fight like the leader Crick and the Murloc Arlong? He is the man who wants to become the Pirate King, and he has already made up his mind to die. Advertisement. If you meet someone you can't beat, it's a big deal. Hey, do you have anything to do with our captain? A figure stood on the bow of the ship at some point, shadows covered Pokemus. The crowd turned back again, and they were shocked. Demon Hunter, Su Yi. So fast. No idea when it was there. I don't believe it anymore. Could it be that the other party is really a monster? The original crew members of the Big Mom pirates, such as the Duke of Egmus, did not dare to do anything. But Bej, who has just joined the company, can't handle that much. Immediately activated the ability of his castle fruit. Several doors were opened from the body, and the man on the facade started shooting Su Yi. Bang bang bang. A large number of bullets and shells flew out and attacked Su Yi. Su Yi didn't move, just shook his body. All the bullets and shells were dodged by him. Don't move. Suddenly, Zoro appeared beside Pokemus at some point. A knife was already on his neck. If you don't want his life to be at risk, you'd better give it to me, he said. Since Zoro appeared suddenly, so no one can react to what happened. At the same time, Baron Eggy suddenly felt that he was kicked. Then he was stomped on the ground. Immediately, Sanji's figure slowly appeared on his body, one foot was stepping on the other's back. Transparent fruit. Advertisement. The two came to the ship through invisibility with the help of the transparent fruit's ability, and then completed the sneak attack. And this wave just directly subdued 2 key figures. Bej stopped attacking immediately, looking at the current situation with an ugly expression. If it's just him, Pokemus, and Baron Eggy, it was a big deal for him to give up the lives of these two. But now there are many pirates from the Big Mom pirates present. His every move is being watched. If he does something outrageous, when I look back, I will definitely be cleaned up by my aunt. Hey, Straw Hats, what are you guys going to do? This is your mother's ship. Do you know that destroying this ship means challenging the 4 emperors? Su Yi jumped down from the bow, dipped a little white cream on the side of the boat with her fingers and sucked it in her mouth. To reiterate, the purpose of the captain of my family is to rob your ship, whether you are a 4 emperors or not. If you have the courage, let the ant come over by herself. 95. Crack. Pokemus and others opened their mouths wide, their jaws almost dislocated. This is a bit too crazy. However, if it came out of this man's mouth, it would not be surprising. Now, will you surrender or continue to fight us? Pokemus and the others fell into silence. When did the 4 emperors pirates suffer such humiliation? However, the reality now is that they definitely can't beat Straw Hat Crew. This is the difference in strength. And the other party is not the type who will make his legs tremble when he says Big Mom's name. How can it be repaired? How can it be like this? It's so humiliating. If Mom finds out, we're dead. Advertisement. Never surrender. Hey, that kid is still eating. Hurry up and stop him. Luffy has eaten most of the cake at this time. The belly is swollen. The whole person lay on the ground very satisfied. Great, this boat is enough for me to eat for a year. Even the deck is made of biscuits. It's really good. By the way, how many such ships are there in your Ant Pirates? Everyone. Hey, you said that 1 year is not enough for you to eat for a month. 99. Crazy spit in the hearts of everyone. This ship is already ours. You should get off the ship quickly. Luffy seemed to have just remembered that there were other people on the boat, and immediately said to Pokemus and the others with a serious look. Hey, De Li Jiao, below is the sea. Pokemus and others shouted. Suga, then let you disembark when you arrive at the next island. Luffy thought that it was an out, and decided. Hey, Blackfoot Sanji, I want to talk to you. 5. Suddenly, Bej thought of something and suddenly said to Sanji. Su Yi moved his eyes and looked at Bej. This guy, shouldn't he be talking about that? Auntie's tea party is about to start. And this tea party, the Vinsmoke family will marry the Charlotte family. The third son of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Sanji, married Charlotte Pudding, the 35th daughter of the Charlotte family. Of course, This is just a political marriage. The bride and groom have never met. Even Sanji doesn't know he's about to be a groom. Chapter 247 The Straw Hat Pirates declare war on the Big Mom Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Talk. Let's talk here. Sanji can't eat each other's set. Bej's face darkened. Immediately he took out an invitation card from his arms. This is an invitation to my mother's tea party, and it's also a wedding invitation. Wedding? What does that have to do with me? Sanji asked. A smile finally appeared on Bej's face. This is the marriage of the Vinsmoke family and the Charlotte family. 35. Upon hearing the Vinsmoke family, Sanji's face suddenly changed. You are the groom, Vinsmoke Sanji. Bej thought he had mastered Sanji's lifeline. This is not an invitation, but a notice to you. If you don't go, you will offend the two great forces of the Vinsmoke family and the Charlotte family. You have to think about it. 39. Vinsmoke Sanji. Sanji, that's your name. Luffy leaned over at this time, as if he had heard something new. Zoro also pricked up his ears. He was also a little curious about Sanji's past. On the other hand, Suyi was silently tying the pirates of the Big Mom Pirates with chains one by one. Hey, you don't have to do it this way, right? A pirate looked at Suyi unhappily. Do you want to resist? Suyi looked at each other. The other party swallowed a mouthful of saliva, realizing his recklessness. Finally, he closed his mouth and let Suyi tie himself up obediently. At this point, only Bej is free. And the invitation card in his hand is his last amulet. Advertisement. After Sanji heard that the groom was actually himself, his face changed. Then he said coldly, I will not participate. As if trying to make Bej give up. After a pause, he continued. What is the threat of the four emperors? I am the crew of the future One Piece. How can I take the four emperors in my eyes? 99. Pokemus interjected at this time. You don't understand this. Four emperors are the emperor in Pirates. 39. In the sea area of New World, even the celestial dragons who are high above dare not set foot there, and not even the world government and marine can take this place away. The so-called strength is everything, and anyone who defies the will of Big Mom will receive the head of the person related to him the next day. 99. Sanji said coldly, are you saying that Auntie is going to kill one of our straw hats? Luffy also said, if you want to hurt my partner, you must first step over my corpse. 35. Zoro said, since it's someone who wants to hurt us, then I won't be polite. Hey, I'm not just talking about you, but maybe someone in a restaurant on the sea, or someone in the kingdom of Kamabaka. Pokemus said. For a moment, Sanji felt a chill. His past, someone related to him, an errand runner of the four emperors' pirates, knew so clearly. Moreover, he threatened himself with it. Since the other party knows his past. So this threat is definitely not groundless. Most likely true. Immediately, he realized the seriousness of the problem. Using those people to threaten Sanji. Luffy also instantly understood what the other party meant. Advertisement. This is threatening them with people from East Blue. If it was on him, it would be equivalent to threatening him with the people of the Windmill Village. Zoro also felt as if he had been touched inverse scales for a moment. He thought of Shimotsuki Village, thought of the dojo, thought of his master. In the future, will Bej the four emperors threaten him with the lives of these people? Suyi took a deep breath at this time. This is indeed an important question. East Blue has too many Straw Hat crew family and friends. It is undoubtedly the most despicable and shameless behavior to use these unknowing people as threats. At this moment, he couldn't help but speak. The dignified four emperors' aunt, did you actually use such despicable means? After a pause, he said in a cold-hearted tone, or the four emperors in this area are only at this level, and they only use small means like threatening people. In fact, they are not worth mentioning at all. Pokemus sneered. How can this group of stunned youths understand? The four emperors don't have time to pay attention to your little characters all day long, so of course similar things are left to our subordinates to do. Seeing this, Bej said, how is it? There's nothing you can do, right? Admit it, this is the power of the four emperors, not only overwhelming strength, but also influence in all aspects. This is not a simple pirate play. Family. Baron Eggy added. Now that we are released, there may be room for maneuver, otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. More. The rest of the Big Mom Pirates crew also seemed to think they've settled for Luffy and the others. At this moment, they all showed a proud look. Hiss. Su Yi took a deep breath. Advertisement. Then he let out a long breath. He took a deep look at the silent Luffy. Captain, there seems to be only one option left at the moment. What? Luffy lowered his head, his face shrouded in shadow, making it impossible to see his expression at all. But he suddenly stood up straight, with a resolute look on his face, so that people would not doubt the authenticity of what he said next. The only way we can go is to declare war on the four emperors, Big Mom. The voice did not fall. Zoro has put his hand on the handle of the knife, with a wild smile on his face. Sanji was stunned for a moment, then laughed at himself and lit a cigarette for himself. Everyone in the Big Mom Pirates was stunned and dumbfounded. What's going on? Shouldn't it be compromised? Why suddenly declare war? Seeing people with such expressions. Su Yi explained with a smile. Actually, our goal is Kaido's, but since you do this, we have no choice but to deal with the ant first. After all, you forced us. Crowd. What's the situation? Why are you forcing you? Can't you see that this is asking you to submit? Chapter 248 Battle Plan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hey, Straw Hat, are you going to treat us like this? After Pokemus and others were tied up, they were piled up in one place on the deck. Each of them was chained to death, especially the two Baron Pokemus, who couldn't move at all. And Bege is alone, facing Straw Hat crew. Well, I surrender. At this time, Bege also decisively and wisely chose to surrender. The so-called person who knows the times is Junji. Bege is such a person. As the boss of North Blue's gang, Godfather, he did not rely on his passion to become bigger and stronger. He got to where he is today. Su Yi purposely tied Bege with a seastone chain. However, it was not placed with Pokemus and others, but was placed on the side of the ship alone, and was prepared to be brought to the sunshine later. The purpose of Bege joining the Big Mom Pirates is to pull Big Mom down from the position of the four emperors. This is a cooperative helper. After all, Bege has already gained some trust from the Big Mom Pirates. I have a better understanding of the situation of the Ant's site, Wan Guo. And you can come and go freely without being suspected. As long as Bege can be persuaded to join forces with them. They can stay in Bege's body at that time, and get close to Big Mom unharmed and undetected. Hey, what are you going to do to Bege? However, Pokemus and others were puzzled. After all, they are all in the same group, but Bege was treated differently. This is really strange. He took the initiative to attack me, and I am very vengeful. Su Yi casually moved out for a reason. Advertisement. Anyway, the outside world's evaluation of him must be extremely sinful, extremely vicious, and the like. Really. Hearing this, Pokemus and the others immediately showed a sympathetic expression to Bege. Okay. Tell everyone below the battle situation here. Zoro said. Then, a few people jumped down. When Luffy left, he didn't forget to break a large cookie from the deck and eat it as he walked. I'm so lucky to have so many delicious food. He laughed so hard that he couldn't open his eyes. In the distance, Pokemus and others swallowed their saliva. In the heart is slander. It's just a boat. If you go to the 10,000 kingdoms, every island there and the buildings on the island can be food. If the Straw Hat knew about this, it wouldn't be a big mess. It is estimated that if you eat it, you can eat up the territory of all nations. And Su Yi was carrying Bege and jumped down. Hey, Luffy, how's the situation above? You still haven't fought with the Big Mom Pirates, have you? Nami saw that there had been no fighting above. I thought there was no conflict between the two. Immediately smiled. What? Su Yi is a very reliable guy. The captain knows how to stop impulsive captains at critical moments. Then, she saw Su Yi jumping down carrying Bege. Hey, are you kidnapping the key leader of the enemy? Nami returned from heaven to hell in an instant. I feel like my heart has been hit. Advertisement. We have already subdued the members of the anti-pirates, but the anti and the cadres are not on the ship, just some small minions. 99. Luffy said vaguely while eating the biscuits. Chopper was shocked at first. then came together. I broke a small piece from the huge biscuit in Luffy's hand and took a bite. Good to eat. Suddenly stars appeared in his eyes. A look that has never been seen before. Then they ate with Luffy. Luffy, are you really going to fight Big Mom? Ace, who was still eating steak, said suddenly. Ah, they threatened us with the people of East Blue, I can't spare them. Luffy suddenly regained his serious expression. Then, several people told how the Big Mom pirates threatened Sanji with the people of East Blue. Even if this is the case, then I have to declare war on the Big Mom pirates. After listening, Nami directly stood by Luffy's side. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot. Luo on the side was dumbfounded. What's the situation? How come it was fine just now, and now it's suddenly turned on its head? Head of the Straw Hat, our target is Kaido, not Big Mom. Luo reminded aloud. Ah, then blow Auntie away first, and then blow Kaido away. Luffy snapped his fingers and said. This advertisement. Luo felt that his chin was about to fall to the ground. He suddenly felt that he was on a pirate ship. But he suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, my companion is still in Zuowu. Then go to Zuowu first and let go of some people. After all, fighting with the four emperors is not a joke, just go with the main force, so that even if you can't beat it, you can escape at any time. Su Yi said. Suga, so be it. Luffy laughed. It was so hasty to agree to go to war with the four emperors. Bej, who was listening on the side, was already stupid. And he was a prisoner from beginning to end, and Guy Saw, who had no right to speak, was even more flustered. Put me down when you're in Zo, but don't send me to Big Mom. Ha, even a prisoner dares to make any demands out of shame, Luo. Nami angrily stepped on Guy's face. The Big Mom pirates threatened Sanji with East Blue's men. She had already reminded her of the people in her hometown, and began to worry. Now Guy has hit the muzzle of the gun and can only be reduced to a tool for Nami to vent his anger. No, I have difficulties. At the beginning, I swore to Big Mom that I could turn people into giants, so she gave me a lot of research funds. I haven't researched anything yet. If she gets caught, it will definitely be a dead end. Guy let out a cry. Facing the four emperors, he was also afraid of death. When Doflamingo hadn't fallen, he still has someone to back him up, so he can be tough. But now Ming Jie has collapsed. No one can support him anymore. Fan. Chapter 249 The Whitebeard Pirates join the battle. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luffy, since you have decided to fight the four emperors, I have to remind you. At this moment, Ace suddenly spoke. All eyes were on him immediately. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, whether in the eyes of the Straw Hats, or in the eyes of Guy Salo and Bej, is quite influential. In the Straw Hats, he is Luffy's older brother. In the eyes of outsiders, he is not only the son of Roger, but also the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. At the same time, his bounty has been raised to an astonishing 1.8 billion. It is quite a dazzling existence in this sea. There are not only 4 emperors in the 4 emperors regiment. Let's assume that you can defeat the 4 emperors, but 157 is the number of the 4 emperors' subordinates. With your current power, even if you call together 7 pirate groups who have worshipped you, it is not enough to be seen in front of the forces of the 4 emperors' pirates. Their number is in units of 10,000 feet, and their forces are intertwined, and they have been rooted in the sea area of New World for decades. 35. Ace's words. Let everyone swallow a mouthful of water. Bej is no longer pretending to be an ant at this time. Instead, he echoed. Ah, in the Big Mom Pirates, there are 4 bounties under Big Mom that are close to 1 billion Baileys, and even more than 1 billion Baileys. General Star, 39. And under the General Star, there are also very powerful cadres. Advertisement. Big Mom established the pirate group based on blood ties. She has dozens of children. Imagine, a child with the blood of the 4 emperors, can it be an easy generation? Look at you again. Even if the Straw Hats are used against the 4 emperors, the other 3 main forces are against the generals. Then what are you going to do with the remaining powerhouses? In the end, you will only end up being besieged, not to mention that you may not even be able to see Auntie's face, and you will be filled by the crowd tactics. Bej's words made Luffy and others silent. Indeed, they are indeed a little naive. Even if Luffy can really beat Big Mom, it must be a very hard battle. After the fight, there is definitely no extra stamina and energy to deal with those little scoundrels. But the point is that there are still many of these little guys. Can't finish it at all. As Bej put it, maybe they couldn't even see the face of the ant, and they were exhausted by the little scumbags. The four emperors are not so easy to deal with. Seeing that everyone seemed to have compromised, Bej breathed a sigh of relief. No, there is a way. Suddenly, Su Yi broke the deadlock. Everyone's eyes focused on him. Your ability can make people hide in your body, and you are a member of the Big Mom pirate group. If you secretly bring us to the ant, then it will be fine. Click. Advertisement. Everyone's chin suddenly hit the ground. Nami and others are even closer to petrochemical. I thought Su Yi would say something shocking about the ghosts and gods. I didn't expect it to be such a whimsical idea. Hey, Su Yi, he's the ant's person, how could he possibly help us? Nami's expression was unrequited. Suga, you can still do this. Luffy suddenly showed an expression of sudden realization, and said with a boxing palm. What? It's okay. Are you even thinking about it? Luffy. 99. Usopp tapped Luffy's head with his palm. If that's the case, I might be able to help, Bej said suddenly. Hey, everyone was shocked. Originally, I didn't join the Four Emperors Pirates to submit to the Four Emperors, but to get close to Big Mom, and then take the opportunity to assassinate her. Bej said, glanced at Su Yi. If it's the assassination of Big Mom, we can join forces. Su Yi smiled and untied Bej's chains. Then it's decided. Too sloppy. Usopp, Nami and Brook immediately tapped Su Yi's shoulder with their palms. Advertisement. The other party is the enemy, how can you believe the enemy's words? 35. That's right. Su Yi, how did you become so naive? Su Yi rubbed his chin and said, then we will go to Zuowu first. Totally ignore us. Ace suddenly raised his hand and interjected. Well, if it's dealing with the Four Emperors, maybe we can help. All of us in the Whitebeard Pirates can help. 35. Oh, that's really helpful. Luffy leaned in front of Ace and squeezed Ace's hand tightly with both hands. Su Yi looked at Ace. No problem, you should have just established your foothold in New World. If you fail this time, then you will be in danger. Originally, no one from the Four Emperors would trouble you. If you provoke the Four Emperors now, you probably won't be able to stay in New World. Ace smiled, touched his nose and said, you don't have to worry about this, we originally planned to overthrow a 4.94 emperors. After all, people have always wondered whether we can continue to keep the title of the Whitebeard Pirates. If there is a record against the Four Emperors, no one will question it, right? Having said that, Ace stood up. However, it will take a certain amount of time to assemble enough people, please understand that. 35. There is still a long time before the wedding banquet, and this time should be enough. Bej glanced at the time on the invitation. Yoshi, let's go to Zuowu first. But before that, Luffy punched his fist and looked energetic, and when he said this, his eyes suddenly glanced at the Queen Mother anthem not far away, and saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 250 Changes in the Bounty. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Really delicious. Straw Hat crew aboard Queen Mama Anthem. This boat built with food really opened everyone's eyes. The key is that the food on this boat can still be eaten. Luffy has already gnawed on the side of the boat. Chopper is also an incarnation of a gluttonous snake, gnawing wildly on the deck. Hey, if you two eat like this, a good ship will be eaten up by you. Frankie is a man who cherishes boats and can't see anyone spoiling the boat like that. What's more, this is a boat built with food, which is rarer than a boat made of wood, and he is even more curious about this boat in his heart. This is nothing unusual. If my guess is correct, this ship should be made by a capable person. After all, if it is a real biscuit, it will soften immediately when it is soaked in water. 99. Su Yi said to Frankie. Frankie suddenly showed an expression of sudden realization. It turns out that, if this is the case, it makes sense. Hey, but such a good ship is also very collectible. It would be a pity to be eaten by them like this. 14. It's really delicious. Frankie, come and try it too. Chopper pulled out his mouth when he was busy and said to Frankie. Crispy and sweet. Robin broke a cookie and put it in his mouth. This evaluation was made after chewing for a while. If you don't eat it, it's a real waste. This is food. Don't you think it's a waste to use food to make a boat? Luffy talked about his big reason. But this time, he was persevering and said it into Frankie's heart. Frankie is no longer entangled in wasteful things. I also broke a piece of candy and ate it. It's really a little sweet, but it's not that sweet, and the sweetness has a very suitable feeling. It's not bad. It's definitely a good product as a dry food. Advertisement. Nami, on the side, added. Yeah, especially with Luffy on board, this is the best choice to fill his stomach. You're saying it like it's a waste to eat Sanji's food. 39. Luffy complained in dissatisfaction. It's good that you have self-awareness. Sanji lit a cigarette for himself and interjected. Forget it, I won't tell you. 35. Luffy continued to eat indifferently. This time, he can finally have a good time, completely full once. And there's a lot to eat after you're full. Even sleeping on top of food. It was like heaven to him. At this time, the seagulls that delivered the news passed by the sky. Throw down the newspaper. Oh, come to think of it, I haven't received a newspaper for a long time. Nami suddenly thought, I have been patronizing a banquet a few days ago. Never had time to understand the world's situation. This is good. There is something to eat, and you can read the newspaper while drinking afternoon tea, which is simply delicious. She opened the newspaper. I was about to sit down with Erlang's legs crossed and take a closer look. Suddenly found something. Hey, everyone, our bounty seems to have gone up again. And it seems that we have united with the Heart Pirates to form the Pirate Alliance. I saw that in the newspaper. The portraits of Luffy and Luo were greatly posted. Very conspicuous. Advertisement. The title is the Dressrosa event. Talking. She turned a page. Suddenly I found that this page was still a report related to them. The above also mentioned the matter of your solidarity with the 7 pirates, Luffy. Halfway through her words, Luffy suddenly stretched his neck and came over. I see. 35. Nami pushed Luffy aside in disgust. Side said. But what I said above is not a tie. It's that you have 7 great pirate groups under your command. According to relevant persons and revelations, there are a total of 6,000 or 7,000 people. 5. Oh, really, aren't we all famous now? There are actually 2 pages covering us. Hey, the 3rd page is actually Suyi and Ace. Luffy suddenly found Wadian. It was found that the 3rd page was still related to them. The 3rd page tells the story of 2 ruthless pirates who fought against Marine Admiral and former Marshal Sengoku, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Suyi, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. And the bounty for the 2 of them skyrocketed. Nami felt as if she had read it wrong. Point to the number on the newspaper with your finger and count up. Ace has risen from more than 1.5 billion to 1.8 billion. Then, she saw Suyi's bounty, and sweat came out from her forehead. Hey, Demon Hunter Suyi, the bounty has increased from 1.5 billion to 2 billion. 39. What happened? Everyone put down what they were doing and came over one by one. Advertisement. Just kidding, this bounty can't be wrong. There are as many as 2 billion. You must know that the 4 emperors only have a reward of more than 4 billion. Suyi, your bounty is too exaggerated. Let the time go back a little bit to 3 days ago. 3 days ago, Marine headquarters. In the conference room, many Marine generals gathered. On the blackboard in the front row, there are more than 160 wanted notices. A man in sunglasses is holding a baton and saying something. This meeting is mainly about the 3 pirate groups. According to the information from former Marshal Mr. Sengoku and Admiral Fujitora. The Heart Pirates of the 7 Warlords of the Sea Trafalgar Law have united with the Straw Hat Pirates to form the Pirate Alliance. Trafalgar Law's Shichibukai name has been removed. 35. His bounty went up to 500 million Baileys. Having said that, the man standing under the blackboard in front pushed his sunglasses. With a snap, he clapped his hand on a wanted notice. That is Luo's face. The bounty under the wanted order has now risen to 500 million Bailey. The Marines below are all in awe. Some people have started whispering. Another Shichibukai has been removed. Really, the current Shichibukai system is like a joke. Any kind of people can join, and they can quit at will, and the majesty of the world government is getting weaker and weaker. Shish, you can't say this kind of thing casually. Be careful that someone with a heart will listen to it. Speaking of Luo Kai joined Shichibukai less than 2 years ago, he was actually removed from the list, and he also formed an alliance with the Straw Hat crew who just came back. He must have planned it long ago, right? 35. Probably. Chapter 251 All Bounty Rising. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the front row, the man in sunglasses pushed his glasses, pointing to the other 2 wanted warrants. Then 2 men. 35. One is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. The other is Su Yi from Straw Hat Crew, known as the Demon Hunter. The 2 of them are said to have had a fight with former Marshals Sengoku and Admiral Fujitora. Ace and Fujitora played against each other, and before that, Ace had seriously injured Sakazuki Vice Admiral in the waters near Dressrosa. 5. Su Yi even fought against Marshal Sengoku, and in the end, Marshal Sengoku was defeated. Wow. Before the words fell, the audience was in an uproar. It was a draw with Admiral and a victory over the former Marshal. How could it be possible? Could it be that these 2 pirates already possess the strength of the 4 emperors? Could it be a false positive? Did Mr. Sengoku and Mr. Fujitora personally admit it? This is a secret, and it must not be spread out, otherwise it may cause panic in the world. These 2 people are too terrifying. How old are they, and they already have such combat power? I'm afraid Kaido and Auntie were not as strong as them at their age. Silence. 99. The man in sunglasses tapped on the blackboard. Although I would love to have this sort of thing become a false positive, the truth is that this is what Sengoku and Fujitora said themselves. And the 2 of them didn't intend to hide this time, but prepared to make it public. Wow. Advertisement. The audience is in uproar again. If it was made public, wouldn't that mean slashing Marine's face? The dignified former Marshal of Marine and the current Admiral. It was a tie with the pirates and even lost to the pirates. Where does this put Marine's face in the future? And this kind of thing can easily cause panic. For a time, the conference room was filled with rebuttal voices. I don't agree, this matter needs to be discussed in the long run. 35. Although I don't think it's appropriate to suppress it at this time, if it is published directly, it is likely to cause panic among the people. Yeah, people would probably think Marine couldn't suppress the pirates. 3-4 emperors are enough. Could it be possible to add 2 more 4 emperors to become the 5 emperors? 35. The 5 emperors are not, but these 2 pirates still need to pay attention. Do you need to send troops alone to arrest the 2? Snapped. The man in sunglasses had to knock on the blackboard again to calm down the scene. Everyone, this is a decision made by Mr. Sengoku and Mr. Fujitora. I have no right to interfere, this is just to inform you, and. Having said that, he paused for a moment, pushed his sunglasses. Furthermore, please think about it carefully. If the vicious pirates do not report, but hide, then the people will suffer in the end. 35. At least after learning that there are such 2 new big pirates, then when the people see their pirate ships, they can take countermeasures in advance. Advertisement. If you don't know the other party's routes, it's easy to make wrong decisions. So, it is the responsible approach to announce the threat level of the 2. Hope you can understand the words of the man in sunglasses. Instead, many of the generals present nodded secretly. Similar things have happened before. It is obviously a vicious pirate, but due to the lack of timely reports. As a result, the public did not know the existence of these pirates at all. Even if I saw the pirate ship, I just thought it was an ordinary pirate. So many innocent people died at the hands of pirates. The man in sunglasses saw that no one was making noise anymore. Then he continued. Then, the next step is the change of the bounty for these 2 people. 9. He clapped his hand on Ace's wanted notice. Fire Fist Ace, from the original reward of more than 1.5 billion Bailey, it has risen to 1.8 billion now. Then, there is Su Yi's wanted notice. Demon Hunter Su Yi, from 1.5 billion Baileys, to 2 billion. Hiss. There was a breath of cold air from below. Although they had expected that the bounty of the two would rise exaggeratedly. But when they really saw their bounty advertisement, still can't help but be surprised. With a reward of 1.5 billion, you already have the qualifications to become a pirate, emperor, and these two people are so young, they will definitely be 4 emperors in the future. No, according to Ant's age, maybe before Ant dies, there will be a 5th sea emperor. It's not clear whether the ant is a giant or a human, and her lifespan is also a mystery. It's really a headache. The 4 emperors are all like monsters. Kaido's words are probably not human, or there are mixed blood of other races in the bloodline. Ah, that monster's physique is too pervert, it's impossible for humans to give birth to that kind of monster, right? Even if we investigate the Vodka Kingdom, we can't find it, maybe Kaido's past has been covered up. After all, they are the 4 emperors, and they must hide their details so that they can sit in the emperor's position for a long time. I really hope the 4 emperors can fight. If they kill each other, we will be much more relaxed. The man in sunglasses did not stop the discussion this time. On the contrary, he was also quite curious about the topic of the 4 emperors. It is because the 4 emperors are already standing at the apex of this world. One Piece is out, and the 4 emperors are invincible. And as Marine, he was naturally curious about this invincible enemy. He himself is still inexperienced, and he does not know more about the secrets of this world than these big men below. Next, the bounty for the rest of the Straw Hat crew. In view of their performance at Dressrosa this time, 9. I think it's necessary to raise their bounty. 39. Chapter 252 Luffy's Hockey. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. First it was Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat crew. According to reliable information, this person once disguised as a sword fighter and infiltrated the arena, and defeated the legendary pirate, Green Pepper, the leader of the 8 Treasures Navy. Therefore, the reward for the Straw Hat Boy is set at 600 million Bailey. And then Pirate Hunter, Roronoa Zoro, and Blackfoot Sanji. These 2 people were discovered by our people that they had a battle with many cadres of the Don Quixote family, and successively defeated a number of cadres whose bounties exceeded 100 million. Roronoa Zoro's bounty has been increased from 280 million Baileys to 38 million Baileys. It has increased by 100 million. And the Blackfoot Sanji has increased from the original 190 million Bailey to 300 million Bailey. It has increased by 110 million Bailey. 35. And then there's Usopp, the sniper of the Straw Hat Pirates. Considering his performance in the underground port, his influence and combat effectiveness should not be underestimated, so he raised his bounty to 300 million Bailey. A full increase of 200 million. As for the others, they didn't have any outstanding performances, and the reward amount was increased by 50,160 Baileys each. At this point, the full bounty for Straw Hat crew is as follows. 35. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy, 600 million Bailey bounty. Deputy Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Pirate Hunter, Roronoa Zoro, bounty 380 million Bailey. Straw Hat Pirates Chef, Blackfoot Sanji, bounty 300 million Bailey. Straw Hat Pirates Sniper, Usopp, 300 million Bailey bounty. Straw Hat Pirates Historian, Nico Robin, bounty 130 million Bailey. Straw Hat Pirates Navigator, Thief Cat Nami, bounty 100 million Bailey. 39. The Straw Hat Pirates Ship Doctor, Tony Chopper, bounty 80 million Bailey. The Straw Hat Pirates Shipmaster, General Frankie, a bounty of 130 million Baileys. Advertisement. Straw Hat Pirates Musician, King of Souls Brook, bounty 83 million Bailey. Finally, Straw Hat Pirates, Demon Hunter Su Yi, bounty 2 billion Bailey. 5. Beach. Back in time, on the sunshine. Why Usopp's bounty is the same as mine. After seeing Usopp's bounty and his own, Sanji's whole body suddenly felt bad. Usopp showed a flattered look. On the one hand, the increase in the bounty really made his vanity burst. But on the other hand, He felt that his head was likely to be targeted by various marine bounty hunters and the like. In other words, he is very dangerous now. Luffy is very unhappy that his bounty has been surpassed by Suyi so much. I've decided, this time I have to blow Auntie away, and then the bounty will exceed Suyi. 99. Luffy slapped the fist and looked energetic. Nami looked at his bounty for a long time and was speechless. Thinking of how long she had spent and how much suffering she had endured for 100 million Bailey. And now, her own bounty is already 100 million Bailey. It's really embarrassing. Frankie also had a painful expression on his face at this time. For Mao, my bounty is so much lower than Usopp, I am really unhappy. Chopper looked at his wanted notice with a frightened look on his face. Advertisement. As if afraid of being caught by Marine. He leaned over to Robin. Robin, what should I do? My bounty is so high. Robin is very calm. It's okay. Don't forget that we have a group of trusted partners behind us. Really, even if you praise us like that, we won't be happy. Luffy and the others were immediately flattered when they heard the words. Ho 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 ho. My wanted notice is actually made of posters, it's really novel. Brook looked at his wanted order. He seemed to have imagined his agent's expression and reaction after seeing this reward order. Hey, Ace, your bounty has also increased. Luffy was eating biscuits when he suddenly found an Ace wanted notice. Oh, Soga, it's already 1.8 billion, it seems that Fujitora and Sengoku didn't cover it up. Suyi did not participate in the crowd's excitement, but went to Nami's side. Nami, is our ship heading right? Nami was freed from the memory, and immediately realized his responsibility, and immediately ran to the rudder, looked at Luogi's life card, and began to correct the course. Then, Suyi walked towards Luo again. How long until we get to Zo? Luo shook his head. I don't know, Zo is not an ordinary island. Suyi knows what Luo means. Zo is located on the back of the Elephant Lord. And the elephant is always on the move. Advertisement. Therefore, it is impossible to know the exact location of the elephant. It is possible that they will see Zo in the next second. It may also take more than a week to arrive. It's all possible. Hey, Suyi, how strong do you think Big Mom and Kaido are? 55 feet. Luffy ran over at this time. Started asking Luffy a technical question. It seemed that he really wanted to blow these two guys away. Suyi pondered. He hasn't seen Luffy fighting with all his strength. But presumably Luffy hasn't awakened yet. If only fighting with hockey and physical fitness, Luffy's fighting power has definitely reached the level of a general star. He could feel this from his vitality. But if you want to talk about the four emperors, there is definitely still a distance. How is your hockey masters? Suyi asked a crucial question. In his opinion, the opportunity for Luffy's awakening is elusive. But things like hockey are controllable. Luffy snapped his fingers and said, Rayleigh taught me Conqueror's hockey, and a stunt called Emission. He was going to teach me Conqueror's twist, but time was running out, so I had to figure it out myself. Chapter 253 Suyi's Conqueror's Entanglement. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As that's so. Suyi's eyes flashed as she listened to Luffy's words. This is indeed a very qualified guy. In 2 years, not only learned Conqueror's hockey, but also learned emission. The most important thing is that he did not fail in the physical training and the development of fruit ability. It can be said that there is absolutely not much time left for Luffy to learn hockey. But he realized it vividly. And Suyi learned hockey by himself, because he has the innate advantage of psychic power, so it is easy to master. Since it is the four emperors, then the opponent should have mastered the skills of Conqueror's entanglement, and he has already mastered emission and entanglement. If you want to fight them, it is estimated that it will be difficult to win them if you don't do the same. Yes. Soga, what you said makes sense, Luffy said with a sudden realization. Yoshi, then you can practice against me, Suyi. 35. What? Suyi broke off a cookie and put it in his mouth. Why should I practice against you? Except, however, Luffy has already punched. Boom. One punch almost smashed the deck under Suyi. And, this punch was still wrapped around Armament Hockey's punch. If it wasn't for Suyi's quick reaction and timely dodging, he might have been hit by this punch. His eyes almost popped out. Damn it. What are you doing, kid? Hit someone if you don't agree with each other. Come again. Luffy, however, showed no sign of stopping, and instead continued to punch Suyi with a fist wrapped in armed color. Also, Suyi clearly felt haki flowing in Luffy's fist. Advertisement. Emission. Come on. It seems that you can't do it without teaching you a lesson. Suyi squeezed his fist. In the distance, Nami and others saw the scene here. Are a little surprised. Immediately, Nami suddenly flashed to Luffy's side, banging two fists on his head. Do you want to dismantle the sunshine? It's going to be called to Big Mom's boat. Smith Marseille. Luffy immediately made a sincere apology. Then, he took Suyi to the ant's boat to fight. Jera. Suyi clenched his fingers and made a burst of knuckles. Guomo. Guomo. Luffy came up and lengthened his arms. A punch covering the color of the armed force hit Suyi fiercely. And Suyi can feel the emission on the opponent's fist. It's really coming. Suyi muttered to himself, and then showed no signs of weakness. Emission. He let armament haki flow in his hands. Boom. The armed colors of the two sides collided. Suyi and Luffy's fists didn't touch. This is the effect of armed color release. By releasing armament haki, it can directly penetrate the armored defense of the enemy's body, causing haki to explode in the enemy's body. After all, no one in this world can protect their internal organs with armed colors. Advertisement. Not even the four emperors can do it. Luffy's forehead burst with blue veins, and it seems that he has tried his best. And Suyi also gritted his teeth, the muscles on his arms bulged, and all the muscles in his body were activated in unison. Although now he and Luffy's fists don't collide. The confrontation between the two also seems to be just the collision of haki. But, in terms of Suyi feeling, it's more like a balloon-like thing is squeezed between the two of their hands. The strength of haki can only make his balloon harder. Flatten the opponent's balloon. If one side's haki is particularly strong, it can directly crush the opponent. Then the result is not to directly bounce the opponent out or something like that. Instead, it squeezes the opponent's haki, thereby destroying the opponent's fist, from the skin, muscles, and bones all the way. And if one side has more strength, then the other side can be beaten out before the haki of both sides decides the winner. Actually, emission is similar to haki in the beginning. People who don't have armed colors will be at a disadvantage against those who have armed colors to protect them. And the same goes for those without emission against those with emission. But if both sides have mastered the weapon color or both have mastered the higher end emission. For flowers. In the end, it's all about strength. However, Luffy, I'm going to show Bangling next. Suyi reminded in advance. Luffy's eyes moved, with excitement and anticipation on his face. Come on, I'm ready. Click. Advertisement. Suddenly, a black lightning bolt appeared above Suyi's fist. Ah! It hurts, what is this? Luffy suddenly had pain. I felt an unparalleled destructive force. Boom. The next moment, he was directly kicked out. His armed color and emission have no resistance at all. Suyi grinned. Point 0. This is the ultimate form of conquerors. Wrap the conquerors around your fist. Fight armament haki in a crushing stance. The so-called King's Aptitude is because the attack from Conqueror's entanglement cannot be resisted by ordinary armed colors at all. This is a qualitative difference. Unless you have an armament haki as strong as your grandfather, or a very tough one, the backbone is strong, and it is hard to resist this kind of pain, but it is difficult for ordinary people to do it. Luffy got up from the ground at this time. His right hand was covered with blood. Hey, it's already covered with armed color, but it still bleeds. This power is really terrifying. Suyi did not continue to attack. Instead, he explained. In addition to entanglement, conquerors can also be played like emission. You should have seen this move, which is the Hakoku used by the two giant brothers in Little Garden. Luffy suddenly showed an excited expression. Oh, it's that stunt that pierces the Shikishima goldfish with a single blow, isn't it? Suyi nodded. That's right. 35. Have you even learned that trick? Luffy's eyes lit up. Suyi shook her head. This trick is not even Eagle Eye can't. Also, what Hawkeye taught him at the time was just the usual Conqueror's haki method. Even emission and Conqueror's entanglement are only his own comprehension. However, he knew that there was a place in this world where he could learn this magical skill. Elbaf Village. Where? Chapter 254 Su Yi's Guess. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Su Yi is going to Elbaf Village sooner or later. Not only because it is the hometown of giants, but Usopp is also very longing for it. He speculated that the historical text of the missing red road sign on the Fishmen Island should be in the village of Elbaf. The historical text is very heavy. It's hard to run around the world with it, and once the ship is wrecked and the ship capsizes. If the historical text sinks to the bottom of the sea, it will be difficult to find. Even Roger, the Pirate King of the Year, just rubbed the content of the historical text. However, Su Yi remembered that the giant-shaped fishman sea god of the Fishmen Island once ran around the world carrying ordinary historical texts. Therefore, Su Yi guessed, only the large sea kings can move the historical text. 163, and the giants. As for the giants, as a powerful race, it is very likely that Roger handed over the historical text of the Red Road sign of the Fishmen Island to them before he died. This prevents Raftel from being easily found. To sum up, Su Yi felt that it was necessary for him and others to go to Elbaf Village. If it weren't for the fact that they were busy now, and they had to beat Andy and Kaido. He even wanted to go to Elbaf to learn Hakoku first. Suga, but I'll learn how to talk about tyrannical entanglement first. Luffy doesn't have the idea of eating fat in one go. Instead, I concentrate on wanting to learn to bully first. The two immediately began to communicate. Su Yi handed over his ideas to Luffy without reservation. Luffy also listened very carefully and carefully. Well, advertisement. After Luffy heard it, he still looked like he didn't know much. In fact, Rayleigh must have told him. But what Su Yi and Rayleigh said are definitely not exactly the same. But it is the overlap that the two talk about that is the real essence of tyrannical entanglement. And this is undoubtedly very important to Luffy. Who in this world has the qualification to be taught two different haki cultivation experiences at the same time? Su Yi felt that, with Luffy's perception, sure to be able to master the entanglement skills very quickly. But this is just the beginning. After the master wrapped the conquerors in his hands, the next thing to do is to free the conquerors. That's Hakoku. And then, if you can condense haki, if you can release it in the form of sword energy like Roger, you can already walk sideways in this world. Su Yi can actually do something similar. Release the power of thought like a wave. But mind power is not haki. After all, the two sides are still different. Although Su Yi practiced often, it was difficult to achieve. Well, let's make the body stronger first. 35. Su Yi is not a very ambitious person. After Haki's practice did not have much room for improvement. He turned his attention back to his body. There is still a lot of room for improvement in his power. However, if you want to inject psychic power into Zone's ability, the method of improving strength has little effect. Advertisement. So do you still have to fight against the strong to improve your strength faster? Su Yi pondered. Within the next week, the Sunshine was sailing on the sea and did not find any trace of Zoe. At the back of the Sunshine, the Queen Mother anthem was chained with chains. This has become the reserve food of the people. After Luffy's fighting day and night, the ship's deck masts have been eaten up, and the deck has not fallen in half. All that's left is a shell. The singing biscuit face at the bow of the ship was preserved and placed on the Sunshine to become the mascot. There may also be ingredients in reserve grains in it. But early in the morning we'll hear this flat face singing. People or boats? People or boats? It's annoying you. Believe it or not, I ate you. After being woken up, Luffy kicked the big cake face unhappily. The big cake face suddenly shivered with fright. Luffy, don't bully it, it's pathetic too. Chopper advised. Well, I just don't know if it will scream when I eat it. It's terrible. I'd better not eat it. It will be troublesome if it leaves a psychological shadow. Luffy is still considering whether or not to eat Pancake Face. Considering the trembling all over at the end, it was better not to eat. Chopper. You really still want to eat it? What's the noise so early? Lack of sleep is very bad for the skin. Nami came out of the cabin and stretched. Advertisement. Ah, it's great, the weather has been stable recently, and I can finally get a good night's sleep. Then, she patted Chopper's head. Sanji-kun, I'm tired of eating dim sum these days, I want to eat something else. Hi, Nami-san. Sanji suddenly danced like a chicken blood. Start cooking hard. Wait, the current seems to have changed. 35. Suddenly, Nami, who was observing the heading, noticed a problem. No, it's not that the ocean currents have changed, it's that we have entered a special sea area. She found that the nearby currents had all turned into a situation that would drive them out. It's almost Zo. The head of Nami. Go against the current and move in the direction of the life card, don't change the course. 5. Luo, who was sleeping under the mast, stood up and said. Nami nodded and started to helm 4.9. Others also started to get busy. The sails that set sail, the anchors that draw anchors. I see, there is a huge black shadow in front of it, it must be an island. Usopp saw Zo's shadow with his telescope and shouted immediately. Here, that's Zo. Soon, people will be able to see the moving elephant lord with the naked eye. The only difference from the island they imagined is that this time the island turned out to be moving. Isn't this an island? It seems to be a living creature. Nami was taken aback. Moreover, the diameter of one leg of the elephant is actually much longer than the total length of the sunshine. This is a moving elephant. Chapter 255 Suyi vs Jack. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I heard that we have arrived in Zo. Everyone ran up to the deck. When they saw the elephant lord, everyone was shocked. It's amazing. It's so big, this is probably a monster bigger than the Sea Kings. 35. Hello. Hello, Elephant Lord. Luffy seemed to regard Elephant Lord as a creature that could communicate. Ho 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 ho. I don't know if Laboon will become so big. Brook looked at things and remembered the Laboon who was still waiting for him at Twin Points. Be careful not to get the Elephant Lord's feet kicked, Nami called to Frankie, who was at the helm. Don't worry, Super, I won't let the sunshine get into that dangerous situation. Zuo is located on the back of this elephant. Luo pointed to the left hind leg of the elephant owner. Put the boat over there. Su Yi glanced at Luo, not expecting that this guy was also relying on the ship king. Immediately, he also looked at the elephant lord. This elephant owner had seen Joey Boy, the liberation fighters 800 years ago. The sunshine gradually approached the elephant master, and Luo also began to popularize science for everyone. The country, Zo, on the back of the elephant is an ancient country that has existed for thousands of years, which means that the elephant is at least 1,000 years old. Damn it. It's amazing to live for 1,000 years. 99. Luffy suddenly showed an envious look. Everyone else looked at Luffy with surprised eyes. It seems that the captain of his own is not a man who is not afraid of death. Indeed, how can there be anyone in this world who is not afraid of death? If I could live 1,000 years, wouldn't I be able to eat a lot of meat? Luffy continued. Everyone. Well, it looks like they misunderstood. Luffy will always be Luffy. At this time, sunshine has come to the feet of the elephant. Advertisement. At this time, the current beside the ship was very violent. How is this going to go up? Su Yi looked at the thigh of the elephant, and fell into contemplation at the moment. The height of the elephant is 35 kilometers. And from the sea to his back is more than 10,000 meters. In other words, his back can already reach the height of Sky Island. So, climbing on the back of Elephant Lord is equivalent to climbing on Sky Island. Leave this to me. Usopp stood up at this time with an oath on his face, as if he already had a countermeasure. I saw that he started to make wax oil like crazy. It actually made a thing similar to a helicopter. At this moment, let alone Luffy and others. Even Su Yi himself was stunned. In this era when sailboats are still used as marine means of transportation, Usopp has already conceived the structure of the helicopter. I have to say this guy is a genius. Well, everyone, come up. 99. Usopp built what looked like a hot air balloon basket under the propeller. Let people stand on it. As a result, everyone stood up in unison. I'm not going up. I'm staying here to watch the boat. 35. Frankie told the crowd. If it's you, then it's alright. Luffy smiled and waved to Frankie. Then, the propellers began to spin under the activation of Usopp. 222. The candle-like helicopter took off. Advertisement. Slowly climb up the height. Hey, Usopp, can you also take the sunshine directly to the sky? Can we just go to Sky Island to play in the future? Luffy's mind was spinning so fast for some reason this time. For the first time, I thought of other uses for this ability. That requires a lot of physical strength, and I'm almost there now, but of course I can do it in the future, Usopp said. At this time, Suyi, who was watching the distant scenery, suddenly sensed something. Eyes flashed. Luffy, I'll go first, he said, and jumped out directly. Then he stepped on the moonwalk and accelerated upwards. After a certain height, he instantly activated Thunder Fruit's ability, and his body turned into an electric current and rushed towards the elephant's back. Below, in the basket, Luffy pouted, envious. What? Obviously you want to start a big adventure quickly, why do you say take a step first? Nami was thoughtful, it should be his perception of something. Ace's body turned into flames, do you need my help? However, his flame suddenly melted the candle around him. Made Usopp in a hurry. My candles are afraid of fire. 99. Sorry, Ace looked apologetic and had to give up. On the back of the Lord Suyi landed, and in front of him was a very old city wall. The bricks of the city walls are even covered with moss. The front is a gate, the gate has been destroyed at this time. It looks like there is an intruder here. Advertisement. Jack the Drill. Suyi just sensed that there was a battle going on here, so he hurried over here. Chilla. He turned into electricity again and suddenly appeared in the city of Zo. Say, where are the samurai? A tall, burly man of 163 who could be called a little giant was pinching the neck of a giant cat demon, torturing the other party, and on the ground around, there were orcs lying on the ground. Among them are canines, werewolves, sheepmen, etc. This is a special species similar to murlocs. It's just that murlocs are a combination of humans and fish. And here is the combination of human and animal. Beside this man, there are also some strange humans with long horns on their heads. However, their vitality is much stronger than that of ordinary humans. Suyi's sudden appearance directly caught the attention of these people. Hey, who are you? You don't look like a fur guy. A giver said to Suyi with an arrogant look. Suyi glanced at each other, then turned his head in disdain and looked at Jack. Hey, I said you. The other party seemed to be irritated by Suyi's ignorance. Immediately came forward, cursing and preparing to teach Suyi a lesson. But what greeted him was a quick punch. He didn't have time to defend or evade. Was directly blown away. The bridge of the nose was directly smashed, blood spurted from the nose and mouth, and he lost consciousness. Jack threw the cat-bellied snake in his hand on the ground at this time. Staring at Suyi coldly. Are you looking for death? Chapter 256 One Punch Co. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What? Suyi will not show weakness in his aura. Immediately put on a, I look at you, expression. Jack was instantly irritated by this expression. Blue veins on forehead. At this moment, in fact, Suyi has secretly observed the situation here. Logically speaking, Jack should be the first to go to Zo to find the hidden samurai here. Then he went to rescue Doflamingo. However, the timeline of this world has changed. For some reason, it may be the butterfly effect. Jack didn't come to Zo before rescuing Doflamingo. Naturally, the poison gas weapon was not used in advance. Now this is only the first time he has confronted the people of Zo. However, for some unknown reason, Jack defeated the cat-bellied snake by himself. You must know that in the original book, the cat-bellied snake and the Duke of Inuarashi can be on an equal footing with them. No matter what, the current Jack seems to be stronger than the original. Also, it just happens to be used as a target for practicing hands. Suyi's heart moved. Put on a fighting stance. You are courting death. 35. Jack directly drew his weapon. A cold weapon similar to a sickle. He slashed hard at Suyi. Woohoo! The sickle brought the whirring sound of the wind, with the momentum of destroying everything. At this moment, all the Fur clan lying on the ground who still had some consciousness already thought that Suyi was dead. Because the group of them was instantly killed by such a blow from the other side. The difference in strength is too great. This is the absolute power gap. Good come. Su Yi does not dodge or evade. Instead, he used his hand to pick up the opponent's sickle. Clang. As a result, Su Yi really caught the opponent's attack. Woo-hoo-hoo. Advertisement. A gust of wind blew the dust away. Jack's subordinates turned wildly, looking at this incredible scene. Jack's bloodshot eyes suddenly widened. Are you joking? I saw that the scene that shocked Jack was Su Yi's hand that caught his attack. No haki covered in the slightest. Instead, he simply pinched the side of the scythe with his fingers, and used force to stop his attack. Jack, who has always been known for his strength and is proud of his own strength. I was a little confused right now. Don't understand what happened. This kind of scene should obviously happen to his boss, Kaido of the Beasts. No, not right. The boy in front of him is still far from the boss Kaido. If it is Kaido, at this moment, it should be with bare hands, catch the blade with the skin, and then crush the steel and blade abruptly. The boy in front of him did not dare to touch the blade with his skin. It means that the other party is actually not that powerful. You still don't know haki. Jack seems to have thought of a possibility. Subconsciously blurted out his debut. Su Yi chuckled. Are you a fool? Then, the veins on his forehead burst out. Instant power. With a loud roar, the muscles of the fingers holding Jack's scythe swelled up. Click. There are cracks on the blade. It finally shattered. Give me my knife. Jack's forehead bulged with blood vessels, as if he was already furious, and regarded Su Yi's behavior as a provocation. You wanna die. He raised the scythe in the other hand. Then, the hole is covered with armed color. Slash hard at Su Yi. Whoosh. Su Yi didn't stand still this time, but jumped straight up. Advertisement. One dodged and punched Jack hard in the face. His fist still did not cover the slightest haki. Boom. The pure collision of flesh and blood, Jack's head fell back abruptly. His mask was also shattered directly, revealing his mouth. And his sharp teeth. Murloc. Su Yi remembered that Jack seemed to have some Murloc blood. Although not apparent on the surface. But this also explains why the other party is obviously capable, but can survive on the bottom of the sea. Jack was thoroughly provoked this time. Not only crushed one of his knives. And shattered his mask. Hold head high. Suddenly, he turned into a mammoth. The figure suddenly swelled in a circle. The elephant trunk swept towards Su Yi. After Su Yi landed, without a moment's breath. Immediately, he hit the trunk with the same unpretentious, no fancy punch. Thump. The trunk of the elephant was beaten up. Don't use fruit power, don't use haki, and don't use mind power. Just fighting Jack with pure physical strength, that's how Su Yi works out. And the result is obvious. Even if he didn't resort to these things, Jack wasn't his opponent. But he doesn't have an overwhelming advantage either. However, Jack was completely furious. He directly covered his whole body with armed color, and then turned into a prehistoric beast and dashed over. Raised an elephant foot and stomped hard on Su Yi. Thump. Su Yi punched Jack's foot. A wave of air erupted. His feet sank into the ground, and Jack's strength was completely dissipated. Hiss. Su Yi took a deep breath. Covering his fist, rubbing it. Sure enough, it wouldn't work without haki. His fists were visibly numb. Advertisement. Seeing this, Jack pursued the victory even more. He has now regarded Su Yi as the type who can't use haki. Naturally, this opportunity will not be missed. Dong dong dong. The two sides were caught in a fierce battle. Every attack of Jack contains haki. But Su Yi is purely using her body to resist. Soon, his hands had lost consciousness. However, Jack is not feeling well. Because he finds that Su Yi's punches are getting stronger and stronger with each punch. In the end, even if he used haki, he was a little lost. However, at this moment, Su Yi's hand suddenly made a sound of bones shattering. His hand was broken. A fierce light flashed in Jack's eyes. Don't miss this opportunity. Directly get the king's good, kill him without talking about martial arts. Go to hell. Su Yi did not panic at all. If he can't use his hands, he uses his feet. He raised his foot and kicked, directly blocking Jack's attack. Foot, shin, knee. They are all weapons that can be used to attack. Dong dong dong. The two sides fought fiercely again. Su Yi became more and more brave in battle. His feet, legs, and knees took turns attacking. Won't hurt at all. And soon, his hands have basically recovered. He began to attack alternately with both fists and legs. At the back, Su Yi unilaterally pressed Jack to fight. Feeling that the exercise is almost done, Su Yi is not ready to waste time with Jack anymore. You said I can't hockey. After Su Yi blocked all of Jack's attacks, seizing the opponent's gap and bullying him forward. His right fist was covered in armed color and hit Jack's stomach hard. Jack's body suddenly bent like a shrimp. Chapter 257, the first piece of road sign history text. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Forehead. Jack's mouth was wide open, his face twisted, his eyes turned white. The whole person is bent into a shrimp shape. And that's just because of Su Yi's punch. His fists are already sharp enough. Now with hockey added, it has an overwhelming destructive power. At this moment, Jack felt that his internal organs seemed to be dislocated. This painful feeling reminded him of a man. Kaido. Kaido's attack is similar. Su Yi didn't plan to hit it off. Not far after Jack just flew out. He turned into electricity directly and flashed behind Jack. An elbow hit directly on Jack's back. Thump. He hit the ground directly. And just before he landed, Su Yi flashed under him again. A roundhouse kick hit Jack in the side face. Click. There was a bone rubbing sound from his head. I don't know which bone was broken. In short, after Su Yi's 3-hit combo, after Jack fell to the ground, he never got up again. Just a slightly beating heart symbolizes that he is still alive. 163 Jack's group of younger brothers are dumbfounded at this moment. One by one has a wide mouth, and the chin is almost dislocated. Advertisement. Eyes bulged, and even snot flowed from the nose. Lord Jack. Lord Jack actually lost. Should we still fight? A group of people looked at Su Yi with ghostly eyes. And Su Yi's every move made them nervous, for fear that Su Yi was going to do something to them. Su Yi looked at Jack on the ground. No one noticed at this point that Jack had returned from mammoth state to human form. Of course, it wasn't because Jack lost consciousness. But because his fruit power has been stolen by Su Yi at this time. Zone katakana middle dot elephant fruit katakana middle dot ancient species katakana middle dot mammoth form. By the way, if I remember correctly, there should be people among you called genderers. 55. Su Yi suddenly remembered something. Look at a group of soldiers under Kaido's command. The artificial devil fruit-like smile has only a 1 in 10 chance to obtain the power of devil fruit. The person who fails to get it will no longer be able to eat any devil fruit, and can only have the expression, laughing, forever. And once successful, then you will get Zone's ability. But this ability is a bit special. Some people directly turn a part of their body into an animal. Unable to control whether the body becomes an animal. It's like an upgrade has occurred. But in short, these people still obtained the power of Zone fruit after all. Even the upgraded of some people will be more powerful than the original fruit in Su Yi's opinion. For example, you can turn your hands into sheep's horns, or into a wolf's head. When fighting, obviously these two kinds are more convenient for humanoids to fight than pure sheep fruit or wolf fruit. And the only thing Su Yi cares about is, does this artificial devil fruit have the potential of the real Zone devil fruit? Can it go berserk and awaken? Advertisement. And the most important point is, can this man-made ability be stolen by him, and is it counted as an ability? Do what you think. Su Yi directly attacked a group of people. In self-defense, the pirates immediately resisted Su Yi's attack. Among them, the givers have used their own abilities one by one. However, Su Yi soon discovered that, I can't steal the power of these people. In other words, their abilities are not actually complete devil fruit abilities. Although the effect of Zone devil fruit can be partially achieved, Beej. But, you must know that Smile is the product of Guy's research. Guy Zacco isn't as talented as Vegapunk. It is normal to produce defective products. It's just a pity these people eat fake devil fruit. Became a landslide again. The upper limit of the real Zone devil fruit has not been reached yet. Such as Runaway, Awakening. Most likely it won't be possible. Su Yi observed 3 seconds of silence for these people. Then let them go. Jack is going to live. So these people are needed to take Jack away. Then, Su Yi looked at the fur tribes on the ground. To be honest, he didn't like Cat Belly Snake and Duke Inuarashi. There is only one reason. Both of them are retainers of the Kazuki family. However, Su Yi won't kill 2 people either. Advertisement. Like Momosuke and Kinemon. Let it fend for itself. Both Catbelly Snake and Duke Inuarashi have been defeated by Jack. Although these 2 people showed the ability to compete with Jack in the original work. But in fact, the 2 of them fought Jack by way of wheel battle. In terms of overall strength, they are definitely no match for Jack. Both were injured, but not fatal. At this time, a fur tribe suddenly made a sound. Seems to be asking Su Yi for help. I'm not a doctor. Su Yi said helplessly. The other party also showed a desperate expression. But soon Su Yi's words gave the other party hope again. But there are doctors among my partners, and they will be here soon. 5. A look called the light of hope flashed in the other party's eyes. Then, next, is the historical text. Su Yi stood up. He has solved the biggest problem, Jack. He didn't dare to touch the wounds on the ground casually, and some rib fractures were inevitable. Once moved without authorization, the broken bones are likely to puncture its internal organs, causing more irreparable injuries. Professional things are better left to professional people. For Su Yi, the historical text is the most attractive. Chilla. He suddenly turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was already on top of the big tree in the center of the whale forest. Here, there is the first piece of historical text of the road sign that Straw Hat Crew is about to find. Chapter 258 Steal the historical text. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A big tree above Zo looks like a white whale. To be honest, this is a really amazing plant. But since it is in the world of pirates, it is not surprising that strange things happen. Although Su Yi knew that the entrance to the historical text of the road sign was located at the end of a large tree in the shape of a whale. But finding the entrance took him a lot of work. At last he found the entrance. After walking in, go through a long corridor. Su Yi came to a spacious space. There is a piece of red historical text here, and a strange-looking man is bound to the historical text with chains. This is Lei Zhang, one of the Red Sheath 9 heroes, who has the ability to roll the fruit. Ah, you are. Lei Zhang had some doubts about Su Yi's sudden appearance. But after discovering that Su Yi is not a fur tribe, immediately there was a hint of vigilance. I've heard that Jack is leading someone to look for you. Is it possible that your excellency is Jack's accomplice? Su Yi grinned. So what? What about no? Rizzo instantly took his reaction as an admission. You come at me with everything. Don't hurt the fur people. 95. Su Yi was already pacing in front of Lei Zhang at this time. Suddenly grabbed the chain. With a little force, this ordinary iron chain was directly broken by him. Bang! The chain is broken. Rizzo immediately took a few steps backwards vigilantly. Put on an attacking stance. Who is your excellency? Since it's Jack's, why did you let me go? However, it turns out that Lei Zhang is really too self-indulgent. The only reason why Su Yi broke the chains on Lei Zhang's body was to prevent Rizzo's body from blocking the contents of the historical text. Then, he even tried to move the historical text. Advertisement. Good wait. Su Yi found that it was difficult to move with his own strength. You know, if it is replaced by stones of the same volume, he can throw with one hand. However, the density of the stone used in the historical text in front of us is far greater than that of steel. It feels like a warship to Su Yi. However, no matter how heavy it is, there is a limit. I saw Su Yi suddenly let out a low voice. Bloated muscles. A violent force erupted. Mingming just had a fight with Jack. There are still some injuries. At this time, with strength. There was blood coming out of the wound. But he didn't care. Rise. Quote. With a low voice, Su Yi lifted the historical text abruptly. In this scene, he looked directly at Lei Zhang beside him. He knows the weight of this historical text. Basically, it is difficult for someone to move easily. All require the help of tools and a large number of hands to move. However, The man in front of him lifted it up by himself. It's really incredible. Wait, what are you doing? Suddenly, Lei Zhang noticed something was wrong. Because a door suddenly appeared beside Su Yi. And on the other side of this door is a chaotic space. The first thing he thought of was that the opponent was also using Devil Fruit's ability. Advertisement. And this door is undoubtedly used to transmit something. Because Rizo's own ability is the fruit of the scroll. So he understands similar spatial capabilities. So, after seeing Su Yi holding up the historical text and such a door appearing beside him, immediately he thought of a terrible thought. Could this man be trying to steal the historical text? He guessed right. Drink. Su Yi's forehead blue veins burst. Step by step to the door next to you. Suddenly the earth trembled. Could it be that Your Excellency is trying to steal the historical text? 35. If that's the case, then I can't just sit back and ignore it. Lei Zhang couldn't sit still. He immediately attacked Su Yi. With the ability to roll the fruit, the darts are released. These are what he usually wears on his body. It can be said that the fruit roll is a very convenient ability. Not only can you carry daily necessities on your body, but you can also take enemy moves into your pocket and use them for your own use. Asterisk. Su Yi had anticipated the opponent's attack as early as the moment he raised his hand. Immediately, he covered his back with armed color. Jingle. After a crunch, all the darts landed. It turned out to be armed. Lei Zhang's expression suddenly became serious. Seeing that Su Yi has thrown the historical text into the space of the door fruit. He was powerless. Advertisement. Your Excellency knows that this is a very important thing for the Fur tribe. What is your intention to steal it? Seeing that he couldn't beat Su Yi, Lei Zhang started to hide his mouth. However, Su Yi didn't want to waste time on this guy. Flashed directly to his side. Touch the other's body. The ability to roll the fruit is immediately available. However, things are not over for Su Yi. Although he stole the historical text. But there was a witness like Reizang at the scene. Although he saved the Fur tribe, he privately took away the historical text they guarded. It's a hard thing to say. Whether the other party will turn his face on Su Yi is not sure. But Su Yi has a reason to take away the historical text. There are 4 sections in the historical text. One in Kaido's hand, one in Big Mom's hand. The third piece is missing. The fourth piece is Zo, who has been guarded in isolation. Even if an outsider finds Zuowu, they will never think that there is a piece of historical text here. It can be said that it is impossible for other people to know the existence of this historical text. In this way, as long as he has such a piece of historical text in his hand, it is absolutely impossible for anyone else to find Raftel. So, as long as this piece of historical text is taken by Su Yi, he and Luffy will be invincible. Next, just slowly collect other historical texts. So, what should I do with you? Su Yi looked at Lei Zhang. Lei Zhang was horrified at this moment. Because he found that he could not use his abilities. The man in front of him, who is holy. Fan. Chapter 259. Translate the text of the road sign history. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Su Yi pondered quickly, his brain worked quickly. While thinking about how to deal with Rizo, while continuing to fight with Rizo. Lei Zhang, who has lost his ability, is still stubbornly resisting. Even using something like a smoke bomb. But it is useless to Su Yi, who has top-notch sex. Lei Zhang cannot die. If he dies, the power I stole will also disappear. But he can't meet the Fur clan either. Once the two sides meet, and he says that the historical text was stolen by me, it will be unclear. When the time comes, I will join forces with Catbelly Snake and Duke Inuarashi, who are both Red Sheath 9 heroes, and I will harvest Wanokuni and Zo at the same time. But I disdain to blame Lei Zhang for stealing the historical text. It seems that we can only pass this kind of thing to Jack first, and at the same time deal with 167 Lei Zhang separately. Suddenly, Su Yi thought of a possibility. Childlike fruit. People can be turned into toys, and the people who are turned into toys will be forgotten by the relevant people. However, this ability is a bit bad for Su Yi. That is, if Rizo is to remain in the form of a toy, he must always activate his abilities. However, Suyi has also thought of a possible solution to this point. The reason why it is said to be possible is because Suyi is not yet sure if it can be done. Anyway, let's try. Suyi suddenly activates the ability of childlike fruit. Touching Reizang's body, Raizo suddenly turned into a toy. Then, Suyi issued another order. First, don't hurt anyone. 5. Second, don't hurt yourself. Third, my secrets must not be exposed in any way. After Suyi finished speaking, Reizang suddenly became motionless. It seems that he can't accept himself that he has turned into a toy. This is only the first step. Advertisement. Then, Suyi suddenly activated the second fruit ability. Burst Fruit. It can turn inanimate objects it touches into bombs. He grabbed Raizo, who had turned into a toy, and instantly turned Raizo's body into a bomb. Of course, this kind of bomb can only be detonated by the master Suyi who exploded the fruit. The third step is the most important. Suyi also put away the ability of childlike fruit and explosive fruit. Then look at Reizang. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Raizo has not changed in the slightest. Still in toy form. It worked. Suyi was overjoyed. It seems that his guess came true. His ability to steal fruit actually has one of the biggest inconveniences. Unlike Luffy and Brook, who use fruit power all the time, he needs to actively maintain the fruit ability. This is actually a very difficult thing. If the maintenance of the fruit ability is regarded as blinking or sticking out the tongue, then, if Suyi wants to maintain the existence of the fruit power and not disappear, you have to blink or stick your tongue out all the time, even while sleeping. And this is clearly not possible. Because this requires a prerequisite, Suyi has to stay awake. But the usage method improved by Suyi is different. First turn Raizo into a toy, then use the exploding fruit to turn it into a bomb. It should be noted here that the bomb made by the exploding fruit actually lasts forever. For example, wax oil made by wax fruit, or ice made by frozen fruit. Even if the ability person no longer activates the ability, it will always exist. Advertisement. This is the ability to have an impact on the outside world. Exploding fruit has a similar effect. And when the toy that Raizo turned into was made into a bomb by the exploding fruit, he can't actually turn back into a human being. Because its essence has become a toy bomb. This amounts to a restriction. Only this bomb explodes, or Suyi cancels the bomb. Otherwise, Raizo will always maintain the state of the bomb. Then of course he can't change back to human. Because human beings are already living beings, they cannot become bombs. So he can only maintain the state of the toy. Suyi even felt that, even if the original owner of the fun fruit and the explosive fruit dies, these two fruit abilities disappear, Raizo would have a hard time turning back into a human. What did you do to me? Raizo, who has become a toy, can't accept this reality. But its body has lost its strength as a human. Can't stop Suyi at all. Also unable to disobey Suyi's orders. Can't hurt others. In order to prevent suicide, Suyi also set an order that he could not harm himself. The last order is to prevent Raizo from revealing his secrets to the public by becoming a star, which is unlikely to happen. In short, Suyi has done what he thinks is the safest. But he was obviously overthinking it. In this state of Raizo, it is difficult for even Zo to leave. And Wanokuni, who was born in a closed country, has a hard time accepting things from the outside world. It was impossible to think Suyi that far. Solve everything here. Advertisement. Suyi left here. After waiting for a few hours, Luffy they finally arrived at Zo. And Usopp is almost out of strength. You must know that maintaining the ability for several hours of uninterrupted operation is very exhausting. And he did. Damn it, there is such an ancient building. Luffy jumped out of the basket. Suddenly, he looked at the city wall of Zo in shock. Chilla. Suyi flashed before everyone. Yo, here you are. 95. Why are we here? Suyi, you are so disloyal, you left us alone and came here to take the risk. Luffy suddenly complained. 4.9 inches Chopper, come here. Suyi pulled Chopper and walked inside. Ignore me, Luffy growled. However, his attention was soon distracted. Look here, look there. Others also came to Zo's land one after another. Terra man, where is your companion? Luffy looked at Luo and asked. Look in the direction of the life card. Saying it is the same as talking in vain, Luo silently complained in his heart. After Su Yi told Chopper about the large number of wounded on the island. I found Robin. Tell her about the historical text. I heard that there is a historical text, and it is also a red road sign historical text. Robin was taken aback. He quickly asked Su Yi to show her. Chapter 260 successfully cracked. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Su Yi gave Robin the first rubbing of the historical text of the red road sign. Then, he quietly watched Robin decipher the content above. As for why he didn't directly take out the historical text. To be honest, it's a little inconvenient. Even if it is really taken out. Robin is sure to make a rubbing too. Then study slowly. Su Yi-kun, where did you get this? Robin asked subconsciously while studying the text on the rubbing. Su Yi didn't lie, but tell the truth. Hearing this, Robin glanced at Su Yi. Su Yi said, since Luffy is going to become the Pirate King, then the text of this crucial road sign must be the master in our own hands. Robin agrees with this, nodding. Moreover, it must not fall into the hands of the world government. The historical text has always been something they have forbidden to study. In fact, not only the historical text of the road signs, but also the ordinary historical texts also record dangerous information like ancient weapon. Once it is obtained by the world government, the world will be extremely dangerous. Su Yi smiled awkwardly. I always feel that it is a bit awkward to say this sentence 14 from the mouths of these two pirates. After all, most people must regard the world government as a just party. And how could the world government do something unfavorable to the world? But then he thought of the reason why Robin said that. Wasn't Robin's hometown O'Hara destroyed by the world government? Just because the scholars of O'Hara wanted to understand the blank 100 years of history. After being informed by the world government. Then he launched the Slayer Order, destroying O'Hara in the fire of war. Advertisement. Even the library where the knowledge of all mankind was gathered was destroyed in the fire. It can be seen that the world government does not care about what is human or not. As the lackeys of celestial dragons, their only purpose is to maintain the stability of celestial dragons' dominance. Even if it is to pull all human beings into the Stone Age, they will not hesitate. Su Yi looked at Robin, who was translating, and fell into deep thought. If you continue sailing on the Grand Line, the final island that arrives will have information about Raftel. People will naturally know that it takes all 4 blocks of road sign history to find Raftel. And Roger learned about it after arriving there first. But now they have started the final adventure ahead of time, and they don't even need to go to the final island to know the existence of the historical text of the road sign. Finally, Robin completed the translation of the historical text. Lift your head up. Let out a long breath. I just know the coordinates of the island, but where exactly I need Nami. Su Yi understood. Historians and navigators are indispensable. Then, they destroyed the rubbing to prevent it from being obtained by others. The content inside was memorized in Robin's mind. The two went all the way to Zo. At this point, Chopper has completed the treatment of most of the injured fur tribes. Yo, Chopper, well done. Su Yi saw from afar that Chopper was dressing a dog person. Help! Help Su Yi! Brook suddenly ran over. A group of dogs behind him were chasing him. Robin subconsciously wants to save Brook. However, it was stopped by Su Yi. Advertisement. Wait, they're not malicious. Soon, Brook was desperately rushed by the dogs. They licked Brook's bones with their tongues. Seeing this, Robin was speechless. It turns out that canines like the characteristics of bones. No wonder. If that's the case, then Brook should be welcome here. Help me, everyone. Although Brook himself was not hurt. But being licked as a bone is still very hopeless. And his body is now only bones. If he was bitten off a piece or two, he would be in danger. Don't worry, we won't hurt you, you are our idol. Said a canine. Brook, believe in you. Oh, it's our benefactor. Several fur tribes also noticed the arrival of Su Yi. Before Su Yi defeated Jack. Then it is equivalent to their savior, an existence as important as Chopper. If it wasn't for Su Yi's timely appearance, they would have been killed by Jack and Jack's men. We must treat our benefactor well. Ka. A fur tribe was about to stand up when he suddenly vomited blood. Chopper looked anxious and ran over quickly. Pressed each other. Really? You still have injuries, you can't move like this. Su Yi suddenly thought of something. Advertisement. By the way, what about Luo? 35. I'm here, Su Yi is in charge. Luo stepped aside. Introduction. These are my crew. He pointed to the group of people behind him. It's shocking that our heart pirates are allied with the Straw Hat crew. A talking white bear is doing the independent posture of the golden rooster, and the group of 170 pirates in the back also follow the same example. What fun, guys. 35. Luffy jumped out from the side with a piece of meat in his mouth, and he didn't know where he got it. Yoshi, now we have achieved a small goal, and the next step is to fight Aunt Feifei, right? Luffy swallowed the roast and said with a boxing clap. Luo Dao. I just want to know, Su Yi, will Jack come to Zuowu after he is defeated? If he still comes, isn't our partner here in considerable danger? You don't have to worry about that. Su Yi pondered. Soon we will be famous all over the world, and then Jack will know that we are not in Zuowu anymore. Jack should be targeting me now. 35. When I thought that Jack woke up and found that his ability was gone, and then recalled that he was defeated by someone. The target of hatred will definitely be focused on him. By then, Su Yi and others had already made their names at Ant's tea party. Jack naturally knew that they were no longer with Zo. And, most importantly, Rizzo has become a toy. Jack naturally has no reason to continue to Zo. Actually, we have a choice. Nami said suddenly. Chapter 261 Battle Plan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Su Yi and Luo look at Nami. Nami said. Now that the Whitebeard pirates have decided to pull Big Mom down from the seat of the four emperors, then they will definitely start a massive war with the Big Mom pirates. At this time, every bit of strength is very important. So, we should all go to war. Even if you don't deal with cadres, but just deal with some minions, you can save some physical strength for the generals. Luo and Su Yi looked at each other. Luo Shen nodded in agreement. The head of Nami is right, since he has decided to go to war with the opponent, all the power is precious. Su Yi pondered. However, the specific plan still needs to be carefully planned. Luffy suddenly came over. Plan. Why don't you let me come? Go aside. Nami pushes Luffy's face away. She had already thought about what plans Luffy would have in mind. It's nothing more than a reckless way to go. As one of the people most familiar with Luffy, Luffy just opened his mouth and she knew what he was going to eat. I think this way. Let Bej take us to the core first. 35. Then we deal with Big Mom and the others, and at this time let the Whitebeard pirates come on stage and attack from the outside, said Su Yi. I can see this plan, Nami said. Luo also nodded. However, during the tea party, the officers of the Big Mom pirates will gather together. Advertisement. At that time, I am afraid that the officers of the Whitebeard pirates will need to act with us. Otherwise, we might be stopped by the cadres without even seeing Auntie's face. Ace suddenly came over at this time. He added. The Big Mom pirates have 4 generals in addition to Big Mom. The 4 generals are all top players with a bounty of around 1 billion. Talking. He looked at Su Yi. It's about as powerful as Jack. Su Yi didn't seem to have any idea about Nami. He said. Each of the 4 generals has the strength of a quasi-admiral. Admiral. Nami suddenly felt that the whole person was not well. But not necessarily. If the strength pulls the crotch, it is very likely that 2 generals may not be able to win an admiral. But if 3 generals join forces, then 1 admiral can be beaten. Nami wanted to say, that would be great too, okay. Admiral is Marine's top fighting force. And the cadres of the 4 emperors' pirates have the strength close to admiral. Simply unbelievably strong. But think about it. If not like this, the 4 emperors had already been subjugated by Marine. If you leave Aunt to Luffy to deal with, then Ace and I can deal with a general. Su Yi pointed to himself and Ace. Ace said. Margot and Foil Beasta can each deal with a general. The remaining captains should be more than enough to deal with the remaining cadres. Luo reminded. There should still be a few captains to be responsible for the commanding work of the periphery. 9. Advertisement. Ace nodded in agreement. Su Yi looked at Nami at this time. Nami, me and Luffy, Zoro Sanji are in charge of dealing with Big Mom and Shogun. When the time comes, the rest of you will be responsible for fending off the outsiders. 5. Nami feels a great responsibility. It shouldn't be some kind of minion who can attend the tea party, right? It doesn't matter. If it's yours, it will definitely work, said 35 Su Yi. Really? You'd be embarrassed to praise people like that. Nami immediately covered his face and fell into narcissism. Luo. Ace. Su Yi takes a boxing slap. Yoshi. That's the decision. Then he glanced at Luffy, who looked resentful. Captain, don't look at us with that look. 5. When the time comes, you can just fight with Auntie. Oh. Luffy suddenly became motivated. Excitedly said. Although I don't understand what you're talking about, it's okay for Aunt to leave it to me, and you don't need to interfere. Su Yi silently patted Luffy's shoulder. When the time comes, you will know. The power of the 4 emperors. Chopper came running. Luffy, can I stay and look after these fur folks? They were all seriously injured. Advertisement. Su Yi actually didn't want Chopper to stay. It's still possible that Jack will come back here. That's when Chopper is in danger. However, he knew Luffy wouldn't force Chopper to follow. Sure enough, Luffy was ready to open his mouth in the next second. Su Yi suddenly covered his mouth. Captain, compared to the wounded here, what we are about to face is tens of thousands of people. A war no less than Summit War. The number of wounded will definitely not be less than here. De Jiao's. Luffy immediately changed his tune. In this case, Chopper, you'd better follow us. Chopper heard that, nodding his head in agreement. On the one hand, he has already done basic treatment for the wounded here in the Fur tribe. It shouldn't be a problem. And the Fur tribe also has its own doctor. But, in fact, he wanted to stay for another reason. Here is Miss Deer. As a reindeer Yun, Chopper also has a feeling of love. But since it was the captain who spoke, then of course he will not defy it. And thinking that Luffy and the others are about to face the 4 emperors, likely to suffer unprecedented serious injuries, he felt that he absolutely had to stay by his partner's side. Chapter 262, The Man Who Wants to be the King. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Speaking of which, Su Yi remembers when in the original book, there are 3 generals. But the Big Mom pirates originally had 4 generals. One of them was expelled for being defeated. That's why he became a 3-star. But in this world, the power of the supernova, Monk, or Rouge, who defeated the 4th general, was stolen by Su Yi. Naturally, there is no strength base that can defeat Zhongxing. However, the 4th general star only has a reward of 600 million. It was also defeated by a supernova. Su Yi seriously doubts the strength of this general. Probably not even Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo. Zo. After Su Yi and others discussed the plan, then left Zo, Luo took his crew, ready to let them follow the people outside the white group when the time comes. I can get acquainted with the people of Bai Tuan. Also to hone your combat power. Why not do it? After all, if this battle is won, Big Mom was pulled from the position of the 4 emperors. At that time, in the eyes of the outside world, the people of Bai Tuan will have power that can rival the 4 emperors. Advertisement. Su Yi pondered. The White Regiment has no captain. But 170 is that every captain has extremely reliable and powerful strength. Maybe in a few years, 4 emperors level combat power will be born from these captains. And in the 2 years since Whitebeard's death, Bai Tuan has experienced hundreds of battles, big and small. It is no exaggeration to say that they have undergone a rebirth. Perhaps this battle was not as difficult as he thought. Everyone left Zo and returned to the sunshine. Luo also has his own pirate ship. Everyone set off together to go to Ants, Wan Guo. At this time, the role of Bej comes into play. He knows the Big Mom pirates very well. At the same time, it is also the position of Master, all nations. On the boat, Robin and Nami went to negotiate the coordinates of the historical text of the first signpost. And Bej was discussing with Luo and Su Yi. If the battle is successful, the outer members of the Whitebeard pirates will attack all the way to the island of Beej. By that time, the Ant and the Cadres have been defeated, and we have won a complete victory. 99. Su Yi gestures on the map. Bej thinks more. Since I never fought the four emperors. So it must be assumed that there is a situation where the four emperors cannot be beaten. Otherwise, you are irresponsible for your own life. Advertisement. But if it fails, we're going to start fleeing. I have no doubt that the Whitebeard pirates can kill Auntie's minions, but Auntie herself has 4 generals and some cadres may survive. Then these people will hunt us down. Having said that, he added, the ant can fly, and even if we escape to the sea, we cannot escape from the ant's pursuit. So, it's better for the sunshine to stay on the outskirts. Luo's boat can go near Cake Island. If the submarine dives into the sea, even the ant can't do anything about us. When the time comes, I can say this ship is my trophy, and no one will doubt it. Luo and Su Yi looked at each other. Su Yi took a deep breath. Nodding. Okay. Although he is quite sure. But after all, to take precautions before it happens. He has never fought against the real 4 emperors, so he doesn't know how tough the opponent is. And, what if Kaido also appeared on Cake Island due to the change in the world line? It's not entirely impossible. Then they ran away. If the sunshine was destroyed, it would be miserable. After all, there is Mary's soul on the sunshine. Also equivalent to their partner. I just care about one thing right now. After opening Bej, Lola started to whisper with Su Yi. One is whether Bej's body can hold so many of us. The second is whether Bej is reliable. After all, he has already joined Big Mom's pirate group. Advertisement. Su Yi chuckled lightly at this time. How could he have not considered this to happen? In the original book, Bej wanted to assassinate Big Mom. That's what's in the original book. The Bej in this world may well have changed. But, that doesn't matter. Even if he betrayed us, what can he do? Tell Big Mom that the Whitebeard pirates are about to attack the Big Mom pirates. 99. Walking into the circle of Big Mom and Zhongxing by yourself, put us in a desperate situation. That's pretty much the same as our original plan. After all, even if the ant knew the news that the Whitebeard pirates were about to attack, she would at most pre-arrange some people on the periphery. And even if we are surrounded, the worst situation we will face after coming out is to directly face the 4 emperors and surround the stars. Luo wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead. It's really easy to say, that's the 4 emperors and the generals. Su Yi smiled and patted Luo on the shoulder. His expression suddenly became serious. My captain is going to become the Pirate King, and dealing with the 4 emperors is a necessary step. After a pause, he said his more ambitious ambitions, let alone the 4 emperors, whoever stands in front of us will be our enemy, even the whole world. Wait, Su Yi, there's another key question. 35. Bej suddenly ran over. Anxious face. He pointed to the half-eaten Queen Mama anthem. What about this ship? This is Mama. Oh no, it's Big Mama's favorite one. How do you tell me to explain to her? 95. Chapter 263 Su Yi may become the ant's husband. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Cake Island, inside the castle. Ant is reading the contents of the newspaper. Ma, the current kid is really incredible, and he has such a high bounty at such a young age. And by my mother's side. A bunch of living hormies are echoing. They are either cakes, either a chair, or oil painting. Anyway, it is because of the ability of the soul fruit to obtain the existence of consciousness. No matter how powerful you are not as good as mommy. A screeching cake flattery. Yeah, you know, even Mr. Cracker, whose bounty is close to 1 billion, can't take a punch from your mother. 4 billions and 2 billions, but there is twice the difference. Mom, it took you decades to increase from 2 billion to 4 billion. A group of hormies followed suit. The ant was instantly happy. Some saliva dripped from the corners of the mouth. She casually put a few nice-speaking hormies into her mouth, chewed it, and ate it. Then he muttered to himself. Having a bounty of 2 billion at such a young age and such a strong bloodline, if I have offspring with him, how terrifying will the child who combines my bloodline and his bloodline be? A group of hormies suddenly stunned. Mom, are you serious? He's still a little kid. That's right, And just relying on your mother's blood, you have already given birth to a powerhouse on the sea like the four generals, and you don't need the blood of other people to join in. Advertisement. The aunt suddenly turned her attention to the Hormies who had been persuading her. Are you teaching me what to do? In the next moment, Haki, who inadvertently revealed, is to directly make a bunch of Homits lose their souls, turned into an ordinary item. The ant directly reached out and grabbed it. He grabbed all the Hormies, who had recovered the normal ingredients, and all the souls that came out of these Hormies' bodies. Then, put it all in your mouth and chew it. While chewing, she muttered to herself. However, this kid named Suyi is indeed too young. I don't know if he has the masculinity of a man. Above the sea. At this time, Suyi did not know. He almost became an ant's man. He just sneezed suddenly, and then felt a chill all over his body. What's the matter? How could I possibly catch a cold? Suyi was very surprised. Forget it. Store some more energy, there will be a fierce battle next. Suyi shook her head, deciding she didn't want this. He broke off a piece of the hull, and the Queen Mother anthem was almost eaten by now. Now that they have eaten part of it, then naturally it is impossible for Ant to see the ship again. Just leave the explanation to Bej at that time. Now that the whole ship is useless, simply eat them all. Suyi munched on the biscuits. Advertisement. While looking at the newspaper. This was their second day at sea. There is nothing new in today's newspapers. But there was one piece of news that caught his attention. The World Summit seems to be coming up. Every World Summit talks about where the world is today and what to do in the next few years. However, in Suyi's view, this is nothing more than a family game played by a group of chickens. After standing at the pinnacle of strength, looking at the world again, there will be a different experience. A power can occupy a sea area. One person can dominate an era. The situation that various countries have worked hard for many years is likely to collapse overnight. This can be seen from the experience of Dressrosa. Even in a dangerous place like the New World, a pirate like Ming can directly control a country. For flowers. And it was one of the first 20 countries. This shows the importance of the word, strength, in this world. The 66th Regiment of Germa was able to occupy North Blue at the beginning. East Blue, a little Murloc Arlong can walk sideways. If the boss of New World suddenly wants to retire one day and go to the world to make trouble. I don't know how the world will change. But, everything has two sides. Why did the dignified four emperors occupy the dangerous sea area like New World and not leave? Don't you go to a peaceful area like the Four Seas to open up territory? Advertisement. Point 0. From the map, the area of the Four Seas is definitely much larger than the Grand Line and New World. And even if they went, Marine couldn't do anything about them. It's time to build a pirate paradise. But on second thought, Suyi understood. The more dangerous the sea area, the more abundant resources are. The most obvious, the number of devil fruit. Since the devil fruit will only respawn nearby after the ability person dies. So, when the pirates went to Grand Line and New World one after another, most of the devil fruit will be concentrated in this sea area. But, has Mariajoy really recovered? Suyi remembered Mariajoy who was burned by herself. The celestial dragons there must have hated him to the bone. Hee. Just wait. When we find the One Piece, we will go to Mariajoy. Your days are just a few days away. 5. Suyi snorted softly. Then, he continued to read the contents of the newspaper. Found some reports from the GM army. Due to the low marine power. Now the situation in the world is almost one-sided. Nations oppressed by the celestial dragons are being liberated one by one. The power of the GM army is expanding almost like a snowball. Chapter 264. A sudden change in the situation, a new plan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A few days later, the periphery of the world. Suyi and others successfully met Marco and the others. Just beyond what Suyi expected. There are not many pirates in this action. Are just a few captains. We also don't want to move too much, it would be bad if Big Mom noticed something. 35. Or in other words, it is best to have only a few of our real main forces, so that we can reduce our forces and retreat calmly even if we fail in the end. 35. Marco rode. This time, Only Margot from the Whitebeard Pirates, Diamond Yoja, and Ace, who were already with Suyi and the others, came forward. Beasta guards the overall situation as Admiral, otherwise, the main force of the Whitebeard Pirates will disappear. 170. This is also a big deal. After all, we are going to fight in 3 days and 2 ends. Everyone else is guarding their own waters. Margot looked at Suyi with a smile. Long time no see. Long time no see. Suyi also looked at Margot with a smile. Long time no see a hammer. Nami is about to collapse. What the heck? Did all the members of the Whitebeard Pirates join the battle? Why are there only 2 captains here? They are going to challenge the 4 emperors. Big Mom. Advertisement. How to fight this? And you, Suyi, why are you so heartless? Are you also infected by Luffy? It's impossible for us to compete with the 4 emperors with this strength now. The rest are also on Nami's side at this time. How do you see this situation? They have been tricked. The other party is the 4 emperors, and there is a general star. And according to Bej's intelligence, the army of the 4 emperors. Big Mom is endless. Very scary, even if they are very capable. But in the face of huge crowd tactics, it will still fail. Otherwise, let's take a long-term view. Suyi is in charge. Luo Jian's situation is not good. Immediately there was a mentality of retreat. As a few normal people, he still has a number B for his own strength. If he takes action, forget about the 4 emperors. It is enough to be able to beat a general star. And the strength of the star is still strong and weak. Maybe he can't even beat the powerful generals. And the strength of the 4 emperors is above the general star. It's okay, but don't underestimate the strength of the 3 of us. Advertisement. Ace now put an arm around Margot. An arm was wrapped around Joe's. Since Joe's is on the right side of Ace, he had to cover his body with diamonds to protect himself from Ace's flames. Bej did come up with a few wanted notices. 66 feet Phoenix. Marco, with a bounty of 2,337,000,000 Baileys. Quote. Fire Fist. Ace, bounty 1.8 billion Bailey. Year. Diamond. Joe's, 970 million Baileys. His meaning is self-evident. The strength of the 3 people, each of them has reached the level of a general star or even far exceeds that of a general star. Although there may be some moisture in the middle. But it is definitely more than enough for 3 people to challenge 3 generals. And if they join forces, plus the weakness of his master's Big Mom, it might really be possible. Since it has been decided, then you all come to my body. Bej opened the door on himself. Suyi walked in first. Then, his body shrank in an instant, turning into a villain and entering Bej's castle. Others see it. Some are surprised, some are hesitant. But seeing Suyi went in without hesitation. Then everyone walked into Bej's body one after another. Advertisement. A long table appeared in Bej's body, flanked by 2 rows of gangsters in suits. It looks like Bej, the godfather of the gangster, has taken all his money with him. And when everyone sat down, Bej's body also appears inside the castle. Now that our strength is different from what was originally envisaged, a more detailed plan needs to be reworked. I think it's better to send a strong bait to lure away 1 or 2 generals or some troops. Suyi pointed to Luffy. This is our admiral, the first person to deal with Big Mom at that time. Bej interrupted Suyi's words. Of course I know this, you guys must not be transferred away. Saying that, his eyes drifted to Luo. Luo suddenly blushed. Trafalgar Law, I remember your ability to teleport in space, right? If it's escaping, it's the best choice. It's also a good choice to act as a bait. On top of that, you are now seen by outsiders as an ally of the Straw Hat crew, and if you show up, it's hard not to suspect that the Straw Hat crew is around too. When the time comes, Auntie will definitely send Zhang Xing to deal with you. 4.9. With your strength, it should be no problem to attract some firepower as much as possible. Luo raised an objection. If this is the case, even if the ant is defeated, will the remaining troops let us go? I'm afraid the enemy I lead away will kill with a carbine. But Bej said confidently. Please rest assured on this point, I can guarantee that as long as the ant falls, the 4 Emperors Big Mom pirate group will definitely collapse in an instant, and the first to stand up from the top of the mountain is definitely her. Good. Children's. Although the anti-pirates were founded on blood and family, in fact they were only captured by antis Yinwei. There is only blood ties between the Cadres, but there is no kinship at all. Chapter 265 A Strong Return, Sanji swept Germa. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The plan of Su Yi et al. Is roughly divided into the following steps. First, Sanji pretended to submit to Big Mom, and followed Bege to tea parties and weddings. Second, Luo hid in the world ahead of time, waiting for the time to come. He immediately appeared to cause damage to attract the attention of the ant, and tried his best to attract firepower, especially the pursuit of Zhongxing. Third, the Straw Hat crew, except for Luffy, Su Yi, Zoro and Sanji, were responsible for finding the second piece of the historical text of the Red Road sign, and notified Su Yi as soon as they were found. Fourth, Luo's crew was responsible for guarding the sunshine on the perimeter. Fifth, the 3 members of the Whitebeard Pirates, the 3 Straw Hat crew, and the Bege party are responsible for launching the assassination operation on Big Mom after Luo Yin ousted Zhongxing. At this time, Bege was sitting on his own pirate ship. Besides Sanji. As for the other Big Mom pirates, at this time, he was on the sunshine and was being watched carefully. They were not going anywhere until this battle was over. If Ant asked about the whereabouts of these people, Bege naturally has his own set of rhetoric. Is it really okay? If you dare to deceive my partner, then I won't let you go. When Sanji and Bege 14 are alone, taking a deep look at Bege. For Sanji's harsh words, Bege just ignored it. You'd better think about what you're going to say next when you meet your family. Bege's next words. It directly changed Sanji's expression. His family, that's a memory he doesn't want to recall. The Vinsmoke family is as close to the Charlotte family as it is to say. All the same indifference. Although they are related by blood, they do not have the slightest kinship. Childhood scenes flashed before my eyes quickly. Sanji's eyes grew cold. Seeing Bege. I feel like I've pissed off a lion. Advertisement. So just shut up. Time flies fast. Soon, they came to the territory of the nations. From here, a rain of cotton candy suddenly floated in the sky. Sanji subconsciously took it with his hand and put it in his mouth. It's so sweet, it's actually cotton candy. Are the clouds on it all cotton candy? What's the rationale? Sanji is a chef, with the creed of never wasting food. But the marshmallows here are so cheap. If this has been going on for thousands of years, the cotton candy rain here alone is enough to feed millions of people. This is where, when you get to the real island, you'll find out how shallow your knowledge of the new world is. 35. Bege said calmly. After so long. Before they reached the first island. A ship has appeared ahead. After seeing the style of this ship, Sanji's expression suddenly changed. The giant snail. Familiar style building. It all means that this is the Vinsmoke family of his blood-connected family, the ship of Germa 66. On the bow of the ship stood 2 proud figures. If you look closely, you will see that both of them have curly eyebrows similar to Sanji's. Even Bege glanced at Sanji in surprise. Looking at the 2 people on the bow again. Can't go wrong. This is definitely the Vinsmoke folks. Bege said firmly to himself. Brush. Advertisement. Suddenly, the 2 people at the bow suddenly jumped down. Landed in front of Bege and Sanji. The 2 are a man and a woman. All curly eyebrows. Although many years have passed. But Sanji still recognized the 2 at a glance. One is his brother. One is his sister. I didn't expect that after so many years, they have grown so big. A thought just flashed in Sanji's mind. The man in the other party stepped forward. A sneer. Long time no see. Waste brother, I didn't expect you to be alive. No doubt. This person is Sanji's only biological brother, Vinsmoke Yuji. And another. It is his only biological sister, Vinsmoke Reiju. Reiju's performance after seeing Sanji was not so rushed. Her expression was unclear, making it impossible to see what she was thinking. Sanji knows. In the indifferent Vinsmoke house, Reiju is the only one who has feelings. Just in order not to appear special, I have been hiding. After so many years, it doesn't surprise her how much shrewd Sanji she can cultivate. On the other hand, Yuji. Still the same as back then. It seems that nothing has changed over the years. I didn't say I was from the Vinsmoke family. Sanji is also a cold Kaido. Advertisement. Yuji snorted softly. Of course you don't deserve to be a member of our Vinsmoke family. Among our brothers, you are the worst. Originally, we've already forgotten about you, the loser, but my father was going to marry the dignified 4 emperors, so I thought of you as a waste. Since it's a political marriage, there's no need for me to wait for sacrifice. It just so happens that you can still use the waste. 99. Sanji lit a cigarette for himself. His expression didn't change. You have been yelling rubbish since just now. Is your brain still at the level of a 7-year-old child? 35. Yuji's expression changed. Find a fight. Although Sanji is about to be the groom, it is not advisable to leave wounds on him. But Yuji didn't think so much when his mind became hot. Kicked directly. Kicking skills really hit the muzzle of the gun. Bej on the side took a few steps back silently. At the same time, my heart has begun to mourn for this Vinsmoke boy. Dare to challenge one of the mainstays of the Straw Hat crew. It just doesn't know how to live or die. On the other hand, Reiju looked at it with some concern. The main reason why she didn't take action was to read some Straw Hat crew stories in the newspapers. Alabasta defeated Shichibukai. Enies lobby declared war on world government and most recently Doflamingo in Dressrosa. All of this speaks volumes about how tough the Straw Hat crew is. You know, the Kingdom of Germa, which originally dominated North Blue. It was because of the rise of the Don Quixote family that he was kicked out of North Blue. And the Straw Hat crew actually defeated the boss of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo. So theoretically, Straw Hat crew should be stronger than the Kingdom of Germa. I don't know what Yuji is thinking. Have the courage to challenge Sanji in Straw Hat crew. Chapter 266 3 Legs. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing that Yuji is about to kick Sanji. Sanji's right foot was on fire. Devil's foot. Boom. The calves of both sides slammed together, making a muffled sound. Yuji gritted his teeth. Just after a fight, he immediately noticed the strength of Sanji. Whether it's strength, speed, and responsiveness. All on par with him, Germa's bio-altered man. Several brothers in their family were modified by their father with something called blood factor. Even when he was young, he could have the ability to bend steel. And as princes, nature has its own pride. Once this kind of pride is enlarged over time, it immediately becomes arrogance. And Sanji is an outlier among them. Not only does not have a strong physique and growth ability. Do you want to be a chef? It is simply to defile the noble royal family. So, he despised Sanji from the bottom of his heart. After Sanji left them, so many years have passed. He felt that Sanji must have become a poor cook full of worldliness. And to return to their Vinsmoke family is just to climb riches. So although this marriage is to use Sanji as a bargaining chip. In fact, the bottom of his heart is very disgusting for Sanji. Advertisement. However, just this collision, but it directly shattered all kinds of guesses and why in his heart. The temperament that Sanji exudes is obviously the elegance that belongs to the royal family. They are no less than the princes who have been living in a royal environment. And the power shown by Sanji. It's amazingly powerful. He clearly remembered how weak Sanji was when he was young. Weak enough to be almost like an ordinary human being. However now, the other party has grown to the same level as him. His heart was just shocked and angry. You are courting death. Yuji raised a rage for no reason. He used to look down on Sanji. He used to bully Sanji. And now Sanji is back. With the grace of royalty. At the same time, he has the handsome face of the Vinsmoke family like him. After that, he was no different from him, a strong man who had undergone scientific training and transformation. All this seems to be hitting him in the face. He seemed to hear Sanji saying, "See, Yuji, I'm no weaker than you." In an instant, a murderous intent rose up in Yuji's heart. Therefore, there is not the slightest force left on the feet. The weak have to look like the weak, just be your cook. You have to come out. What kind of pirates are you going to laugh at? 35. Sanji's eyes turned cold, suddenly activated the ability of the transparent fruit. This time, Instead of angry red, it's icy blue. His right foot was directly covered with a layer of blue light, like a layer of crystal armor. Advertisement. The next moment, he kicked Yongji fiercely. Boom. This time, Yuji didn't have time to think for a second. Because he just flew upside down. Sanji kicked him out with an overwhelming force. At this moment, a look of surprise appeared on Reiju's face. Yuji, on the other hand, had a blank mind. Impossible. 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 He kept repeating. How can you be so strong? He suddenly jumped up, despite the severe pain in the right leg as if it had been broken. But he still has no intention of stopping. Immediately, he put on a combat uniform. The body made a sound of breaking through the air. The third attack hits Sanji. What happened to the cook? Sanji's eyes were cold. He looked at Yuji who was approaching, and spit out the cigarette butt in his mouth. He raised his right leg. At this time, the faint blue light above his right leg was burning like a ghost fire. Inside are golden demon feet. The two sides are superimposed, creating the feeling of a burning blue candle. If there were no cooks in this world, you pampered maggots wouldn't even be able to survive. Facing the fast Yuji, Sanji fights back even faster. When the opponent is too late to attack or defend, he kicked Yuji's face hard. Boom. Yuji flew into the sky this time, his face slumped down. This time, he never got up again. Advertisement. And Sanji is after the kick. As if the result had been expected, he didn't even look at Yuji's fate. He restored his right leg to its original state. And then very elegantly lit a cigarette for himself. Hiss. Fur. He took a deep look at his sister, Reiju. Long time no see, sister. A mysterious smile appeared on Reiju's face. As if everything that just happened wasn't enough to move her. Or maybe she's used to hiding her emotions. But anyway. Sanji still remembers each other's kindness. Among the cold family of Vinsmoke, only Reiju gave him a touch of warmth. It was also Reiju who released him from that icy hell. I have seen the vastness of the sea, and there are many interesting people and things in this world. Sanji said. Reiju glanced at Yuji who fell to the ground in the distance, but you seem to be in a big disaster. Sanji gave Yuji a cold look. He can't tell Reiju the purpose of his trip yet. From an outsider's point of view, I want to marry the girl named Pudding. Since then, I have lived in the territory of my aunt. At the same time, the identity of the Vinsmoke family will be restored. And as soon as he appeared, it was obviously an unwise choice to treat Yang like this. It is undoubtedly adding obstacles to his future. Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, my father prefers strong people. Reiju waved his hand suddenly, with a relaxed attitude. Sanji was stunned when he heard the words. Immediately hummed. I can't seem to argue with that. 5. Chapter 267 Declaring War on Germa. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After chatting for a while, Reiju picked up Sanji. Because after all, Sanji is still a member of the Vinsmoke family. The wedding was a political marriage between the Vinsmokes and Charlottes. It's impossible for Sanji to stay on Big Mom's boat and not go back to his home to take a look. This is undoubtedly unreasonable. So, in order to carry out the plan smoothly, Sanji had to follow Reiju's side. Bej, on the other hand, continued on her own voyage. Of course, the two actually went to Cake Island together. It's just that Sanji boarded Germa's ship. Sailing continues. Without Yuji's harassment, Sanji and Reiju chatted for a long time. Sanji still has something to say about his sister. He talked about his experiences over the years. And the adventures of myself and my friends over the past 2 years. And Reiju looked at Sanji with a caring smile from start to finish. Like a mother looking at her never-grown child. At this time, Sanji also showed a rare innocent look. His face was sometimes happy and sometimes surprised. Finally, it's time for afternoon tea 173. Sanji stood up. Where's the kitchen? Reiju was taken aback. Although Sanji has said that he is a cook. But she was still a little unaccustomed to seeing that her brother, who had royal blood, wanted to cook and make afternoon tea for herself. In that direction. Reiju pointed in the direction of the kitchen. So, Sanji went to the kitchen. Soon after, 2 afternoon teas were served. Try it. This is my craft. My friends say it's great. A smile appeared on Sanji's face. Advertisement. His expression was like that of a child waiting to be praised by an adult. Reiju's eyes moved, then tried to taste a bite. Immediately, there was a gleam in the depths of his eyes. Good to eat. Then, she started to eat dessert with a look of enjoyment. A sip of dessert, a sip of black tea. It's all about the world at this moment. Finally, Reiju finished enjoying his share. Seeing that Sanji has been staring at him, she covered her mouth and chuckled. Once little Sanji is grown up now. It's just that my father would probably be unhappy if he knew you were still cooking. Sanji heard the word father. Subconsciously, he snorted coldly. Their plan is to beat Big Mom. But the Vinsmoke family wants to marry the aunt. So the Germa Legion is also their enemy. He was even more determined to stay here. Certainly, he stayed here not to return to Germa, but want to deal with Germa. This is a powerful military force. He has secretly decided in his heart. When Luffy and the others deal with Ant, they must not let this force become Ant's help. If I guessed correctly, I should be able to challenge him, right? Sanji said suddenly. Reiju was taken aback, immediately smiled. Of course, what? You want to challenge your father? Sanji nodded. He had already made up his mind. Advertisement. Before the tea party, all these main forces of Germa were crippled. Then they won't be a threat. Anyway, except for my sister. He has no affection for the family at all. It can even be said to be full of hatred. A book is long, and a book is short. Finally, Sanji and Bej arrive at Cake Island. Bej went to report his work to Big Mom. Sanji, on the other hand, went to meet the others in Germa first, as usual. The Kingdom of Germa is also one of the member countries of the world government. But they have no fixed land, but divided all the land into many parts. Bej let the giant snails carry these lands on their backs. And these snails are not only not afraid of sea water, can act recklessly on the perilous sea, can even climb the Red Line. You can travel between the four seas without crossing the Calm Belt and the Grand Line. At this time, the Kingdom of Germa has all gathered in the port of Cake Island. Their lands have all been joined together. After ascending the land of Germa, see this familiar building. The bad memories in Sanji's heart suddenly flooded into his heart. The scenes from my childhood are now very clearly displayed in front of me. The citizens of Germa are well-trained soldiers. It can be said that the whole nation is a soldier. But only Reiju who knows the truth understands. These are all clones. It only takes 5 years to replicate a full-fledged soldier. This technique was developed by her father using the lineage factor discovered by Vegapunk. At this time, Yongji was still undergoing treatment. Can't get out of bed in a short time. Advertisement. So Reiju and Sanji went to Germa's palace together. Along the way, meet Sanji and Reiju. The soldiers saluted respectfully. Sanji's heart always feels weird. When the two came to the palace, Sanji finally met his father who had been away for so many years. Vinsmoke Gauge. Sanji, I heard you beat Yuji. Originally, Sanji's heart was still very uneasy. Although his father back then knew what he was like. But after all, so many years have passed. Who knows if the other party will change? However, the first sentence the other party came up with made his face darken. Really, no matter how long it has passed, the other party is still the same. It is his strength that cares, not his affection. I'm going to challenge you, Gage. Sanji lit a cigarette for himself, took a breath and said. Kaji's face darkened. Do you know who you're talking to? Sanji said coldly. I already cut off my relationship with you guys in my heart when I left here, and it was you who said that you didn't want a son like me. Could it be that you are old and have a bad memory? Kaji snorted coldly. Anyway, you are destined to marry the aunt's daughter. This is a political marriage, don't think about running away. Saying that, he took out a picture of Zeph with red feet. We have the lives of the people in the sea restaurant Barati in our hands, once you. He was talking, but was suddenly interrupted by Sanji. I see, you don't need to repeat it deliberately. Talking. Sanji said coldly. I want to challenge you, Kaji, and Ig and Niji, you shouldn't be afraid to accept my challenge, right? Chapter 268 Ultimates in Different Blue Tone. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Reiju on the side quietly watched the conversation between the two. With an expressionless face. Like Sanji, I have nothing but disgust for this family. If someone now says that they want to kill Kaji and others, then she will be the one who handed the knife. Of course not. Kaji regained his composure. Not to mention that he himself does not believe that Sanji can beat himself. Even for his own dignity as a king. He also has to take on Sanji's challenge. Don't think it's amazing that you beat Yuji, that kid is the weakest. The three came to the square outside. The news that His Royal Highness, who had just returned, was going to challenge His Majesty spread quickly. The soldiers of Germa came together one after another. Get ready to watch this special event. At this time, IG and Niji seemed to still have tasks outside. So didn't come back. Sanji is a little worried now that, if he beats Gage, so will IG and Niji fight themselves when they come back. When thinking about it, Gage has already made his move. With the help of Germa's technological power, Gaji's speed and strength have been greatly improved. For example, the injection of the soles of the feet to accelerate the power of kicking skills is a routine operation. But these are all pediatrics in Sanji's view. Devil's Foot. His right leg suddenly burst into flames. Boom. Advertisement. Both calves collided. This familiar scene made Reiju, who was watching the battle, a little absent-minded. Although she had anticipated the end. But seeing her father so defeated in front of her still made her feel a little hard to adapt. After all, she is not completely full of hatred for her family. Loosely connected, let alone connected by blood. But soon she shook her head. Tell yourself to stay sane. Dead tall and short, Lord Sanji is so powerful that he can even compete with His Majesty the King. 5. Yes, and without the power of the battle suit. The onlookers suddenly let out a burst of amazement. These cloned citizens don't know the true face of Germa at all. Not to mention that Sanji has already been abandoned by the Vinsmoke family. At this time, this challenge was simply regarded as a kind of discussion. I didn't expect you, a former waste, to grow to this level. After Kaji played Sanji for a round, exclaimed. He had to admit, there are still some monsters in this world. Such as Big Mom, such as Kaido. Obviously they are all flesh and blood. But it is countless times harder than steel. Conventional weapons can't cause harm to their bodies at all. These are things his science will never be able to match. And Sanji saw the power of Germa technology. Have to admit, Germa's technological strength still has a set. ... Then you will stop here. He suddenly activated the fruit ability. Covered in a layer of icy blue. This is indifferent blue. Advertisement. Although it does not increase the destructive power. But at the same time, it also makes itself very strong. This method of using the transparent fruit mainly relies on emotions to fight. In other words, if his emotions are not in place. In fact, combat power will be greatly affected. And the fighting style is also different under different emotions. Angry red, indifferent blue, and love pink, etc., etc. At the moment, using blue is undoubtedly the best choice. Is that the power of devil fruit? Kaji saw the blue-like crystal armor appearing on Sanji's body. He pondered. I didn't expect you to have that kind of luck. Sanji snorted coldly. Not much to say. Instead, he killed Kaji directly. Boom. The calves of both sides collided again. However this time, Gaji's battle suit failed to protect him. Sanji's indifference grew stronger when facing Kaji. The hardness of the blue crystal is doubled. For flowers. At this moment, Kaji feels that he is not facing a leg, but a diamond. Kacha. 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 His leggings shattered instantly. Sanji's attack did not stop because of this. Instead, it attacked like a hurricane. Bang bang bang. Countless legs kicked Kaji's body. Kicked his armor to smithereens. Advertisement. When the battle is over, Gage has fallen to the ground. Sanji lit a cigarette for himself. It's not over yet. Reiju wants to remind Sanji. On the ground, Jaji suddenly jumped up. Sanji far underestimated the damage-absorbing ability of Germa's battle suit. At this time, Kaji not only has the strength to stand, but also the strength to fight back. I saw that he suddenly issued an order. Immediately after, Sanji, who was about to pursue, was blocked by several soldiers. And Gage is still killing. Directly pierced the body of a soldier with the weapon spear in his hand. And the spear tip of the spear continued to come towards Sanji. At this moment, Sanji finally saw the despicableness of the Vinsmoke family. Even using soldiers as meat shields. And he took the lives of soldiers without hesitation. Clang. Sanji couldn't dodge this blow. Directly used the body to resist it. And Kaji didn't hit Sanji as he expected. At this moment, the blue color on Sanji's body is as solid as the substance. His specially crafted spear tip was completely vulnerable, smashing directly into Sanji's body. Immediately, Sanji jumped up. First meat shoot. A roundhouse kick slammed into Jaji's head. Boom. Kaji flew upside down, and his body smashed into heavy buildings like a cannonball. In the end, he completely lost consciousness among the ruins. And Sanji immediately shouted, "Call the doctor." However, the soldiers on the ground have lost their breath. In the distance, Reiju, who was watching the battle, saw the scene in front of him and left Fan silently. Chapter 269 The Terrifying Truth of Germa. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The soldiers present were stunned by the scene in front of them. The mighty man, the invincible man, the man who once defeated the kings of the four kingdoms. At this moment, he was so embarrassed that he was defeated by his own son. And seriously injured. Go and save the king. Finally, the first soldier cried out. His voice was a little hurried. It seems to be more anxious than being injured. Then, the second soldier followed the first and shouted, "Doctor! Doctor!" At this time, the doctor called by Sanji was checking the situation of the soldier who was killed by Gaji just now. This scene was watched by many soldiers after 173 arrived. They are all angry. Don't worry about that person. His fate is nothing, the king's fate is fate. Reprimanded. For fear of being blamed, the doctor hurriedly dropped the soldier's body on the ground. Picking up his medicine box, he trotted in the direction of Kaji. This scene was all watched by Sanji. He frowned suddenly. Advertisement. Da da da. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps. Sanji didn't need to look back to know who was coming, he had already remembered Reiju's breath before. Reiju came to Sanji's side at some point, and his expression was still the same as before. She looked at the busy people and said to Sanji, "Don't be surprised, the truth of this country is far beyond your imagination. What you think is human life is not worth mentioning here. Even as they say, the king's life is important, but even they themselves don't know it. The root of it." Sanji glanced at Reiju in shock. "I didn't expect my sister to be able to say such a thing. You are brainwashing." Reiju smiled helplessly. "Come with me, I'll take you to a place. Remember that room my father didn't allow us to enter when we were little? There's everything about Germa there, you'll know it when you see it." Sanji hesitated for 2 seconds. After all, he followed behind Reiju. Behind the two, the soldiers had surrounded Gazi, as if they were afraid that the king would suffer an inexplicable attack. The doctor has already carried Jaji on a stretcher. Then he went to the infirmary under the escort of the soldiers. Sanji and Reiju came to the palace. To the forbidden room that their father would not let them touch when they were playing. Sanji still remembers one time when he just stood at the door of this room for a while, and was severely reprimanded by his father. Of course, now that I think about it, the reason for being reprimanded may be 50% because what he showed at the time was only the potential of a mortal. No value to cultivate. At the time, Gage was already thinking of giving up on him. Advertisement. Think of this. Sanji snorted subconsciously. Reiju glanced at him. Not much to say. Opening the door, the two entered the room. This is a room full of technology. There are pipes arranged vertically and horizontally on the ground, and in the corner of the room, there are a large number of cultivation bins, each of which is filled with a green, unidentified liquid, and the ones immersed in this liquid are all naked. Soldier. If you look closely, you will find that these soldiers turned out to be engraved according to several templates. These culture chambers are divided into several areas. The faces of the soldiers in each area are the same, as if they were dozens of twins. What is this? How could Sanji, a person in the pirate world who has never seen science fiction or movies, not be shocked by this scene? Now he is more than shocked, it is simply subverting the three views. The whole brain is in chaos, it's almost impossible to think. Actually, deep in his mind, subconsciously, he had already thought of a possibility. But his instinct suppressed the thought. Although he knew that Germa's technology level was very high. Even his father once worked with Vegapunk, who claimed to have led the world for 500 years. But, how could they possibly do such a thing? Advertisement. Looking at these cultivators, Reiju delivers the fatal blow to Sanji. This is a clone developed by my father using the bloodline factor discovered by Vegapunk. The soldiers outside are cultivated from here. It does not require father and mother. It takes 5 years to cultivate an adult soldier with super strong physical fitness and total loyalty to Germa. Reiju completely exposed Germa's darkness. Sanji was shocked when he heard this. He would never have thought. Germa's seemingly well-trained soldiers turned out to be clones. No wonder. No wonder. He muttered in his mouth. No wonder the soldiers didn't seem to have any feelings at all, just like IG and Niji. More like a natural killing tool. And 4.9n. If you think about it carefully, you will find a terrifying detail. The citizens of Germa are all young and middle-aged. Not a single old age, not a single child. No one in the whole country is surprised by this strange anomaly. In an instant, Sanji even shuddered. I felt a chill run down the back of my head along my tailbone. Reiju took a deep breath and patted Sanji on the shoulder. As if to comfort and as if comforting himself, he said. You are stronger than your father now, you don't need to be controlled by him, you have come out of hell. Chapter 270 The Occupied Sanji. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After leaving the room, Sanji couldn't calm down for a long time. A long time. There was a hint of determination on his face. Before he could not firm up his resolve. Now he has decided. Must destroy Germa. If Germa is allowed to develop like this, it will definitely cause great damage to the world. The iconic Shikoku Slash is an example. One country, Germa, directly defeated 4 countries. And Gaji directly beheaded the kings of the 4 countries. Sanji has no doubts about Kaji's ambitions. If it continues to grow and develop, it will surely become an extremely ferocious ruler in the future. And once his 3 unsympathetic brothers gained power in Germa, their rule will undoubtedly be more brutal than Gage. Looking at you, do you want to continue challenging IG and Niji? Reiju looked at Sanji's expression, how could he have not guessed what he was thinking? Seeing Sanji nodding, Reiju said, it is estimated that my father should have informed the 2 of them that they should not come back. Father, he should have guessed what you are going to do. Sanji frowned. Reiju said. After you came back, you defeated Yuji first, and then defeated your father. If they still can't see anything, I'm afraid they will be in vain in the sea. Sanji lit a cigarette for himself. Advertisement. Shen said. Since this is the case, then I have nothing to do with the 2 of them. However, they shouldn't be able to participate in this tea party, right? Reiju heard the words, but shook his head with a faint smile. You still don't know them very well. Although your father's order is like a mountain of military orders, if you make them believe that you defeated your father and Yuji and tell them not to come back, it is impossible for them to obey such orders. 5. Sanji was stunned when he heard the words. Then he smiled and said, so it is. Really. In fact, as Reiju said, IG and Niji did not obey Kaji's orders. Returned shortly after. And then a match with Sanji. Certainly. They are unpublished competitions. But the result is the same. Both were eventually defeated at the feet of Sanji. And their ending is the same as Yuji and Kaji. Seriously injured. Even after Germa's technological transformation and Germa's medical treatment. It is also impossible to form combat power in a short period of time. Thus, Sanji has temporarily completed one of his tasks. At this point, there is still more than a day before the tea party. Advertisement. Sanji and Reiju went to see Charlotte Pudding, the object of Sanji's political marriage. Although I have already made a plan, it is just pretending. But when I really saw each other, Sanji's eyes instantly turned into heart shapes. Even the aura around him turned pink, accompanied by bursts of energy phantoms falling like sakura flower petals. Quote. Pudding is resistant to Sanji in his heart. But when I saw Sanji like this, I still underestimated my expectations for Sanji. I really want to kill this horny kappa. This is the true portrayal of Pudding's heart at this time. However, on the surface, she is still gentle and considerate. Mr. Sanji is really handsome and has the demeanor of a prince, just like Prince Charming who walked out of a fairy tale. Sanji almost fell completely, despite knowing that the other party is the daughter of the four emperors Big Mom. And you can't really marry each other. But when I saw such a gentle beauty standing in front of me, and also a shy look, he imagined that he would not go to see her else, and he would just really be the aunt's son-in-law here. Wait, Sanji, you have to hold on to yourself. You were looking for Alblu's man. When you first saw the mermaid princess, you were not tempted. How can it be possible that just because a daughter of the four emperors? Sanji kept persuading himself to keep himself sane. Pudding saw Sanji's changing expressions. Advertisement. For a while it looks crazy, and for a while it looks firm. With a frightened expression on his face. Could it be that Mr. Sanji doesn't like me? Click. Sanji was instantly petrified. 2.2.2.173. Cute. No. Luffy. I can't stand it anymore. 9. Otherwise, why don't you just invite her to join our boat? No, little Pudding, she will definitely be on Big Mom's side. 55. But will little Pudding be heartbroken if we attack Big Mom? Just when Sanji's mind was full of thoughts. Their meeting this time is also over. After all, before the wedding, the groom and the bride should not be in contact for too long. After sending Sanji and Reiju away, Pudding closed the door and immediately revealed his true colors. What? With that idiot expression of a kappa, how could I marry this kind of thing? When you lift my veil, the moment you are shocked by the third eye on my forehead, I will punch your brain out. 35. Pudding said, took out a pistol of the latest style. At this time, the third eye covered by her bangs was also revealed. It was clearly the bloodline of the three-eyed clan.